Can y'all hear me? I get some ones in chat if y'all can hear me. A little quiet. All right, y'all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everyone is having a good day today. I'm gonna need y'all to ask 0 questions, okay? You can only ask 0 questions. Don't ask me where I'm at. Don't ask me what I'm doing. Don't ask me nothing. okay? Because I ain't got no answers for y'all. None. Oh my gosh, why does it look like this? I ain't got no answers for nobody. Yes, the stream is about to be a little scuffed. It is. It is. Why it look like that? What is going on? Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is having a good day today. Stream gonna be a little scuffed today. It is. It is. But I'm here. And that's all that matters. I think we need to keep that part in mind. Is that I'm present. I can't even see chat right now. Let me pull up chat. Okay, there we go. This cannot be comfortable. I'm in a bathroom. Yes. This is, yeah, the music's gone because I can't play music during like stream. I'm gonna be doing a full get ready with me stream with y'all, so that's gonna be fun. But I can't say where I'm at. Just know we doing things, okay? Just know we're currently doing things. Are y'all able to see the full screen? Like, that's what I'm worried about. Like, it looks like the resolution is funky for some reason. I just want to make sure y'all can see. It's being a little weird. But yeah, we're gonna do a full get ready with me. That's gonna be super duper fun. But I wanna make sure that the resolution is right, because it doesn't look like it wants to be right now, which is kind of confusing. But does everything look okay? Does everything sound okay for the time being? Like, y'all can hear me, y'all can hear the stream, like the music and everything. Different angle. It's, y'all, this is crazy. Looks good. Okay. Yes, they're in Paris now. Okay, let me make this full screen and then I'll try and see what y'all. Wait, are we good? Is it loud enough? Too loud? Like, give me all of the updates. I can see y'all. I got y'all on my phone since I can't see y'all on screen. It's quiet. Ooh, look at the walkout. Wait, the walkout is giving. Okay, better. Better. Better for sure, period. Thank you guys for bearing with me. The crime of having light mode on Twitch, especially this is my laptop, this just be like on the go. It's just the on the go setup. Queen, where are you? I can't say. I can't. Homeboy is so done with this walkout. Y'all, this gonna be a stream for the books, okay? This gonna be a stream. Hello? Okay. We can't do this. We don't have time for this. Let me refresh to make sure we live. Okay. Yo. Can y'all see me though? Like, is stream lagging or is it just like... I've never done this. Yo. Please don't do this to me. I'm about to put on my hotspot. Is stream lagging? like my stream, or is it just like Twitch? Oh, it's the right stream? Yeah. Okay. As long as it's not me, good. Maybe turn the quality down? I'm a high quality hoe, I can't. I must be watching in 1080p. Okay, as long as it's only the right stream, then we're not stressing. Look at the players. They look like they're having so much fun. I love that. I love it, I love it, I love it. Okay, as long as my stream isn't lagging, then we cool in. Who do y'all think is gonna win today? Also, guys, as soon as these games end, I'm honestly hoping for a 3-0. As soon as these games end, I gotta go. So we gonna do a whole, like, get ready with me. I got all of my stuff over here. But we about to do a whole get ready with me. So. LNG, I think LNG gonna win.
Bonjour, salut, bienvenue, and welcome to
I don't think it's gonna be a 3-0
quarterfinals
though.
here in Paris. It is our honor to present to you
Awaybo
Gaming versus LNG. I'm
also, for the
by
people
Kobe
who clowning me
and by
for white
Vegas on the
mode
desk today for what is
Twitch, I've got
likely
dark
to
mode
be
on my
a
phone,
very
which I
exciting and
normally
hopefully
like
close
actually
series.
use,
We would
just
expect
so
it to
that
go
everyone
the
knows
full
I'm
maximum
not
amount of
degenerate.
games, because even though LNG did get the 3-0 in
Just so you
regional
know, just so
finals,
you know.
the previous 4 series of that, you get max games.
Why wouldn't
here.
you
These
touch
teams
anyone's
know each other
hands?
so
is there a
incredibly
losers bracket?
This
No.
year being
You
8-8, I am so
home
excited for them to slug it out on the world stage here, because your whole year doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're 8-8 coming into this. What matters is who wins at Worlds. Everyone is looking at this match.
It's a battle of brothers, rivals, allies, and now enemies, as they put their dreams on the line to fight for a spot in the semi-finals. Our first quarter-final matchup, and as you gentlemen rightly said, it's guaranteed to be a banger as two LPL teams join us on the rift today. We're excited to see what they bring in the meta. I'm curious as to how things have evolved.
And specifically, these two teams own metas, because they know each other so well that there's oftentimes Lucian target bans for Xiaohu, which you wouldn't apply to any other team here at Worlds.
Only got one monitor, so do bear with me.
8 games that they played, Weibo banned it out, and guess what? The one game that they let it through, Xiaohu was able to pick it, and he beat LNG with it. So we'll see if they actually retain that priority, because both of the Lucian games that Xiaohu played so far at Worlds versus other teams, they did lose so far.
LNG have only yet played on the red side here at Worlds, banning away the Yone and the Aurora. No real surprises there. Rumble and Nico taken away by Weibo to kick us off. We'll see if LNG do give that respect over to Xiaohu
when you're up close. Okay, so I'll make sure I'm right in the mic. Okay.
Both champions that we've seen, both AD carries.
I got y'all. Thank y'all for the feedback.
The question is, what will the final ban be
here
here
let me
for
see
Weibo?
what stream look like
Silas.
y'all, because I
Jack was
can't
talking
even
about it on the desk.
see.
We were talking about it coming into today's series. How priority will it be? They don't want to give that option to Scout. Now, again, Ash, Skarner, Ziggs, all big priority picks that are available right now for both sides.
We cute.
And they go with the Ezreal ban that both of them have used very successfully as well. So first pick priority here in game number 1 will tell a lot for Weibo. Tarzan has definitely had a preference for the Skarner, as have many other junglers.
Brought my webcam so you guys don't have to look at the shower.
100% win rate on it in the 3 games he's played. It is the only.
What are the Weibo game bands? It's Rumble, Nico, and Silas.
Pick one for Weibo, they lock it in, and now LNG, they'll have known this is going to happen. They'll have known that the Skarner is just such a high commodity that it has to be picked up early. Where are they going with their next couple of picks?
I mean, it wouldn't be an LPL game if we didn't get a high priority Renekton. Gentlemen, the hover came through from LNG, but right now Zucker is hovering the Jax, something that we have seen be very prevalent in the meta. It was Zeus that showed us the Gragas counter here at the World Championship. Let's see what has been prepared as the Ahri is going to be the lock-in for Scout. Will they pair this alongside the Vi, knowing that a Morgana is unlikely to come through?
I'm working with one monitor, which is, okay, that's better.
Now, some of these hovers are also interesting, though, because I feel like LNG, even though they only showed 4 games so far at Worlds, they really were cooking in a lot of them. You know, the Camille that was
letting me know
over there, their combination with the Galio,
or whatever.
It's going to be nothing spicy
like the
in
hair
this
got
game so far. As you mentioned, it is very straightforward, generalist blind picks here for both solo lanes.
It does seem a little odd to me not to just
Can't
pick the
just
Vi
be
there, where
sitting
you already
here
know the
chit-chatting.
Skarner's locked in. You
You
can save
actually
the
gotta get
Renekton
ready.
for R3, and if you did have a
Thank
counter pick for
y'all.
something Weibo might, you know, bring out here, it would make more sense to save that for your third pick.
I think they just really proud the Renekton here, and they're like, fine if Breathe goes
Renekton
to the
has really
Kante or
been
some
picker
shit.
banned. He
So we'll see if
has.
there's any extra spice there. But the Ashe also, so Ashe to me,
And,
for
like,
Weibo, is a bigger pick,
my
not just
understanding
because of
of
bottom lane,
Renekton
but because they have often paired the Ashe with Tarzan's Nidalee.
Is
And
that
I love a good Tarzan Nidalee. Your
I'm
hawk
using the
shot
little
and you're
touchpad.
pushing lane
Yeah,
that you kind of
because
guarantee
my
with the Ashe
laptop
sometimes.
doesn't.
It doesn't mean
I
it's
didn't bring
necessarily
my, like,
guaranteed. It's actually very
USB
far from
dongle.
guaranteed.
I've only
because
got
they also
2
lock in another
USBs,
AP
and
threat here, the Orianna.
I am
And so the Nidalee
sacrificing
prow even drops further. But
It would
I
have
have
to
my
move the Skarner's
mouse
top lane
so
as
that
well,
I can
which
use my
there's-
camera
or even support. There's a few
and
things that are stopping
my
the Nidalee. I know we're all
microphone,
excited
so-
for it. It was one of Tarzan's best picks, especially
Yeah.
against LNG.
What's
he
up,
can really
PK?
rule the map
How
on
are you
it, but we will see
doing?
if that's
Also,
locked in.
thank you guys
Instead,
for being up
for
with me so
LNG,
early.
they are going to go for Nocturne here. Nocturne Ari very good at diving the back line.
Well, so
Oh,
in
is it cut
particular,
off?
Vi is very good at locking down champions that have a lot of mobility.
Yeah,
Nocturne thrives on
all of
champions
the
with
electronics
low
are like over
mobility in
here.
the
The
sense
sync is
that
over here,
there's
but
no
like
way that Orianna is getting away from the
we should be
Nocturne, and as
fine.
you rightly
We should
said,
be fine.
Ari an easy follow.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out why OBS is cutting off
Anti-dive. Likely looking at something like a
the,
Rel in terms of high priority here, as the Kai'Sa now taken away from Gala.
Yeah, LNG are showing pretty deep dive right now, and Weibo have a very solid structured team fight here, so trying to take out any of those extra tools makes a lot of sense. Gala, of course, the premier Kai'Sa player.
LNG could consider a misfortune ban here when you
Okay,
kind of
I
look
think
at
I
the
found
one
it.
combo.
I think I
Instead,
got
they're taking the Jax away from Breathe. He showcased it a few times here at the World Championship, and they said that's not something we
Just
want to
bear
have to
with
deal with,
me
especially
one
on the
sec
side
as
lane.
I do this with my
What direction will Weibo go?
trackpad.
I imagine they're going to continue to pinch that pool, maybe remove the Jhin as a potential pick option, long-range follow-up threat with the dive.
I actually wouldn't mind a Poppy here from Weibo in support. Like, you, obviously the Nocturne's going to get on the backline anyway, but you can stop the Ari, you can stop the Renekton from following up onto your AD carry.
I think I did it. I
Chris
think
Poppy
I did it.
has definitely been
Are we
quite
good?
good, especially
Does it look
his
okay
games
now?
when he's roaming around towards mid too.
30 seconds to
Gala's
choose your
Tristana
pick'ems.
being
Yeah.
over, of course.
So
Always dangerous to
everybody
talk
seems
about
to be
the
thinking that
others.
LNG is going to win.
All the
Okay,
different
perfect.
champions
Thank you guys.
that Gala's very confident on. But yeah, I think Jhin does make a lot of sense in the context of this comp, just as easy follow-up, because any CC that lands, it's so easy for the Deadly Flourish to then provide that additional peel. Also gives you great siege thanks to
We
the
should
ultimate
be good
available.
now.
But
Where are you,
LNG
and
have
are you
built
having a good
themselves
time? I'm
pretty
having a
straightforward
fantastic
dive
time,
proposition.
but I
Great at
can't say where I'm
attacking
at.
side lanes.
So-
They'll likely round this out with either a Leona or a Rel.
We
to
just got
give them that
smacked. Y'all
extra
really
team
did.
fight
I
loop.
just.
Weibo now need to find, I imagine,
Let's
some
get ready,
disengaged tools. Maybe a
'cause,
Renata could be an option to help act as the anti-dive.
As soon as
They
streaming,
could also
I gotta
consider a Leona
get
for themselves,
baby.
and I think Nah
When
makes a
I
lot of
did,
sense
we did.
just to facilitate that already great team fighting comp.
Yeah, I mean they're
Are
just
y'all
showing
getting
very,
any
very
feedback from the
versatile
stream, or is
team
it
fight
chill?
here for Weibo. A lot of very nice scaling for them. And a couple of those like defensive supports that you mentioned.
We have
possibilities
gotten
here,
an
but
Aurora
it is kind of
game,
blind, so
but
you are a little bit worried about
like she's
the
very
answer.
picker ban.
Rel
Like
is-
they're
Steal
not
away
really
the Rel
letting her
from
through.
that big engage.
She's a good support. She can also disengage. She can jump onto the backline with the Magnet Storm, kind of sacrifice herself to make sure that your carries have a little bit more
I don't know.
time.
I just picked the
Rakan does a
teams.
similar thing,
Same
but
to the
gives you a
person that
better
has the
ball delivery
perfect picks.
system in my eyes, with
Not you
him
copying
jumping
someone's
in, following up an
homework.
initial engage. You get the ball in
Oh,
there,
freaking dead.
and then it's very easy to land a shockwave when multiple players are charmed up.
This meta has proven to be very side lane driven, and I think that the
Okay,
problem with
I see
Orianna
the
in the
webcam
meta
thing.
is that she
I'll have to
struggles
wait
play on side
for
lanes. What I think
the
Rakan
games to
offers is
actually
that
start for me
additional
to move the
side lane
webcam so I
support,
can know
given that you're going to be looking to
exactly
roam more often.
where to put
now,
it.
Ashe,
How
as an
long do you
independent
usually
AD
take to
carry,
get ready?
is fairly
If
strong
I'm
in an
doing
isolated
full
1v2 or
glam,
even
like
1v1,
hair, makeup,
but you've got to be
fit,
careful of that lack of mobility, specifically
like
against
body,
an Optum. So
oils,
Crisp's positioning
da-da-da-da.
on the map, it's
Probably
gonna be
like 2
crucial,
hours,
as
but
Weiwei is
the
going to be
reason why I
looking to
did
catch off
rollers
those
today
targets.
was so I don't
And
have to
Crisp
worry
is
about
one of the
hair.
most, let's say,
But
like,
I
fearless
also
with
just
positioning.
washed and straightened my hair
Very,
yesterday,
very
so it's
aggressive
likely
with
to fall.
positioning.
So
Also very aggressive
we'll
with
see.
summoner spells, you know. He's one
Same
to, like,
handwriting
spend
and
multiple
everything.
summoner spells in lane just to
See,
get lane prio to try and play with
I'm
two.
reporting you for
So
plagiarism.
very excited for this one. Game number 1 tells a lot for the full best of 5 and the direction that
Game
our
number
just
1
single best of
looks
meta
like
will go.
regular
It seems that both teams
schmegular.
are
Like
taking
they
a
ain't
very
pick nothing
traditional
cute.
approach
They
to
ain't
the
pick
draft,
nothing
nothing too
fun.
crazy, perhaps testing the waters for game 1. We'll
They
see what
pick the
level they
regular
deliver, but
schmegular
as you both
picks.
have already
Ain't nobody-
highlighted for us, throughout the year,
Yo, thank
it
you
has
for the
been
20 streams.
incredibly
What's going on,
close
Kat? How are you
between these two
doing?
organizations. throughout the years, there have been roster swaps. People have played on LNG. They played for Weibo just last year.
You might want to turn down the right stream a little bit as you're a little low. I think I'm supposed to speak louder because I want to make sure you guys can hear the riot stream. I don't want the riot stream too low. Am I still too low?
8-8 between these teams throughout the year. Last year, Weibo made it all the way to the
Here,
World
I'll turn myself up a little bit more.
Short, getting eliminated in this very stage.
Test.
LNG look across against a very familiar
opposition. I've turned myself up a little bit more.
Was with them there last year, liked a couple of years ago.
Yeah, when I'm up like this.
Again, it feels like a run of mojo. Similarly to playoffs they ran through.
Yeah, I'm trying to open
just
up
their ability to be the underdog, and here we'll see if they can continue that at
like
Worlds
my
2024.
settings.
Now, everyone at home, remember you can log into a Riot account on LoleSports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds icons, emotes, capsules, skins. So make sure you are logging in.
Oh my gosh, guys! When I was coming to where I
really excited
am,
the rematch once again.
Tell me why I left all of my makeup brushes in my Uber.
How much these two rivals have met in
all of
the
them.
mid lane, the record being incredibly close.
So I have no makeup brushes, but lucky me, past me plans for everything. Okay, so I have a unused backup beauty blender.
Closer here, but he would still be one game behind, even if
like,
LNG 3-0 the series.
And here
I don't think it's gonna apply the same.
Weibo move in for the lane swap, take over the jungle, make sure that there is going to be no steal away from the quote-unquote weak side jungle camps. So nicely done there. They guarantee that Tarzan will be able to get all three on the side of the red quadrant, and they chase them off. Meanwhile, you get
ATL braids is next
right
week.
into the other side.
That
and
I can't tell
the
you.
opposite jungle.
Good force out there by Chris.
ATL braids
take a little bit of his health and take the long way around. Zucker's going to come across to bolster the defense on this mid lane tower, make sure that Scout can get some XP, and you know, obviously the Renekton will be very happy to soak up any XP he can acquire there.
What's going on, Jolly?
Slow push coming in from Gala and Hung in the bot lane. As
yeah,
Tarzan
I'm a little bit upset.
The map.
Not gonna lie, but
the question is, Breathe now hitting level 2. When is he looking?
I have no one to blame but myself.
Now he's sticking around the
oh,
top
I'm
lane.
So excited for the braids. BK, thank you so much for the 18 months.
Really
who are we rooting for today?
Because usually what you'll see is the
I don't think we're really rooting for anyone, but do we think LNG is going to win? Yes. Good morning, Bila.
Yeah, the big thing to watch is, can Chris get under the turret? Because they can teleport in Breathe level 2. Chris would want to try and defend under tower, but Weiwei's trying to block.
He only has the Gleaming Quill in the grand entrance right now. No Battle Dance, so none of that shielding from the Rakan. Doesn't have the heal and the flash. He'll try and make his way towards this turret, but they've already lost one plate.
Oh, look, they're rotating Tarzan as well, so there's going to be 3 members here.
Ooh, we about to fight. Y'all know what happens at 3 minutes.
Good wallop, triple stun with the Mega Gnar. LNG thinking about the dive. Breathe dives back in. The damage going down onto Christmas. He's able to dash away. Suppress on Gala. We'll lock him up under the tower. We've got a pause.
Bro.
We got a pause.
What you mean there's a pause?
3 minutes in, and already we find ourselves with a pause. I mean, the idea there.
What you mean there's a pause?
The bot lane of Weibo, the bot lane of Weibo, Breathe with a great TP, lands the connects the wallet, but the focus onto Crisp.
Flashback to Sunday, yeah. Who said they're above,
He has the heal, he's able to create that space between him and the opposition. He still ends up dropping, but I feel like that the fact that Weibo, they should be in a position to outplay this given the HP difference
my brushes.
that I'm seeing on my screen right now.
Gala's 200 HP under tower. Like, that AD carry is gone for if we see the game continuing from here.
Yeah, just at our first taste of
Can you share who you are picking for the next ones? I'm really new to this. Absolutely.
I mean, it could have
I'll go through my pick'ems after this game.
Because as you say,
I mean, honestly, we have a pause. We could probably do it right now. Y'all want to do it right now?
Battle dance away and get under tower. They did end up getting that. But yeah, I think Gala will be very short to follow here. And it's all about the kind of trail on the long play here. Because usually you're expecting the support level 2 and then the top lane.
Is there going to be pauses every game now? I'm saying Hansama really started a meta. Okay.
And Tarzan here only opted for 3 camps.
Go over
skipping camps to come down here to
my pick'ems while we have this.
Really win this attempted dive is the wrinkle that Weibo threw in.
And
I think it is a good one. It would have been even more successful, of course, if Chris had barely been able to squeeze by and avoid that nocturne Q, but very excited to
stream
see
was
what
a little bit
happens
low.
for the remainder of this play.
It's one of those things you have to do if a team knows you so well.
Okay,
as
there
well,
we go.
They'd be like, well, every time we've played this in the past, Tarzan's just gone and done his second set of camps, so now we can go for that 4v2 dive on the bottom side. It is an LNG pause, by the way. We are finding out exactly why that has occurred, and we'll tell you that as soon as possible.
So
a peripheral issue for one of the LNG players is what I have just been informed.
Yeah, now it's quite an important time to have a functioning peripheral, I would say.
It's true, yeah.
The awkward part for LNG is, I mean, you guys can't see it, but we can. The
hold on,
HV
y'all,
bars
because
for both
I don't want y'all
Gala
to see my
and
login.
Zucker are not great right
so
now. Both level
y'all
2 as well
right
versus
here
the
with
level
me
3 of Tarzan
as
and
I
Breathe.
log in, so y'all
I
can see my
think
pickups.
Breathe is also about to lose his Meganar, which means that he's also in a position to then start chipping away at those HP bars as well. So I think that Weibo, even though they initially lost Crisp, there's a lot to be gained here for Weibo to punish the dive from LNG.
I love that, Vedius, because even the bigger part that they're going to gain isn't just this dive defense. They've got the Ashe pushing on the extra lane on top side. So regardless, they are getting resources out of all 3 lanes.
This is what I
LNG,
have.
of course, you know, with 4 people diving on bottom side, they're only getting resources on 2
LNG
of the lanes. So
beating.
No matter what,
you can show the login. We don't buy it. Okay.
Pause, I think that Weibo
LNG
are going to be
versus
hugely the ones benefiting.
Weibo Gaming. I have LNG
but
winning.
I won't say no matter what,
so today is
LNG
locked
just
for
gets 3
pick'ems,
kills
but you
and
can
no one
still
dies. I feel
pick
like they'll be pretty happy
the
with
rest
that
of this
situation.
week's.
I do
So
see
if
the
you
ready
haven't
checks
picked
coming out in
today's,
chat, so hopefully we're jumping back
unfortunately,
in
you
just a
can no
second.
longer pick
Just
the
to
winner for
inform everyone
today.
at home, there's a peripheral issue
But
for LNG.
you
Currently,
can still
LNG
pick
started to dive
the rest
under the bot lane
of the
tower.
weeks.
3 members of Weibo
Tomorrow
have
we're going to
responded. We
see
have seen a
HLE
crisp
versus
fall,
BLG.
but 2 members of LNG are very low, so we're expecting that Breathe and Tarzan may be able to get a couple kills in recompense.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a second.
And then on T1 versus Top Esports, I slick think Top Esports is going to win,
as you rightly said,
but I
root
can't root against T1. I just can't.
But both Tarzan and Breathe,
I just can't.
full HP.
And then lastly, Genji versus FlyQuest. I want FlyQuest to win.
Dive continues
but
to
I
happen.
also
Gala
want
is
Genji.
going to
Like,
fall.
Genji is going to win Worlds, bro. Genji is going to win Worlds. Like, it is what it is.
Zucker's very low as well. He goes down. It's 2 for Weibo so far. Weibo trying to trade back onto Tarzan. Hung takes the kill. Breathe able to get back
How
to
we
the
just get back in there like
tower,
that?
But in the end, it's a 2 for 2.
And again, a 2
Did they
for
say
2
that we were
is
getting back into the
great
game?
news for Weibo there. You're going to see the immediate.
I had
teleport
exams
out,
from the last 3 days,
Zucca
and
up to
tomorrow is the
top
last
side
exam. I want to say
after
thank you
dying,
because your
but,
videos
it's so
help
nice
me
here 'cause
relax
Light
and wear
was up
stress
at the
relief.
tower.
Thank you.
Ashe was able to get the extra lane here.
That's so sweet. Thank you.
And now he can just continue to
Thank
harass
you
and
for
bully.
the
Look at
kind
all this
words.
extra
Thank
damage.
you for enjoying my content. And
Crucially,
I hope your
the
last day
timing
of
the dive
exam
is very
goes really
important as
well.
because
Genji
Cody
is
was
not
talking
winning.
earlier about
Okay,
how
period.
With the bot lane
Okay,
setup,
period.
let's go back
And
to
why
this
don't you
replay.
think
So the
Genji
TP
is
comes
winning,
through, a
Bestie?
really nice stun comes through from Breathe.
I need to know the
And
full
then
logic.
the attention turns onto Crisp. I like this focus from LNG. The problem is, look at 2 tower shots onto Zucker. They get the snipe onto Crisp, but now with the mini Gnar, Breathe and Tarzan can look for the re-engage. Now you could argue this is a bit of an overcommitment because at this point, you know, they could disengage, they could prioritize getting the bot farm, but hell, you know what? The kills go over to Hung and Weiwei, which are not the worst targets in the world for Weibo.
And guess what? Your extra 2 levels on Breathe are
Hello,
going to be
fishy.
massive for Weibo.
Genji is my
Let's
pick for
remind you
Worlds.
of
They better
the
win.
regionals,
Yeah,
where
I think
Zucca
Genji's
actually
gonna
really outperformed Breathe. You know, Zucca had an amazing regionals in that 304 LNG, but setting up Breathe here was such a big experience advantage, and especially on a Gnar that is going to scale really nicely into side lanes and
Also,
to be able to
because
team
I
fight
left my,
quite well with this Weibo comp. I just think the experience gain here for Weibo is going to be massive.
Because I
Zucker's
left
just
my
so screwed. He doesn't even have
makeup
flash.
brushes
Level 2,
in the
5
Uber.
minutes into the game with 2 CS. He is
I
going to be able
won't
to get to the tower now. I
eyebrows.
say that. Light and Tarzan immediately stop him. What are you going to do? This is a very
Eyebrows.
sad crocodilian, and he's falling for the first time this game. It is
Weibo
Ju's
trying
second
to
time,
do
in
so?
fact,
Okay.
as LNG just can't find a way to get that croc out of deep water.
Weibo are dominating in this early game. They
I'm
will
not.
zone Breathe away
Weibo
from
was
the
gonna,
bot
like,
tower.
roll over,
You will be
split.
denied those farm, but it doesn't matter. On the top side of the map, Weibo is finding advantages. Crucially, though, let's keep track of the gold. The advantages are really being built between the top laners. Sure, Zuka is
what's going on, Blue
extremely far
Logan?
behind, but
Yeah, they making that.
getting those plates.
What are your thoughts on
keeping it
Exalted
even in
Jinx?
gold
So I
alongside
haven't
Light.
seen it
And you
fully.
also look
Has
towards
it
the
fully
mid
been
lane, which
released?
was, you know, one of our
Like,
focused matchups here.
I've
with
seen
so
the little
much
leak
history
clips
between
or whatever, but I
Xiaohu
haven't
and
seen it.
Scout.
Like I saw
And
the
Xiaohu on Orianna is absolutely pumping here.
Yep.
Constant pressure in mid lane, being able to shove in these waves.
Nexus
very, very nice
finisher.
for
I saw
Orianna,
that.
and especially Weibo with
But,
the
like, I
amount of
didn't look
scaling
at
options
the-
that they do have.
I didn't want to spoil
Having a whale
anything.
of time in the mid lane right now. Has got those Ionian boots of lucidity as well. Looks like LNG are going to move up towards the grub. We see the reset coming out from Gala. Hung just walking his way up
Man, I
through the
just
mid
feel
lane
like the
as well.
foundation
Both
didn't
these
do
teams do
anything
like to
today.
fight around these
We need
grubs.
one of
We saw it in the
these.
LPL
I think we
and
need one of
a little
these
bit here
too.
at World so far. And with Light being in the bot lane and only just starting to
think we
move up, I
need
feel
one
at
of
least the
those.
first couple of these are going in LNG's pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the LNG have too much of a numbers advantage. The waves are too good, but they're actually pulling off them. They've gotten the first grub. Breathe is about 50% HP.
Breathe is getting locked up here. Doesn't have time to flash away. LNG collapse.
LNG fighting back.
And find a
LNG
kill on the
fighting
Gnar.
back.
A great engage from Hung. The flash stun into the stacked wave.
Oh, it's only
He's gonna
teasers?
lose the
Okay.
entire farm.
Yeah,
And
I don't
LNG
wanna
find
spoil
another
it.
Kill. They've
I
guaranteed
wanna
numbers
do a
advantage.
full
But now Light has made his way up.
reaction when it
He's
come
so
out.
close to level 6.
Second grub's definitely going to go over to LNG. Hex flash forward by Hong, trying to get onto Tarzan, who'll stun him against the wall. The dive in with a grand entrance. Zika trying to heal himself back up in the middle of the fight. Gala joining in as well. The knockback on Hong towards the top side, but it's not going to be enough from Weibo so far, and now Light is overextended. Zuka slicing and dicing his way through. The charm connects, and Light is down alongside him.
That's a good
Tarzan
fight. That's a good
falls.
fight for
LNG
LNG.
absolutely trouncing Weibo at the grubs.
Yeah, LNG are fighting their way out of a rough early game, and they're not done.
Scout with another charm, this time onto Crispy, get caught up with that deadly flourish. And LNG will be able to walk out. Two
No
grubs to them,
pause.
2 kills to boot.
So
What are you
hugely
getting ready for right
beneficial
now?
for
I
LNG.
can't
As you
really
said, Hung didn't
say.
hesitate, went straight for Breathe. After
But
that pick,
I just wanted to
gaining
spend
so
this
much.
morning
I
with
mean, they didn't
y'all
clean
while
all
watching
of the grubs, but still grabbing 2 out of the first pack is quite nice.
I am shocked that Weibo still tried to fight that.
Are you ready? It's
I mean,
Weibo.
no, I'm not. We did kind of expect this. They love to fight for these grubs, and even at a numbers disadvantage, look, they try to force this, and LNG rightly attack the weak side. There's only 2 members. They don't actually do that much damage initially.
I will go to
Flash
Paris
away comes
next
in from
week.
Weiwei. Hung then forced to
Today
disengage,
was
but
the
then
last
this
day of my
overstep.
studies, and now I have my
noticed it
small
in the
holidays.
fight minute. We have to
Period.
highlight it
Do you have any
again.
plans?
Easy collapse comes in from LNG.
What do you think of the
Scout with a
concept of the
beautiful
exalted
charm
skin,
connect.
though? Like it being
And it means
gotcha
that
and all?
LNG find that initial
Baby,
kill.
like,
and they get
I
enough
really
grubs. That's what matters.
understand why we're doing all these gotcha.
Going to go a long way towards
like,
evening up those
moments,
experience
honestly,
advantages
but
that Weibo had been able to manufacture
I don't
for
know if it's
themselves in the opener
working
of
in
the
their
game.
eyes,
I mean, it's
or
still
if
rough for
it's
Zika.
just like they want money.
Zika's going to struggle,
At
I
the
think,
end of
for
the
a
day,
while. But
you
Gala
still
has
have
started
to
to even out
realize
the
that
gold, at
they
least
are
that he was
a
falling
company who are
behind. Like, he
supposed
just
to
got
be
his
making
200th
money.
kill on the world
But,
stage
like,
with that
also
kill
at
in
what
this game. He's the
cost?
23rd player to do
know?
that.
Yeah, and actually, Light here is also level 7 now, so maybe not going to do a lot for the
But
experience.
I don't really like it. Also,
Weibo,
I
see
don't
if they can
wanna
still
spend
use
that
those
type of
advantages because
money.
they are pushing in both top lane and bottom lane here.
Thank you, Blue.
With Light, with Breathe, and Tarzan takes that
Yes,
opportunity.
I will
to
be
go for some
vlogging
jungle
once I
invades
touch
here,
down in
trying to
Paris.
put
Don't
that
you
Nocturne
worry.
a little bit further
I'm
behind.
gonna do like IRL streams as
I think
well.
part of the risk now for Weibo, though, is
So
that
y'all
Weiwei
gonna be
is
in
level 6. That
Paris
paranoia
too?
is a
It's
looming
gonna be
threat
so
at any
fun.
moment, right? If you go for a dive, not only will
And I've
Weiwei
got
be able to join the battle,
some
but also
fun
you have to
things
deal with the
planned.
darkness that comes
Guys,
out.
okay, I can
We'll
finally
see
announce
how
this.
aggressive Weibo want to be. When Tarzan gets the upper hand over
I
any
can
jungler,
finally
he
announce.
loves
I
to go in
haven't
for
put
these
this out on
invades.
I
socials
will say
yet
also,
because I'm kind of
since
waiting.
Weiwei is level
but
6
I
on
can finally
Nocturne, Light
announce
used both summoners in the
Riot
last fight,
Games
walking
is
up to Grub, so
flying
he can
me
easily
out
get Nocturne
to
ulted. They have to
Worlds.
back off
They have
here. Good
personally asked
positioning from the
me
Weibo bottom lane.
to
They know they are
come,
very vulnerable, and Nocturne with
and I
already
am
would just
one-
love an Ashe target.
Maybe I can't say how many people they're flying
Breathe,
out,
finds an
but
engagement.
Easy enough, reaches
Ooh,
1v1s him.
Weibo.
We talked about how it would be a struggle for Zuka when we
y'all,
see
they're
it coming
flying me
up
out
here
first
for Breathe.
class.
That's a lane swap diff right there.
Like,
if I've ever seen one. And
I'm
Breathe
talking about in those like
capitalizes on
Delta
it. See if
suites
the rest
where
of
you
LNG
get the
can try
bed
and
and you laying down
There's the
flat.
darkness. Immediately they jump in with the paranoia.
First
Hung's on the
class.
flank as well. They wait for the flash.
I was
Shattering
like-
strike. The chase continues. And Xiaohu is down. Now the curtains open. And maybe we'll close on Weibo in this game one. LNG have been winning
LNG
every fight so
looks
far.
pretty
Weibo trying to get away. Crisp with a good knockup. The chase continues as
yeah,
Hung looks for another
class.
shadowing strike, but he's the one
If
turned
I
onto by
told y'all how
Weibo.
much
Magnus
those
stormed the charm
tickets
again onto life,
cost,
but no follow-up for LNG. One
I
back
don't
in the pocket for
think-
Weibo, and they'll look for more as Weibo
I
has
think
no
we would
flash.
all
But it looks like in the
simultaneously,
end,
just like
both teams will
fade from
disengage.
existence.
Yeah, LNG
In our
actually
original
opted to go for the
area.
kills there instead of Dragon. They
Yeah,
left the Dragon with about 700
yes.
HP.
I'm
so
so
Tarzan was able
excited.
to pick up that
Guys,
Dragon.
I've been wanting
and
to
while
tell
they
y'all
did
for
chase
so
down one
freaking
kill,
long.
it's still
I'm
one
so
back
freaking
for Weibo in the aftermath as well. So Weibo actually coming out with Dragon +1.
I haven't been
You'll
able
see the
to. They
engage
wanted
come
me to
through.
keep it
Keep
kind
your
of
eyes on
under
Weiwei.
wraps.
He spots out Zhao, who hung with the Hex Flash over the wall to help lock him down.
No,
Scout
like,
with the ulti to help follow up.
I
and
want to
this is
say
the
thank
idea
y'all
behind the
for real.
composition, right?
Thank y'all
Great
for
single target lockdown,
supporting
and Weibo say,
me so
okay,
I
Zhao,
can
good luck.
represent
We're just going
y'all
to get
at
the Dragon
these,
and we'll take
like,
that trade. But then
events
LNG
and put on for the
overextend.
girlies.
And ultimately, this is the beauty of this
Thank
matchup.
y'all.
Both of
Thank y'all
these
for
teams are
real.
eager to fight.
They're like
eager
5,
to get
6K,
something back after they
so
lose
round
something,
trip,
and it results in these chaotic
the flights
situations.
were
We'll win 5 to 6
$11,000.
in kills 11 minutes
And
in.
they gave me a
It's also
+1 too.
First game of our
So they
quarterfinal
spent
stage. You know, we moved to Paris. There's
$22,000
excitement in the air,
on getting me
and they
and a
are
+1
scrapping. LNG, of course, in that
to
chase,
Paris
the
and London
big
and back.
downfall was splitting up
Like,
and having 2 on each side of the big wall
World's
there.
Finals
so
is in
an overstep
London.
Indeed, Vedius.
But
Credit to Weiwei. So
semifinals,
far, he's been involved in
aka
every single kill
next
that LNG have
weekend.
been able to
No,
find
no.
on the map.
Next
He's
weekend
got
we'll be
a
in
small gold
Paris.
advantage, but Tarzan's been able to close that
It's
gap as
in
he's going to secure the last grub. It looks like we're not going to be getting 4 grubs this game.
A
I
+1.
think LNG do need to try
Isn't
and
that
look for a play here with
crazy?
Weiwei and Scout. Both of them kind of peaking right now. Once you get your Stride Breaker plus your Ludens complete, the Nocturne Ori combo is very, very dangerous. You pointed out how they were able to take down Xiaohu at the Dragon fight. And Xiaohu
So, yeah,
actually
I'm
flashed
so
there
glad I
too.
can finally
so the
share that with
Orion
y'all
is
now. I got the
definitely a
clearance
repeat
to
target
finally
for
be able to tell
LNG.
y'all,
They want to
and
keep on scrapping, get
it's gonna
more
be
and more
so
kills here in
fun.
the
It's gonna be
mid
so
game,
fun.
so they can actually use that
yes,
gold.
for both
See,
semifinals
like
and
throwing out the
finals.
ultimate there as well. Gala had no cleanse, and
Yes,
round the corner,
Ali.
Crisp
It's gonna
was
be so
waiting
fun. What's
to
going on,
collapse that.
Vortex?
And
Thank you,
Mad.
Mad.
90
Thank you,
seconds
love.
cooldown at this point, so assuming there's no
Y'all are
objective
so
up for the next
sweet.
90 seconds, doesn't really matter if you throw it out like that. As you can see, Rift held in exactly a minute 30, so they will have that back up for the next team fight.
The downside for LNG is that Zucker is just useless in this game. He has been
Dang.
put so far behind. In terms of gold, you can see he's only about 500 down, but the bigger problem is the experience disadvantage. A full 2 levels down
Ooh,
is
he
going
is
to be
2 levels
massive
down.
as we get closer to, in particular, those level 13s where you have 2 skills maxed out and these mid-game
I mean,
team
like,
fights.
yeah,
And
he's
Vedius
not down a lot of
is
gold.
hit
He's got the kills.
perfectly
He's
on
got
a
the
conversation
assists.
that people were having
But baby,
after the
he
regional
got
finals
no
where
XP.
Weibo did not get much
Will you
time
still
at
be
all to
co-streaming
prepare for their full
finals?
best of 5 versus LNG, so they made
So-
sure to prepare this time around with
I
the
don't
lane swap
know.
and actually making such a big difference
I
here
don't
with the experience
know.
advantage. So
Useless
I guess,
is kinda
everyone
crazy,
who was
yeah.
talking about that conversation after regionals, it does look quite a bit different when you have a lot more time to focus on a single
I
opponent
don't know. I
here.
think I want my
I think the
under
question
eye
always
brighter.
was, how big a grain of salt does that series need to be taken with, right? And it seems like it's a bit more than a pinch, but less than a mountain, as that's a very big grain of salt, a mountain. That's, yeah, very large.
I mean, it's such a
don't wanna
fascinating
take it
history
on.
where in the best of 5s and
Look for breathe here. We'll jump away, then flash
Girl,
away
you just
from
forgot
the
there's
bit.
still
The
an
strike slow is on him.
NDA on that
The
one,
collapse
didn't you?
begins from
I-
Weibo, and LNG
well,
will back away.
The problem
I don't
is
know.
that ulti
See,
will now not be
like-
available for Herald or Dragon. Weibo, looking at the minimap, Zhao, who is sending...
Hey, I
Zhao
told
is
y'all
going
not to
bot
ask
lane
no
to back
questions,
Zucker.
nah.
He does have the TP available.
I told
And
you.
again, we've already learned this from the Grubs. If you are
I
new to
told
these
y'all
teams,
not to ask
they're
no
eager to
freaking
fight
questions.
for these objectives.
Look at y'all.
And both junglers have set their
Asking all
sights
them
on it.
questions.
Xiaohu does have that TP, currently
Stop
catching
it.
the wave in the bot side. Zucker no TP on that Renekton, so we'd have to run all the way across.
All right,
LNG
Mr. J, have a
giving
great
up
rest of your day.
area,
I know
giving
you're
up
not in
ground
Paris right
in
now
this
since you
river
didn't get
right
braids
now,
yet.
knowing they
Yeah.
can't really
Braids
take the fight
are
because it could become a
next
5v4.
Wednesday.
Yeah, and LNG generally
I
more methodical
cannot.
with their play too, so
Wait,
this does kind of make sense. Dragon coming up in 25 seconds
Y'all
as
not
well.
gonna be able to hear the end of
mean,
it. I
Hung is
promise you.
still gonna like fish around, and they do have Scout coming
Y'all
over
are not
towards
gonna
his
be able to
control ward,
hear
but
the end
since
of
you see
it.
Nocturne already committing to bottom, it does seem to be the trade. And I do think that is the more like LNG style play. Get the tower goal down here, really try and play off of the cross map play.
It's a guaranteed tower and likely the Drake in exchange for a possible tower from the Rift Herald charge. Obviously, Mid lane tower has been seen to have a little bit more value than a bot tier 1, but we'll see how well Weibo actually use that Rift Herald later on.
And the guaranteed tower, they definitely need that gold. You mentioned, you know, Renekton can use every little bit he can get, but looks like Tarzan coming down here to check you on Dragon.
Oh, the tiger. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we've come this far.
Once Weibo get vision.
To being able to do this together.
LNG, they've actually overstacked on the top side of the map to try and
making
protect
signs
that
at
tier 1.
LCS.
While they were able to secure the first tower of the game, which gave a big influx of gold over to Zucker.
I freaking
They're now
love
just
it,
abandoning
man.
this dragon as well,
So
allowing
happy.
Weibo to go 2 dragons
I feel
up.
like the team with more kills have less farm.
Crisp.
Crisp looking for that backline, going in with the quickness is feared, caught with the deadly flourish as well.
Weibo is really aggressive.
To safety. We talked about Crisp's
But yeah, I guess they're really focused on like
and when you do
getting
see that,
kills, but y'all know kills don't win games, objectives do. And look at Weibo, they stacking they farm, they scaling, it's guaranteed gold.
And oftentimes he does go by himself, so it's kind of risky.
I think that might be a little bit of trouble. Now, do they outscale LNG?
Arrow is ready. There's a lot of follow-up ready. And so maybe that extra vision deep through the jungle will pay off later, because Weibo, with the comp that they've drafted this time around,
Ori's probably going to hurt as it goes on.
In their 5-on-5 as
Skarner's going to make things difficult.
Dealing with LNG,
they got to protect Jhin. Jhin's got to be able to put out that damage. They
They
flaming the Renekton a little too much.
That's why the Weibo game plan, I think, was so well
Weibo
thought
kind of scales, yeah.
Weibo. Surprise.
I mean, it's but also like LNG doesn't like scale insanely. Like Jin's gonna do damage later, yes, but
it looks like they're setting their sights on the top line, which makes a lot of sense to me given its HP. They also have the ability to push through top and either
Renekton is just like a safe top lane pick that you can blind pick.
Try and use it there.
Like he's just a safe
keeping
one.
that push down on towards the bot side of the map. Breathe while in the 1v1 should be
Never,
able to win.
Munchie, never.
On the weak side,
I do
so
this for y'all. Y'all are the reason I'm here. I could never forget. Oh, we're about to get a play. We're 3v3 right now. Got the ADCs coming up.
They see the reinforcements arriving for Weibo, and in the end, just a TP for TP exchange.
Breathe again. Got to be a little bit careful here. Is going to turn mini soon. When he turns mini, would be the opportunity, but I don't think they've forgotten Zika was on the top side, and so just going to be that rotation over towards mid.
I like the adaptation here from Weibo. LNG committed a TP to really not any effect, and Weibo are able to hold that top side of the map while also being able to put pressure down in mid. Tarzan now may have caught out Zucker.
Edge of it still coming out. There's the impale as well. Zucker has to try and slice his way out. Will burn the flash as well. The chase could have continued from Weibo.
But that's likely going to be a guaranteed top tower now, so they got good damage down onto mid lane. They'll eventually get that top tower, and once again,
looks like
Zucker is denied. Crucially, Scout is keeping the push in towards bot. Xiao is going to go and match
Wait,
that.
it says somebody just donated.
Yeah, LNG have to keep trying to play split.
Arrow. Oh, this could be.
Wait.
Might go a little bit too far because the arrows hit, but the defenses are here for LNG.
Hold on.
In the end, Xiao didn't overextend. Charm going down as well. It was a good arrow
somebody
from
just
Light,
tipped. I don't have the
really
tip
not
alerts
much
on
occurring from it.
right now, but I do want to see what you just said. So give me 1
offering a
second
lot of
as I
value
open
there
up
in that situation.
Stream Elements on my phone.
Still some worries here.
My setup
for
is
LNG.
very
They
stuffed
try
right
and
now,
scramble,
y'all,
They try and make some cross map. They try and make some split plays. Constantly looking for areas that they can pick people off with.
Let me log in real quick,
But Weibo
so I can
moving
see
up
what you
here
just
pretty
said.
methodically themselves. You see opposite side of the jungle taken over. And the flash that was blown on Zika will have huge repercussions for the side laning potential for the next 5 minutes of this game.
I can't see chat right now
Already
either
Breathe had
as
been
I
set up
log
for
in.
success in this game. Already he had made his way very early on to the Trinity Force. And if you give him flash advantage, it does become very difficult for LNG. And LNG have to play off of like this nocturne threat for all of their side lane plays, and you have to look for the possibilities of those trailing split push.
I hate when a website got 18 different pop-ups. Like, baby, just take me to the site.
Commit a
I
lot
just
of
want to go to the
resources when you're
site.
looking for one of those plays.
And we talked about it a little bit in draft, right? Orianna isn't the best in a split push position, especially when you have something like the Nocturne that can
I
jump
enjoy
on
you and your streams
because
so
Xiao
much.
knows
Your content
Breathe
is
can
so
survive in the
educational and
2v1
fun.
for
You
long
really
enough.
are
He can just play further
that
back. He doesn't have to be
period,
applying
and
too much
deserve
pressure
all
on the
your
map because he knows
success.
Breathe is going
Thank
to
you,
do that for him on the
Logan.
top side.
Logan, that
One of the things we
is
talked about
so
was
bruh.
Crisp's mobility
So
on the
so
Rakan, and
freaking sweet.
you'll notice it again on the
Y'all not
minimap,
about to
trying
make
to
me
clear
cry
out
and
this
mess up
bot
my
side
makeup
vision.
that I haven't
While there is
even
still very deep
put
ward
on
coverage from
now.
LNG,
Chill out
it
now.
provides a bit of
Chill
extra
out.
safety. Xiaohu, though, choosing not
thank
to
you so
overextend.
much.
Whereas Scout
That
with
is
full confidence,
so
knowing he
sweet.
sees
It
the
really
entire Weibo's bot side
I really
jungle,
appreciate you,
constantly
boo.
catching that wave, pushing
For
in,
real,
and
real.
keeping this pressure up, ready to contest the third dragon.
That's very much
One
what we
second, I
expected
need to go
between
get
these two teams. The LPL number 3 and number 4 seed, 8 and 8 across the course of the year against each other, and it's always close. Like, you can never really tell who's going to win. I think coming into this series, most people were saying LNG's world form is slightly better, but we haven't seen them play in 12 days. They went 4-0 and just qualified to the quarterfinals. Weibo have given us a little bit more tape, but these two teams have battled so many times across the course of the year. I think everyone knew it was likely to be a 50-50.
I did see the new
I like what Weibo are doing
like,
right now. You know, they're utilizing that breathe advantage on top side to get chunks on tower and control the jungle between them and mid lane. You saw just Chris earlier on your screen keeping these wards up here so they can continue to control the rotation path.
The tiniest window where Zuka's TP will be up and Breathes will not. Scout's about to go back to base. We do have the Hex Gates to speed his passage back towards the river, but he might go towards the top side. They have a control ward around that red. You could look for a fight against Breathe and give up the third Drake, but it is sole point for Weibo if you
Are
do
y'all
that.
excited
I really
for the
want to
new,
highlight
like,
Light. Light has such great potential in this game, and he's been so good for Weibo all summer long. He's got 2 items here with his Phantom Dancer on top of the Kraken
Or do y'all
Slayer.
think it's a scam?
Pretty big advantage versus the Jhin that's just on the last whisper and pieces. So just the static shiv. I mean, we've seen some static shivs do work at Worlds. Jackie Love definitely kind of inspiring people with that one, but I think it would have to be a bit of a dream for LNG if they could actually pull a fight like that off, because Weibo are set up so nicely here. Double control wards, controlling the entry. Such a very solid front line for them to play off of.
I like the entire
they can just group on Dragon.
I hate the timing of their delivery and announcement.
LNG looking for an engage. Scout on the flank is still being tracked. Dragon will quickly reset. Zuka continuing to push in the top side of the map. Has the TP available.
Xiaohu just putting the ball down. They go in with the arrow immediately. They dive onto Hung, and he is down. Breed looks for more, but Gala has to flash the wall, but Chris can continue to chase. He gets the blast cone. Gala knocked back. Wallop just short. The paranoia out from Weiwei. He tries to buy a second for his AD carry to escape. Scout on the flank doesn't hit the charm, but Xiaohu falls to the curtain call. Now Scout getting chased down towards the bottom side of the map. Breathe still going in. Needs a couple more autos. Can't quite get them. Weiwei turns its attention across to the walls, but really he's just looking for a way back to the mid lane. The chase continues. Light goes in. Flash and
we're getting the 2 for
TP
1.
behind us now. Weibo might be flanked. Gala looking for a little bit more. Scout coming back in with a teleport of his own. Zuka onto the back line. Targets Light first. Light flashes away. Zuka.
Oh my gosh, look at Zika. They were talking about he's going to be irrelevant. He's so behind. He's so ugly. He's so stupid.
LNG grabbing the extra
But look at Zika.
They're gonna head towards mid lane tower. They only have 1.
They were talking about he
so
not
hovering around Baron. I mean, they don't have great Baron damage. It's an exciting couple of kills here, but the objective still went to Weibo, getting themselves to soul points, and you don't have DPS for a big Baron rush, so it's just gonna stop at that for LNG.
Weibo overcommitted on the play. They got an initial pick. They had easy access onto the Dragon, but then they decide to chase so deep that LNG could convert it into multiple small skirmishes.
They did
where
chase
Zuka can
them
then finally
under
find
their
a good
tower.
TP.
They did.
Specifically, I
They
think
said that
Xiaohu
man's
got a little too
useless.
hype. Xiaohu split from the rest of the Weibo members that were chasing and did not respect the Nocturne turning back around. The original pick, amazing here for Weibo. And then Breathe is able to use the Hex Gate to force Gala's flash and
once you get that Sterix, baby, does he even die?
Goes forward into the 2 members, and with Nocturnal off,
I don't like the
gotcha
Breathe
back up here,
of it
and it
either.
actually allowed LNG to have multiple members flanking. That Nocturne ultimate power there actually causing Weibo a bit of trouble, and then you saw the teleports coming back out, and they chain an extra couple.
And Zuka, he might be weak, but if you've got nothing left, he's just going to run you down. Having free access to push out that top side allowed him to secure Starak, giving him that additional durability and helping LNG clean up the fight.
That's the key right there, Betty. No longer weak after you get that extra gold on the top side, allowing him to get to his 2-item power spike and kind of run through here. So we're keeping it exciting. Gold lead back the way of LNG, but still the objectives
Which
for
is
Weibo.
crazy.
Yeah.
Because based on how this game has been going, you shouldn't. Oh, arrow.
Arrow's
really
on once
blended.
again, doesn't have the flash to escape, charmed up, knocked into the wall, Weibo dives on the back line.
Dude,
The
they're
Paranoia
fighting
is doing
so
much.
much.
Working in the face of darkness, there is no light. Scout gets the kill, it's a double for him, double impale coming out, but Scout still has 2 charges of the Spear Buff. Tarjan gets 1. In response, LNG trying to turn this fight in their favors, and they'll do exactly that.
And they
So
do.
far, it's
1
a
for 3.
3-for-1 exchange. Xiaohu and Bree trying to do
look at
everything
Zika.
they can. No flash for the Gnar, but he does have that ultimate in a second. He's going to go Mega and try to chase down Hung, shadowing strike into the crash down. Breathe won't get anything more out of the battle.
This is the brawl we expected from the brothers of the LPL. Scout is such
Okay,
a
brothers of
phenomenal
the
RE
LPL.
player, finding the
Okay,
angle onto the
brothers.
backside. You'll notice the engage comes through from Weibo. They think that they've caught out Hung. He's not allowed to be here. The knockup comes through. There's
many
the
of
Ash
y'all
arrow.
play,
Keep track of Scout though on the right side, using the coverage
What's
of the
that one
darkness.
gacha game?
Forces
Genshin
Light into an
Impact.
awkward
How
position.
many of
He
y'all
gets
play
chunked
that?
out by Weiwei. And then the rest of the fight ends up Tarzan trying to salvage
One
it.
in
Also,
chat, if you,
on the mini-map, you'll see
Genshin
Zika
Impact
comes
gamer.
up first. The Renekton is able to rotate over first. Because of that Nocturne ultimate that you mentioned, when the lights were turned out,
Sad
there was
baby.
no teleport
Oh,
from Breathe
no.
early.
Look
and so
at
then you have to
homeboy's
wait the whole duration
face.
of that Nocturne ultimate. He could not join with his teleport.
I played
and the
before, but
Gnar,
stop.
who had
Why'd
been a
you
very
stop?
big factor, actually walks
Oh, you
over
like
and everybody's
watching it?
already dead.
The big thing for Weibo, though, is LNG have kind of won the last 2 fights. They're still only 2,000 gold ahead. They haven't picked up a Baron. They haven't even taken the mid-tier 1. Weibo are on sole point. All it takes for Weibo is 1 good fight, and you feel like the game's over. For LNG, all the fighting seems to be happening a little bit mismatched with when you can actually take these objectives, or they're losing a couple too many men to be actually able to take anything off the back of it.
I mean,
The
they're
problem
just
for
fighting
Weibo
a
is that they
lot.
can't find these good fights. So far, they haven't really been able to find that big wombo combo engage. They're finding picks here and there, but once you commit all of your damage onto a single target, you kind of run out of steam very quickly. And in the re-engage and the skirmishes, LNG really do thrive. Look at the bottom of your screen. The Renekton, who is 2 levels down, 600 gold down, pretty much the entire game, is now up. He's still only, well, he's a level behind now, but it's much
He's
better
only
than
a
what it
level
was.
behind, but
And Scout is
I think Renekton has
4-0-4
shown that
on
it
the
doesn't
Ari.
matter.
The Baron is very dark
He's
for
still
LNG,
very
though.
much
Here, we
present
will
in
see
these
how many
team
resources
fights.
they can get out of them.
By golly, I
There's still a
think he's
Scryers
really helping the
available
team
on
win
Gala. So LNG just going to push mid and then rotate over to this dragon 7 seconds away.
Just the game
from
became
the
too
Hex
boring
Tech
and
Soul
similar. It's like if
arrival.
League
And
wasn't
They're
just going to
was just about farming
instead.
minions.
They
Yeah,
will
I've always
trade
wondered,
away
like, what do
one
you
dragon.
do in
They
that
don't
game
want the soul
outside
right
of,
now.
like,
They'll take the pushing
what is it called, like
power.
I mean,
pulling,
they're not
pulling
even going to lose
rolls?
the Dragon, because
Bonjour,
LNG are trying to take a fight
Candy.
around the Baron, but that Baron's going to be gone before they can really begin it. The Paranoia
Okay,
comes out,
Tiger.
TP is being invested as
Well,
well
here
by
you go.
LNG.
More fighting.
Quickness, the charm going on to Weiwei as well as he dived in with that Paranoia, but Ishtar's impact is enough to get Tarzan out. LNG might turn now towards the Dragon, but they wanted the fight first.
What are LNG doing? The Baron was dark for so long, and then they, as you say, they didn't even finish the dragon that they were on. Now they're going to rotate over to it, but with the Baron-empowered recalls, look at the tempo available to Weibo. They have both solo laners pushing top. The tower's going to die while you're now picking up your dragon, and Weibo are going to push this one through.
Zuka has the teleport. He'll stay in the pit and can base, but could teleport if that push continued for Weibo on the top side. They'll just take the tier 2. They'll get the gold back in their favor, and with this Red Bull Baron power play already cresting towards that 3,000 mark, Weibo have so much gold standing on the map. A tier 2 in mid lane, a tier 1, tier 2 in bot lane as well. They can take so much away from LNG in the next 2 minutes' time.
Great awareness from Weibo, committing the TP.
There's also the story
leveraging the
quest,
fog
but they
of
go
war,
so slow.
Ironically, using the
it kinda
darkness
like
against the
Maple
Nocturne
Story
team
then?
to their advantage. Weibo are able to
Because that
secure
sounds
the
kind of
round.
like
They
Maple
concede the
Story. Like they
dragon
have
for
the
now,
story
but
quest.
they equalize the gold
and
once more and
you,
put
like-
themselves in the
I mean,
driving
you don't
position
roll
as they set
characters
the
and
sights on the
stuff.
bot tier 1.
But like, is it
All
kind
right,
of similar?
LNG, can they find an area
It's
to
like
get
you
any
can
sort of
farm,
pick?
or you
Because
can just
Weibo's
like
team
go
fight is so
around doing
structured
whatever,
and
meeting
so
up with
tanky
people.
here. Tarzan on triple items on his Skarner with
it a solo
Orianna
player
shields
game, or you
coming
can meet up
through.
with
Like,
people?
If Weibo just group up and use their Baron to push in, they'll be able to collect, as you say, so much extra gold off the map.
Yeah, for LNG, it almost feels like a twofold play, right? You know, go in with the Paranoia, burn light, splash, and then next time you have it up, you can actually get some kills off the back of it.
can
Weibo
meet
aren't
up.
giving you that twofold play. They're not having anyone isolated in mid lane right now. 5 members pushing strong down towards this bottom side. Crisp just hanging out of the back, making sure they have vision behind them and then can always jump forward with the quickness. Weibo extending their lead. It is only 1,000 gold, but it has swung in their favor over the last couple of minutes.
I mean, this has probably been one of the closest games we've had at Worlds, with the gold so quickly switching back and forth between the two teams. Weibo continuing their siege as Tarzan looks for a pick, but LNG are able to disengage. The arrow connects, but I don't think there's much follow-up here.
It's fine. It's like a 75-second cooldown right now. Just using it to see perhaps if you could catch someone out. Weibo, there's 3 cannon minions in this.
The siege is working.
The siege is incredible.
Wait, Weibo is in their base.
Of LNG, who are still looking for some sort of flank position. Hung is in the river. He's a mile away. He's basically in Spain with how far he's away from the rest of his team right now, looking for that flank. He's going to be marked, though, by Tarzan, and Hung will realize he doesn't really have a way in.
Nope, we're getting the general. They're going in.
With the paranoia, diving onto the back line, but there's no damage to follow him up.
Rel super duper deep. Not really helping the team. Oh, they're acing.
It's 4 for naught in favor of Weibo.
No way Weibo is about to win.
Is still alive, but he's got to run for his
God,
base
no,
right
I don't know
now.
what that flank was, baby. No, why is Weibo suddenly eating? They're scaling. Look at the gold lead.
Team fight that Weibo is looking for. Tarzan
they scaled. They got their guaranteed gold.
He's just slammed into the wall. The cleanse will do nothing.
Y'all, they won. It's a full ace. They've got 13 seconds until Rel, who ain't gonna do nothing, is up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
An incredible back and forth. Great demonstrations from both sides. But it was the Baron call from Weibo that cemented them game 1.
Little bit of a revenge here for Weibo for the regional finals. Really like the draft plus lane swap combination.
Very much agree with you. We'll be back in just a few moments with game 2 of this banger series. Don't you dare go anywhere.
We won't go nowhere. They locked in. Well, it's not over yet. It's a best of 5, so you have to win 3 games. So it's not over yet. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Oh, wow.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good.
I accidentally set my concealer, and I need to
I just feel so good.
So I don't know how this is gonna go. Hopefully it goes okay. Can you turn yourself up? Yes. Let's see. I'll do this, especially during this intermission. Can y'all still hear this stream? Yeah, it's best of 5. It's best of 5. We not worried yet, right? What time is it? 5:55. Okay. I normally don't take this long, but you know, we taking our time. Lovely morning. I don't know how I feel about the face though. This is what you asked for. Blend everything together.
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still a
The new Jinx skin is $500. Wait, I thought it was supposed to be like $250. Are you going live on TikTok? I can't. I can't with the setup that I have right now. There's just no way. I wish I could. Not you picked Weibo. And you gonna be mad when LNG reverse sweep. You're gonna be super mad. Actually. Oh, did they get new music for in between games? What's going on, troll? How are you doing? You're not gonna see me in this chat till next Worlds if that happens. I'm also a Weibo picker, not too much. Okay. I honestly have no like emotions in today's matches, so I don't really care. But please let me know, why did you pick Weibo? Like, what was the reason? Y'all think 200 mythic essence is worth for Nexus? Like, mythic essence is so hard to get. Yeah, like, I always thought as like a Jinx main, I was saved from all this like BS super duper expensive skins and stuff like that. Like, they normally do the Luxes and the Yones and, you know. But like, because of Arcane, I'm in trouble and I'm not ready for that, because they frauded their way to finals last year, so I don't doubt they'll have the ability to do that again. No, like last year, bestie, they looked so bad in finals, so bad.
It is Weibo that comes out on top.
Yeah, like T1 made it look easy.
From kind of the beginning,
yeah,
the
I was safe until
into
Arcane.
The lane swap, this is the correct team that won off those moves. As we see here in our HyperX Reflex replay, Weibo secured the Baron also after getting picked off a few times to get back in there.
Some of their decisions of when to fight weren't great, but the objective control was the big difference maker. Because this game got a little messy, but getting to a very early soul point makes it so hard to play out for LNG.
Yeah, and even when they were looking for a flank in this fight, you see they had vision on.
I don't get my eyebrows done until Monday.
And there's the
y'all,
Orianna
baby,
shockwave going off.
They on their
There's
last
not a
leg.
lot for this Nocturne to kind of combo off of. And you know, Weibo
like Gaming and LNG are really the weakest top teams in the quarters. I'm saying that's why I wish Team Liquid and FlyQuest both got in, because if you take Team Liquid, well, I don't know about LNG. LNG 3-0'd in Swiss stage though.
LNG don't like to be disturbed early. What is this?
What are you doing?
Oh, this is the story of the game.
LNG is one of the weakest.
Oh.
I honestly thought, well, I was very surprised they 3-0'd. But like,
Was he being carried or was he doing exactly what he needed to do? His Gnar was super fed, and We actually
Sure is
requested some stats for Breathe on Nar specifically, Jat, because the guy's insane.
It's been such a power pick for Weibo every time he's been on Nar, and this game was no different. So he's now 5-0 at the tournament, and on average, he is up 18.4 CS at 14. It was even higher in this game, in small part and maybe in large part to the lane.
76%.
Yeah, and I think the most
LNG.
important thing that I really want to highlight for Breathe is that his Gnar timings are really good. And he even had one super early on when we talk about this lane swap that Weibo were able to set up. I think when he does end up TPing into the bot side to get that wallop off under the turret, that's huge. His Gnar timings have been good. His laning has been good. He did almost a third of his team's damage share in that last game, so he's also just doing a ton of damage, and he's a big part of how they can set up these fights.
Yeah, you mentioned the lane swap, and Weibo really got ahead there. Emily, do you want to kind of break down what they did correctly? It started all with that early dive.
Well, yeah, we're going to look at two.
The only surprise for LNG and Swiss was that they beat BLG, but BLG week 2. Okay, no, but why there's so many upsets in that sense? Because, like, yeah, I thought BLG was going to be a top-tier team. I thought they were going to go 3-0. Honestly, I feel like BLG was, like, my top 3 to even win Worlds. But somehow they ended up in the losers bracket. I feel like they did look a little weaker, but they went up against top-tier teams, right?
I think one of the things that the lane swap did was really take Zeka out of the game early.
They went against LNG who went 3-0. So, like, does that mean that BLG is bad, or does that mean LNG is good? But then they also lost to T1. But also, yes, it's best of one. So, like, they're normally like a series team. I think they looked good against G2, though.
Right place in the right time.
I think they did look good against G2. I want to see Cassante or Poppy, not the usual boring tanks.
But when the Gnar is level
you don't
5,
think Cassante is the usual boring tank?
That's good.
Because they always be picking Cassante.
And it was interesting to see because there were a couple of things I think went wrong for Weibo in those mid-game skirmishes where LNG came on ahead. Their Gnar wasn't there, but you could already see how strong their Renekton was at that point in time in the game, even with being put behind. Oh, breaking news. LNG choose blue side. That'll be the very first time here at Worlds that they're on the blue side.
And it's very warranted because I do think that even as someone, you know, I think Weibo is going to end up winning this series. That first draft, Tarzan got probably the best jungler in the tournament.
He said he thinks Weibo's going to end up winning?
Breathe got to play his Gnar again. I don't think either of those two things are going to be true in the next draft.
Zhao, who got to play?
Oh, yeah, he did. He got to play Orianna. And the other curious thing on the side of LNG, you know, now that we kind of have a better understanding of the meta on that red side, you do have to ban both the Aurora and the Yone and remove them. I also think it was kind of curious to me because Vi was up. And that would have partnered really well with the Ahri, right? And then maybe we could have seen a little bit more early action from LNG specifically. So I am absolutely curious to see what they bring out on the blue side because we haven't seen them there yet.
And I also don't want people to misconstrue LNG having their first blue side game. It's the first time they've been able to choose their side.
Yes. Yeah.
And they prefer blue.
Yeah.
Because, as Emily just pointed out, the Aurora and Yone are likely required bans. My surprise meta breaker of the quarterfinals, I thought was going to be Silas. So did Weibo. They just blue side banned it against LNG. So that's the type of stuff that will be open to LNG this time.
I could never hate Cassante because he's a fellow gay. I mean, you really can't hate him because he really represents the minorities, so we stand. But at the same time, like,
unfortunately for you, got to cost my back to the KT versus JDG.
He's so OP.
Well, because
he's so OP.
A similar thing that happened. I think as the series progressed, we really
guys,
saw JDG
do we
want to
do gold? Do we want to do gold or pink
after
shimmer?
Game 1, I don't feel confident enough
Pink
to say that the same thing won't happen with LNG because
shimmer?
even this game again was quite close. I think Scout in particular had a great performance on that Ahri.
I guess we could do
only
brown.
Had to fly with him to go dive instead of that Nocturne.
Which of the shimmers?
And I think you saw
brown,
what we
pink,
set up in
or
the beginning,
gold?
right? How well these two teams know each other. Weibo playing the map bidder.
Y'all are saying both. Okay, you know what? Since y'all are saying both, I'm gonna mix them.
We'll see what they do in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, LNG's warmed up now, guys. It's going to be completely different. Let's head over to our casters.
Welcome back to Worlds 2024 quarterfinals, where Weibo are one game ahead of LNG.
Okay, the mix is kind of cute.
That's still Vetti over there. Now, we have been informed over the break that some people were confused by a pronunciation of Zucker's name. Now, we listened to the LPL English broadcast, and it was pronounced Zucker on the LPL English broadcast, but we have seen some people saying that in Chinese, it's actually pronounced more with an I, Zucker. So I think, for clarity's sake, we're going to go with Zucker for this game, and we'll continue with that for the rest of the series. This Champion Select is powered by Omen and HyperX, and we are right into Game 2.
By popular
demand, the ice came out cute.
Zucker!
Yeah, it's like a rose gold.
Banned out
it's
again for the bot lane Prio, and again, the Rumble's still here.
I'm honestly surprised it came out the way that it did. I thought it was going to be a mess.
The opener for game number 1. I don't think there's going to be another one of those surprises. Skarner taken off as well, so we're already going to get some shifting.
Like, I'm surprised at my precision.
Side of Weibo. You've got to remember that on red side, typically, it is Aurora plus Yone. Now, Weibo, the fact that they have an insta-lock, though, suggests that they're contemplating whether they want to put their plan into effect. And the answer is, yes, they do. Nico going to remain on the ban table. The Renekton taken away as well. This does mean that Scout will be getting his hands on either Aurora or Yone.
Oh, no, not Yone, please. Getting creative.
Expect Weibo to leave them both up here. Maybe get rid of the... You don't even really need to get rid of Nocturne because he only works well in conjunction with that Orianna. Weibo taking a little bit of time to think over their final ban with the...
I mean, yes, but LNG just played Nocturne without the Orianna. We have seen it work without the Orianna, I think. But LNG did just lose. Oh no, guys, it's the Yone.
That has been the
I picked Weibo Gaming in my pick'ems because I like these. I like to say their name. Oh, you just like to say Weibo?
Definitely seem like we can prefer the Aurora.
They let Yone through, bro.
Honestly, there's just so much potential when you get a first pick Yone.
My roommate is leaving for Ireland.
Really high in priority, so I would expect LNG on their next 2 picks to look for something like that because you always want to complement your melee solo laners with a jungler like that. Weibo will be expecting this, and they opt to take away some of the laning power of the Ashe. So it kind of is actually playing out as expected, given the 2 power picks traded.
Oh, instant lock-in from LNG. That is
Yone that busted? He has like
so far in this tournament.
An 80% win rate in Worlds with like 26 games played. Something like that. It's something stupid. It's something stupid,
locking in
bestie.
your AD carry, the Cassante. Yeah, I love Breath's Cassante. I think it is one of his best performing champions. And I think into the matchup, we've seen that matchup go both ways pretty consistently throughout this tournament.
I will say LNG's composition lacking a little bit in magic damage, and with the Ziggs already banned out, you're not going to be able to find it too easily from the bot lane role. Yone
Yeah, they've got...
So,
what if they pull out a Syndra ADC? A Syndra ADC with like a Lux support.
If you had a Lilio or something in the jungle.
Yeah.
I think that would be fun. I feel like we're about to see something fun from LNG. I really do. I feel it. I feel them cooking. Oh my gosh, look, you got your Cassante. Cassante slay.
Or the Kai'Sa, as the Kai'Sa also has those AP options to try and shore up what you're talking about, meta, and plays so well off of the all-in. So these are the really expected bans. I guess you get a little bit of leeway on the last one there from Weibo. Meanwhile, you don't want to play multiple melees for LNG into a Braum, and you're looking at avoiding some of these defensive options.
What's the Aurora win rate? I do not know. I just know she's been banned a lot. That's the thing. She's been banned a lot. But she's so present in team fights because of her ulti. So, and she's kind of safer. It does let us do anything. I'm so excited to see who they pick for ADC.
Does make a lot of sense. Now for LNG, how do they want to round things out? I am concerned about what AP options they have. You talked about the Poppy, Kobe. They are going to look to take that one away. Weibo now. They should just look to lock in a jungler. Maybe they consider the Vi if they want a little bit more lockdown. They could also consider something like, well, I was going to say the Maokai, but I don't love the idea of Maokai plus Aurora.
Is that your cursor over the Rakan band?
It depends if they feel like they want more utility or if they want a little bit more engaged. They could also just go for the Nocturne.
I'm sorry. I wish I had multiple monitors. I do. I do. Because I wouldn't keep nothing on like what y'all actually
We're getting a more circles here. Really strong team fight. You have Aurora to be able to make really big picks and Amumu to lock them in place when you're playing against melee front-loaded early 3 picks shown by LNG. I like the reactions here from Weibo, actually. really good AoE control versus double melee solo laner carries.
We've seen
so why did Weibo look so dookie booty cheeks, but they want to play crazy
we'll see if Weibo
in quarterfinals?
So I also have a preference towards the Amumu because Amumu is very
Ezreal. Like, what is LNG
really
doing?
On, you know, in our playoffs, and of course was shown at Worlds here as well. That was one thing that FlyQuest actually were able to do. You know, they killed the Yone a couple times. Of course, they lost the game and the Yone was still OP, but they did kill the Yone a couple times with the lockdown.
Give me a Vayne. Ooh, I'd love a Vayne ADC. Wait, LNG is very AD heavy.
And if you want to disengage, who better than Renata?
Ez and Leona, yeah.
Putting Gala
maybe
on
we
the
actually root against LNG
of AD carries here when they know that there's going to be a lot of counter-engage drafted on the side of Weibo. Does make a lot of sense. And Renata, again, that ultimate just goes with the theme of the Aurora and with the Amumu here. Very excited here for game number 2. Game number 1 seemed like both teams were very antsy here. And the planning from Weibo definitely had paid off.
Weibo Gaming, once again, going for a team fight composition with a bit of disengage thanks to the Renata, but a similar approach.
I think they want Ez because of Aurora ult, more mobility. That makes sense, but like, can't Cassante and Amumu just build armor and like never die?
You split push pressure, isolate a 1v1s, the early skirmishes to be able to gain advantages and then create those collapse.
Like literally never die.
LNG, I think, are the more macro-focused team in contrast to Weibo.
Stress.
But we'll see if they can execute it this time round because in those final fights, that Baron call caught them completely off guard in game 1. And really, that was the nail in the coffin to allow Weibo to secure it.
Yeah, Weibo got the advantage in the lane swaps, got the advantage in controlling objectives as well. And I will also say, since Xiaohu did play this matchup versus DK, he's obviously very, very comfortable with it. And Weibo are very comfortable as a team giving over the Yone a second time here in trade for this Aurora that they have already shown to be so successful.
As we get on to the Rift in game 2, the score now 9-8 in Weibo's favor across the course of the year. We'll see if LNG can even out that score once again. Scout.
All right, here we go. Yo, Blue, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 2 months of support. Hope you're having a good day today, love. I want to learn how to use the bunny. I've only tried her in ARAM. Honestly, yeah, because I feel like she's like super good.
Yone found some incredible engages. Within that game, I think he found 2 multi-man ultis that really set up for the Rumble ultimate to just do so much devastation. He's a proficient Yone player domestically, and he's proven it internationally. But here in the early game, Yone is not much of a champ. He doesn't offer much. He's not that strong of a duelist, and he's getting bullied out of his jungle by Light and Crisp. We're looking to get a bit of information. Now, you would expect LNG to look for the lane swap, because this bot lane 2 versus 2 is horrible to play against, and it looks like that swap will come through for LNG.
I really don't like this eyeliner.
And Weibo do have the defensive wards up on the top side of the map, so they saw the Jax already. Now they're seeing the rest of them funnel through mid on full vision. Tarzan is here though with Breathe. Fight over the chickens. They are outnumbered.
They are very much outnumbered. 4v2 right now. Hung trying to get towards that mid lane, maybe looking for the flank on Xiaohu, and just jump away. The chase is on though. There's the Zenith Blade into the Q3.
No way they kill him. No way.
Chris coming in for the flank because he might look for a bit of a handshake instead. He's got that shield.
Oh my gosh, Scout is gonna die.
Well. They try and turn it onto Scout, who flashes away just in time to survive.
Holy.
A very positive trade for LNG gets turned on its
head. The thing is, Xiaohu and Chris did not flash.
So much to
yeah, lane swapping is meta in pro play. I don't think many people do it in like ranked solo duo.
Already burning his pot.
Yeah, now Xiaohu is comfortable in the matchup, has the extra support here too. Just bullying Scout under tower, continuing to throw out skill shots. No flash on the Yone. Complete control here. Nice stuff, and you see the transition from Tarzan. He'll be slightly slower, but it shouldn't affect the outcome here. Honestly, if you're looking too at the experience level for the supports, Hung only got a tiny sliver of experience through mid lane. So if they opt to go for that defense, then it is going to be a little bit risky for them. But you see Weiwei also recalling and Jungle coming out to try and defend as well. Looks like they're going to go for a similar play.
TP is coming through. Hung only level 1 as you highlighted.
Our good old 3-minute dive bot lane. You never fail to see it, guys. Every game. Too much dip on a chip.
Still sitting only at 2 himself.
Ultimately, I think a good swap for LNG. They're able to funnel a lot of farm onto Zika. And Hung not really punished for the fact that he's on a level 1 because Crisp also losing a lot of experience means that he doesn't have that handshake to set up any CC for the team. Breathe, meanwhile, going to go catch top, and ultimately a pretty stock standard even trade for both sides.
I will say that it ended up hurting Tarzan a lot, the delay at the beginning of the lane swap, and him just kind of waiting and watching by chickens. Because Tarzan now theoretically doesn't have anywhere except for his blue buff to go farm. He just goes back and get his level 3, but now he wants to make a play.
Chris flashes away. Zika does have a flash of his own. The handshake flashed away from Tarzan, trying to get in with the bandage shots, but he's going to be stunned up with a shield of Daybreak. Tries to flash the Zenith Blade, but can't escape it.
Okay, first blood for LNG. Might be able to pick up a second. And they do. 1 kill on the jungler and 1 kill on the top laner. Okay.
There's no camps left there for Tarzan.
Now Jax has potential to become like unhinged. So that's a pretty good start. Pretty good start.
Under pressure, does have flash and has to use it.
Just a great punish across the board from LNG. I mean, we think about what Weibo tried to do there. The flash commit from Crisp. You talked about it in the previous game, Kobe. He's a player that has high highs and low lows, and that was an ambitious play that got turned on its head. Great collapse from Weiwei. The Sejuani passive getting a lot of value when paired up alongside the Leona and the Jax. And LNG
you wanted to come in here real quick and say what?
And let's see what Tarzan wants
I think LNG might be locked in this time. Yeah, they just needed to wake up real quick. I saw the Nexus finisher. I haven't seen the Jinx skin itself, but I did see the Nexus finisher, which it looked pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Tarzan with a flash to try and sidestep the Zenith Blade. Doesn't quite work out for him. And of course, Crisp had already committed his flash, so it ends up allowing Zika to collapse onto him and get a kill. You're talking about junglers. We see Tarzan pathing back towards his top side. As they have respawned now, at the very least, he will have those camps available.
Yeah, so it looks like he dropped off that ward right there that you see by blue buff.
So y'all, because of the Faker Ari skin, that's why we getting all these finishers. Is that why?
Interesting pathing from Crisp and Light. They actually started opening up towards the bottom side of the map, and when they hit the tier 3 there, they've immediately sprinted up towards top to match Gala and Hung. I thought when they passed down bot side initially, they were just going to give up these first set of grubs, but it looks like they might actually want to challenge for them.
Looks like it. I mean, Ashe this early on is pretty strong. Xiaohu's ultimate's going to offer a huge amount of value as well. The trades back and forth in the mid lane. The wave is in favor of Scout right now. Level 6 for Xiaohu.
Look at where Zika is.
One thing I would say that's very rough for Weibo, though,
win percentage is normally higher on blue side, Alistar. But the thing is, you do have the teams like FlyQuest who actually prefer red side. So
if the early skirmish goes against
I might be able to look up
so
some
Tarzan's
stats
like, you know what?
though.
I want no part of this. I'm just a lonely Amumu with no flash, and they do not want to.
We got to get our lashes
Look at
on.
LNG. They don't waste any time either. Backs from all three.
Talk about it, BK.
Zika, Scout, and Gala all at the same time. And how do they reassign the lanes? Well, of course, Scout goes back to
I see red side let Yone through. I thought we all learned we can't be doing that.
While also interrupting
and they said that this
Light.
man, they said that Scout is a Yone expert.
And sure, while some farm will be lost, LNG is now in a better position to push out this bot wave, get control over mids, and Zika now hitting level 6. I expect his TP to be available should a dragon start off as well. So LNG making those smart map movements here, ready for the first dragon.
Small map movement.
Usually when you see a team get those first 3 grubs, they are giving up the dragon. It's a net neutral play. You're trading neutral for neutral. But here, because they get that push early, because they were able to stop Light on the reset, LNG
I'm not in Paris yet. I'll be in Paris next
it's
week.
Also because Weibo tried to match
I'm going to leave for Atlanta at the beginning of next week. I'm going to go get my hair done. I'm going to get my brain.
He's not in a position
and then I'll head to Paris.
So LNG in full control of these early objectives.
Yeah, again, I think that is the correct
Q pressing expert.
Come on, he's a bit of a liability at the moment. Weiwei is so close to level 6. Will get level 6 off of the dragon. Sejuani with ult advantage and flash advantage. way too much power.
Tarzan, though, getting collapsed on.
Scouts going in for this.
Who y'all hoping wins? For the sake of my pick'ems, I'm hoping LNG wins, but I really kind of don't care who wins, because neither of these teams are making it the finals. There he go.
Takes the kill on Tarzan. In the end, LNG get one.
The Lonely Mummy, no flash, is eaten up here by the solo laners, and now
there he go.
Zika with double buffs.
Man, Breed is not going to have a good time in that lane for the next while. Gala surviving by himself on this bot side, has a CS lead, an XP lead over Light as well. Chris has to burn the heal because Weiwei's on the chase, as is Hung. Flash Glacial Prison, it's cleansed away. The arrow goes onto Hung as well, but he can flash. Zenith Blade, dodge, Light's movement. Absolutely light on his feet there as he escapes the oncoming storm.
Light showcased his movement in the first game, sidestepping charms, doing what he could to navigate that dive, and he
absolutely. There will be Chum Chum in Paris.
Able to circumvent that gank from LNG.
Live streams
flash
from some
Weiwei,
restaurants.
The
it's going to
well.
be super duper fun.
Still though, LNG.
These quarter games are being played in Paris. They're in Paris right now.
From Light, but it's not enough to really bring Weibo back here in the early game.
Certainly not. You know, maybe they can make a play off of the next Amumu ult for Tarzan when he does have his flash ready, and they can try and get some gold back into themselves, because if the game keeps going this way, it's going to be so hard for Weibo to control those side lanes with the early advantage on the Jax and on the Sejuani. Trying to keep pace there will be rough.
LNG again making the proactive map movements. They've been rotating this bot lane, ready for the upcoming objective. And look, 45 seconds on the grubs. Zika is bot. You've got Gala and Hung top. They're already able to get that push in. Amor Scout is bleeding a lot of farm. In terms of gold, he's still in a very comfortable position. So LNG once again setting themselves up nicely to try and secure 6 grubs.
All right, let's see if Tarzan with Amumu ult ready, with flash ready, will come for an explosive second grub fight. Heading over, he'll go straight here through Raptors and head into it. Honestly, I'm looking forward to this one a lot. It's going to determine a lot of the mid game.
No first items. Apart from that, Zeke's convergence for Weiwei has the Glacial Prison coming up in 5 seconds time as well. Hung still only level 5. Not going to crest 6 before the fight begins if the grubs are started on spawn. Xiaohu has that huge ultimate that between worlds can control so much space in a fight in the river like this, but LNG are the ones to start up the grubs, and they're going to have 4 before Weibo even breathe in their direction. And Breathe has no TP. He'll just be fighting Zika down towards the bottom side. Tarzan looking for a steal, but Gala's putting down the pain.
Are they just going to let him have it? Yo, Keeker, thank you so much for the subscription in the 5 months.
And LNG might even just secure 6 grubs as Weibo. They might as well have bought a ticket and some popcorn. All they've done is watch.
They watched, and I don't think they like what they saw there.
There's the arrow. Hits onto Weiwei. Glacial Prison going down as well. Crisp has the hostile takeover, but they can't get in range.
Oh, the flash of Mumu
does not connect for Tarzan. Weibo waited too long and still couldn't find the fight.
They watched and then they whiffed Vedius. That is so rough for Vedius. We were thinking this second grub fight is going to determine a lot of the mid game. Well, it's been determined that LNG are going to have massive split push advantage with 6 grubs.
I don't think they were expecting the movie that they were watching to turn into a tragedy. The loss of Flash from Tarzan is definitely going to hurt him. You've been talking so much, Kobe, about how crucial that Summoner spell is to setting up for these engages. And LNG's composition is very much about playing through these sides. And look at them at the bottom of your screen. A 1k gold lead for Zika. In the jungle, advantage is being gained for Weiwei. And again, while Scout is a little bit behind, the important thing to remember about Yone is that's a good place for him to be in. As long as he's not dramatically far behind. If he's going even with you, then he's gonna become a problem.
Yono's great from behind.
These one-liners are messing me
teleports
up.
behind you, slices you out. That's Yone's kind of bread and butter, right? With the fate sealed. For now, though, LNG in such a commanding position in this game. You can see Scout getting chunked out a little bit. Has himself a bit of magic resist, likely going up towards a wit's end eventually on the Yone. For now, just those Zerkers. Usually you want the Blade of the Ruin King into Stride Breaker combination. Before that, not as strong as you'd like to be.
And Zika on this Jax is just going to get further and further ahead. You look at top lane right now, he's crashing another wave into tower. He even has time to get turret plate money. The Trinity Force Jax just slams that thing, mining gold for free.
With 6 grubs as well.
LNG just running rings around Weibo. We've been seeing it from the start of the game. After they got that advantage in the lane swap, Weibo have just constantly been playing catch-up. That's a tower secured. Breathe can't do anything to force Zika off it. He doesn't have any support, but it's fine. He has the ward to get away to safety. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, LNG have set up for the Dragon again. Just fantastic macro coming in from LNG. Their map control is
Jax is going to be a problem.
Scout trading in mid as well to make sure that they have some control over that wave. Now, Crisp and Light have been able to get the push, and they have access here to the Dragon.
Yeah, Tarzan's there as well, has the curse of the sad mummy.
Okay, if Weibo wins this one, I'll do an outfit change. If LNG wins, I'll wait till the next game.
Takeover. Xiaohu can try and jump across the wall here. Tarzan falling low. Xiaohu diving in. Tarzan
wait,
back with the bailout.
Tarzan lives because of the bailout.
Xiaohu trying to put the damage down. Tarzan still sticking.
He's gonna get the dragon because they killed Wee Wee or Wei Wei.
These mystic shots, he'll get the resets. He looks for another one to like.
Wei Wei.
Tarzan with a smite 3 HP short.
Oh my gosh. Wait, y'all, Weibo is doing it.
Can Gala keep chasing here? Tarzan is a little bit trapped.
Well, he's in the jungle, and that's where Tarzan
Not Wee Wee. Not Wee Wee.
He's going to escape from that tree. That's Gala and Hung.
My bad, y'all. I meant Wei Wei. I meant Wei Wei.
Second of the game.
I mean, it was LNG to initiate the fight. As a jungle support, they engage onto Tarzan, but he's able to weather that engage. Scout's follow-up comes through very late because of the ultimate that comes through from Aurora. He's trying to stack up his Q. He ends up getting hit by the Renata ultimate, and now he can't really follow up. Flashes in, connects with the banana combo, meaning he doesn't hit onto anyone. And then Scout trying his best to follow up, can't really get much. Now Gala is able to get 2 kills, but given how far behind Weibo are, they get the Dragon, they get 2 kills, and Weibo keeping game 2 interesting.
So connecting with the banana means you don't connect.
Correct.
Yes. Got it. Oh man, the bailout there did so much to give Weibo some hope, but LNG, they're unperturbed by that dragon going over. They're right back to business here, right back to the objectives.
I slick don't think I like them.
The Rift Trail. Tarzan does show up again, but they're going to continue to focus on this Amumu. It's a Conqueror Amumu. Definitely a viable target to rush on the front line, try and burn him down. And the last one, though, unable to get the extra advantage.
I mean, the Liandry's priority is very common. We see a lot on moves, but it does leave you in a window where you are very squishy, very vulnerable, as you've highlighted, right? So LNG, they may choose in the upcoming fights to prioritize him, but alternatively, they can just continue to play the map. You can see 3 components completed for the Blade of the Ruin King for Scout. He is just a bit of gold away from securing that item, and it's really that very crucial spike for Yone where he becomes this monster in a side lane.
Yeah, and guess what? Jax is already a monster in the side lane.
He sure is.
Rich.
It's going to be very difficult to deal with Zika. Breathe TPing down towards the bottom side to try and catch this wave. Still a 3,000 gold lead for LNG, and although their plans of world domination in terms of taking that Dragon Soul have been delayed by 5 minutes at least, it is a Mountain Soul for them if they can get it. And we'll see if they can in the next 2.5 minutes. As a note, Gala has just passed death as the 6th place all-time kill leader at Riot Internationals with 493 kills across the course of his career. We've yet to see a Penta here at Worlds, and Gala, known for one of his best, the Gala moment. It was on Kai'Sa, but maybe he can show us something on Ezreal here today.
Yeah, we'll see if he can fight Jax for last hits.
Scout, you can already see he's getting favorable trades against Breathe. Hung is there to provide cover. And just you look at the mini-map and
that's better.
It feels so overwhelmingly in LNG's favor. They've got push in top, they have control over mid, the bot wave is well supported.
Yeah, that's why I called him Wee Wee, because I was actually saying yes, just practicing for Paris. You're absolutely correct. I'm glad we're all on the same page there.
Push the top wave. Zhao should be able to wave clear for now, but that pressure is only going to continue to mount as they turn their attention to mid.
Oh, what a cleanse from Light. Captain jacking that one, he'll get out. Only has to burn the one summoner, didn't have a second one, so it's good that that was all he needed to escape that precarious situation.
It's crazy to give Yone at the moment of this competition. Weibo Gaming meta read is not that good. I think it is kind of insane, especially after seeing what he can do.
It's a nice little rotation from LNG, just in case.
And I don't know if that's like an ego thing of like, oh yeah, we can handle Yone. But like, I feel like it's just too risky.
It is going to be the Rift Herald in mid and tower down another objective.
Like no one can handle Yone.
They can just
Yone is busted.
Over.
Yone is freaking busted.
Xiaohu on this movement to the side. They dive back in though with the Between Worlds, and now Zika is on the wrong side of dodge. He still gets one with a lamppost, but his life is forfeit, shot down to light.
A 1-for-1.
But, you know, they can handle that.
He hesitates, he disengages, he flashes into the fog of war to create space, but he was just waiting for the cooldowns to re-engage onto Xiaohu and finding a kill. Ultimately, that's not going to result in a huge amount, but the damage was done as LNG unlock another tower. The resets will come through, and the gold lead continues to mount in LNG's favor.
I'm going to be honest. I think that's pretty beneficial for Weibo. They'd already lost the mid lane tower.
What's this new setup? I'm not in Europe yet. I'll be in Europe next week, which can't believe I'll be in Europe next week, honestly. But yeah, I'll be in Europe next week, so I'm just practicing my
but as soon as he burns the flash,
travel setup. It looks like it works so far. We haven't had too many problems. There's definitely stuff that I've noticed that I need to fix. I might buy like a secondary tiny monitor, like a travel monitor.
As the Dragon is started off once more by LNG, they conceded the previous one. Let's see if Weibo can find another good fight here.
Streaming.
They're looking for it. Tarzan stepping into the darkness. Hung and Gala guarding. The arrow goes down, hits Gala. He'll cleanse.
That was a quick cleanse too, baby.
As well. Zik is in the top lane. Does have the TP. Has a few wards that he could get.
I think they're just gonna give. Like, it's not Dragon Soul or anything. It's just one step closer, I guess. They have all the other objectives, so they're kind of chilling.
To the top lane to match the push from Zika.
And they still have mid lane priority here. They're trying to force them off.
Hung goes in. Tarzan dives forward as well with the Curse of the Sand Mummy between worlds. Now Hung doesn't have a way out. Hostile takeover. Hits on 2 on the back line. Zik is trying to join up with his team as LNG begin to hail the retreat. Light continues to rain arrows into the back of Weiwei, and he's a damn porcupine. Xiaohu takes the kill.
Ooh,
LNG
that doesn't look too good.
It's Weibo clawing their way back into this.
Yes,
they make use of
Slinky, that's exactly what I'm thinking of.
Combo there to take down an extra couple of kills. And they do invest the teleport from Breathe, as you mentioned, so they will be down a little bit in the side lane.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of, because it's got the little travel monitors.
Also just completed another item here, so the Jax 2-item power spike plus teleport advantage will just rule the side lanes, but Weibo giving themselves a bit of hope.
I think that Weibo navigated that Dragon setup beautifully. The fact that they stacked as 5, forced LNG away, and then converted into a team fight. The TP response into top lane to create a 4 versus 4. LNG tried to collapse onto Xiaohu. He gets a good flash, but this is the combo that Kobe's been talking about. Amumu plus Aurora, it's circles on circles, and LNG don't have a way to respond. Weiwei has no flash available to him, so the chase from the Ashe comes through. And while the bandage toss doesn't connect, it doesn't matter, because Weibo are demonstrating to LNG, we have the team fight power, you have to respect it.
Props to Xiaohu in that for using his own body as bait there, then jumps over, then jumps back, uses the flash, pulls in the Leona to separate and allow Weibo to get their picks, really creating something here out of not a lot.
You see the win probability powered by AWS starting to swing a little bit towards Weibo. Still very much in LNG's favor. They still have a 3,000 gold lead that's going to be extended as they start to take some more of these towers.
And the Dragons are very important for Weibo.
I freaking hate putting on lashes, bro. What time do you have to be ready by?
Fights, you know, in their advantage. It's going to be really
9.
hard to keep LNG
so, like,
from
I have so much time
across the map.
Like, I will say that Zika going for the Sunned Sky instead of the Sterax is going to hurt his team fight power. It's going to reduce his durability in these fights, and it's very much a build tailored towards the side lane pressure, which means that the problem LNG find themselves with, if they'd gotten the second break, they could have conceded 3 and 4 in order to leverage their side lane
we're hoping
pressure,
for a 3-1 series.
Weibo
No TikTok,
because
we are in a different location
now.
today.
They're buying more time to scale up, get those crucial
I wasn't
items.
able to get TikTok up and ready.
Very close to completing his second now, which will put them in a great spot as we get closer and closer to Baron being a main point of contention.
I think importantly, Breathe is on his way there as well. Already has the Iceborne Gauntlet going up towards that Thornmail. He's 2k in the hole, but in terms of items, we'll be at parity pretty soon with this Jax. If he can get that Thornmail online. And tanks, as they get later on, yes, extra tanky items are helpful. You know, it's nice to have 4 instead of 3, but after 2, you're really pretty tanky for the rest of the game.
Meanwhile, you see Scout there investing in the QSS to deal with the Amumu, to deal with Ashe arrows. So much CC on the side of Weibo. Definitely will get some value there.
But it delays him on 1.3k gold. Right now he is already 600 gold ahead, basically 600 gold behind if he doesn't get use out of that QSS in the middle of a fight. Weibo setting up towards the top side. They have the vision control around the Baron right now. Next Drake up in a minute's time would be soul point for Weibo if they can secure it. And if they can keep those Mountain Drakes out of LNG's hands as well, it makes their team fight so much easier.
Dude, the way time is passing in these games, like I feel like they just fought at Dragon, dude.
Wisely not to overstay his welcome, recognizing that he was spotted.
I picked LNG in my pick'ems, but yeah, I also just like,
and again, it's
I'm not too invested in these teams.
LNG consistently pushing in these side lanes, creating these constant
but every other series this week, oh my gosh, it's gonna be serious, baby.
To stop Weibo approaching the objectives. Sure, it may have cost them some gold here and there, but those tier 2 towers remain. And it's important to remember that Weibo has a lot of standing gold. A single good fight can very quickly swing the gold back in their favor, just because the number of towers that are available for them to take.
I mean, they haven't taken one yet, Benny.
Exactly.
So there's quite a few available.
That's what
for
I
them.
mean.
Yep.
Maximum standing gold.
It's so true.
I think
Breed looking for a turret up towards the top side. T coming in as well from Weibo. They will invest to make sure this top tier 1 is cracked. Their first tower of the game is broken.
The blue pings from LNG onto the Baron, they're cautious of it.
Solar Flare going in, TP behind now as Hung is the first one to be caught out. Tarzan winning with Justin, Sam Mamigala trying to go forward as well. He'll cleanse away, the hostile takeover finds one life brought back from the dead. As the dive goes in for Zika, he'll find another Crisp and Breed trying to survive.
Oh my gosh, and this is why you ban Yone.
He isolates way, but Gala and Scout are still chasing him forward.
And this is why you ban Yone, guys. Ooh. And this is why you ban Cassante. And this is why you ban Cassante. That's crazy. That's
right
crazy.
into the face of the
Full ace.
Cassante there, immediately regretting it.
Oh no,
and
Aurora
LNG,
didn't die.
It had been a
Did
very
she?
good response.
I think
though,
she
because they
died.
saw
She
the
died at the
teleport
beginning
top
of that fight,
for
right?
Shahu committing to take the turret, and
It
so
was so
they
long.
forced mid instead. In the end, they will be rewarded with the extra dragon here, and we just keep splitting dragons and keep pushing out the timeline.
That'll
for
do
that
it.
Dragon Soul.
I think this is an overforce from Weibo. 2 versus 3 is the initiation. The ultimate from Amumu is good, but it's crucial.
Yeah, Aurora's top right now.
As
She's
well.
walking to the fight
So
while
much of your
Jax can
damage is
TP in.
unavailable. Crisp doing his best to
So
keep
she
his
just
AD
wasn't
carry alive,
there.
but Zika finds
And
purchase onto the
Aurora is a
backline.
big
And with
team
the
fight
arrival of
champion. Like,
Scout,
you gotta
it
be
ends up
there.
becoming a one-sided affair. Breed
Yeah,
does what
she
he
just
can,
wasn't there.
And Gala was not expecting this damage. Yeah, that Breed with a great performance at the end there, but Weibo, they fall short on the fight. And the LNG find themselves another dragon.
Ooh, they look stressed. I always feel so bad watching them like look really. Tank, by the way.
Blood was
nice
boiling and the tension so
win.
high there. Both teams kind of screaming to make the reaction play. That was the chain reaction that came off of the commitment to get top tower gold.
And this is also why so many love to watch Gala. In that play, he did not E backwards, he went in. He says we have numbers advantage, we have the damage, we're gonna win. He knew the limitations of his champion, and sure, he did get Cassante, as many have
black
before him. But
under eyeliner or white under eyeliner? I feel like white makes my eye pop more, but black is more like
For the moment, though, LNG
and cute.
get a bit more control over the game.
White.
2 Drakes apiece, but now a 4,000 gold lead for the number 3
white.
seed
Ooh,
from the
everybody say
LPL.
white.
Scout, he's not been quiet this game, but hasn't been as explosive as Zika, who has those 4 kills on the Jax. We'll see how effective he can be in the next battle, because this Yone still is he's come online. He has the Stride Breaker and the Blade of the Ruin King. This is where he really shines as a champion, and when you have the side lane threat that LNG do, the expectation is that Scout will be one of the key pressure points for this team.
Certainly will. The Baron vision looking to be denied as LNG sweep through. There is that ward deep into LNG's jungle that the observers highlighted for us. Weibo have TPs unavailable right now, but they're going to be off cooldown soon. You can see Breed trying to match Zika on the bot side, both close to level 16. Valuable levels as they get that final point in that ultimate. But Weibo with a lot of tools to keep track of the potential Baron start.
A decent chunk of Zika's gold lead is invested in his Seeker's Arm Guard for the use in a team fight. So on the side lane, not as abusive as you might think, looking at the 1.7 thousand gold lead that he does have individually, and really looking for that possible play for the drawn fight over towards the Baron. Once they're able to get their side lanes pushing, try and put some pressure onto Weibo. But Weibo feeling pretty comfortable with both their teleports ready, being able to catch the waves and
I love
respond.
the LNG jersey.
They have multiple ways to check vision on Baron. They have 2 scryers, plus they have the hawk shot from Ash.
I also like the BLG one.
They should not get caught leading up to this Baron.
I mean, they've been able to sneak their way back in and get that bit pockets of vision, as you highlighted. And Dragon now in 1 minute 45. A valuable Dragon for both sides, but the threat of the Baron is something that both teams have to take into consideration. We enter a bit of a tense state as both teams just fish for opportunities. They're making sure that vision is well controlled, information is crucial, as that deep ward from Weibo has now dissipated. No TP flank available, but items are being completed. That Bloodthirster just finished for Light, a valuable defensive tool.
Breathe just finishes Jack's show as well for that side lane. Xiao, who has a Seekers and a needlessly large rod, just base though, so about 1,000 gold short probably of completing his Zhonya's. But the AD carry sitting at 3 items apiece.
The curls.
Really feels like everything hinges on this next fight.
They're
will
soft,
it be a Drake for Baron exchange, or will these teams succumb to their bloodthirsty ways and decide it's just a 5v5 in that bot side river?
If there's a Drake for Baron trade, I think whoever got the Drake side of that is going to really regret accepting that trade. So I think the contest here definitely has the chance to be very explosive.
Corals.
You'll notice
Corals. Curly
Scout starting off the Baron, partially to charge up his Q, but also to just add that extra bit of pressure onto Weibo, saying, hey, you need to come check this. There's always the threat of us starting it.
I like the bangs. The bangs came out well.
Arrow not connecting on the Gala. Did, of course, have the cleanse available. They were hoping to burn that from him.
Part of that is you don't have a very big window there as Weibo. You've already brought both your top laner and your mid laner towards a mid lane play, and LNG was still pushing out the side lane. So you have to pull the trigger there with the arrow,
whatever needs to fall,
you're going to start bleeding out on the side lane. Scout has pushed in top. Xiaohu is going to work his way up there now.
But notice how Scout was zoning Xiaohu away from that wave as well, really suffocating them slowly but surely of those farm, of that golden experience. Scout now soon ticking over to level 17, but the silent pressure paying off as LNG secured the Dragon and contested.
Yeah, take the easier objective.
Yeah,
ooh, are they going to go Baron?
Is it Baron o'clock for Weibo, Kobe?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not. A little bit too risky to like pin yourself all inside of the pit at the moment right now, I feel like. And so
okay, so LNG is now going to be at Soul
so not like the game-breaking one that you want to throw everything out right now quite yet.
They're now at Soul
I will say, nicely done from LNG to kind of manufacture that objective with only having to give up some time around the Baron for vision coverage. As well, too, like, decent job collecting, even though Weibo are getting pushed in. You know, it was still a cannon wave, and Xiaohu gets back just in time.
Is this a new angle?
It's the majority of the resources here. So Weibo are just
get ready with me stream, because I gotta go somewhere early in the morning.
As we build towards
so
the really
we
big
watching League, of course, and we getting ready.
Because now we're gonna be really pulled across the map.
Y'all, tomorrow is HLE versus BLG.
Because Mountain Soul is such a massive benefit. When you're facing so much extra damage. And
yeah, I'm in the bathroom right now.
We're also getting close to a point that we discussed in draft, which is LNG don't have a huge amount of AP. Sure, there's Jax with AP, there's Yone with his AP on his passive, but no truly committed AP threat means that Randuin's gains a lot of value, and the armor stacking is beginning to come through from Weibo. You can even see a cloth armor picked up for Crisp on support. This armor's
multitasking queen.
Wait.
Solar Flare. Crisp caught up immediately. Mikhail's from him. Had his finger on the trigger and pulled it.
What was that Leona ulti?
The ultimate coming out from that glacial prison.
What was that?
They are pinging. There's lots of pinging happening, but it seems like they're pinging the Baron this time, Betty. Weibo going to start it up. It's what won them game 1. Can it do the same in game 2? Gala dashing forward with the Arcane Shift. TP coming in from Zika. Will Weibo turn the fight, or will they stick on towards that Baron? Breathe on the front line, stunned up. Weiwei brought back the Baron down to 4,000 HP as LNG start to enter the pit. This is their zone to control. And Weibo try to fight back. Hostile take
it's at 2K.
1,400. Breathe kills off Weiwei. The smoke comes in from Weibo. And LNG
Weibo got it.
Walked into their own demise. Zeka pulled back as well.
Y'all, Weibo about to 3-0 LNG.
Once again, it's the Baron that does it all.
Weibo is about to 3-0 them.
Moment wisely. They draw LNG in. They get the smite on the Baron, and they get the team fight.
A phenomenal Baron execution once again.
That's not good. My pick'em.
Patience was crucial there. But Sejuani committing the ultimate.
They should let you change your pick'ems up until like halfway through the game.
Once
you
that
know?
was gone, a lot of the initiation from LNG is reliant on Hung. And when they
this?
start it, it doesn't go the way they want.
Look at how Weibo are drawing them in, getting the Baron so low.
This
and
is crazy.
as a jungler, I am just panicking, freaking out right now because they're both in here.
No, because y'all, LNG went 3-0 during Swiss. And Weibo was about to get eliminated by DK.
Out of the pit, shutting him
but
down.
here we are.
Amumu doesn't drop. LNG don't have the damage.
But here they are.
And Gala does a great ultimate to chip away at the HP bars,
Crazy.
but 0 fall, 2 die, and a Baron is secured for Weibo.
That was so cool. Like they drew them back in.
LNG don't look
baiting
too
with the Royal
good.
Baron. Then the Renata ult comes all the way
Yeah.
through. The Aurora ult comes all the way through, and they get to throw down and show why in Champion Select when they gave over and they saw triple melee top side of the map. They invested in all of this team fight.
Ooh,
AoE.
Dunkin's Donuts?
Now
What'd you
Weibo,
get?
with the biggest objective they could possibly gain, the Baron buff, allowing them to take so many towers.
And you can already see the gold swing. We talked about standing
I would be so
objectives on the
tilted.
map from
Yeah,
this
I
level
kind of feel
power
bad
play. They
because
already
look
have
at the win
3.6K,
probability.
and they are looking
Like
to
they
add on top
had
of
it
that
for a
piles of
little
gold for
second.
them. 4 items
Weibo
on
had it for a
life, 4
little
on Breed,
second.
2, almost 4 for Xiaohu. And LNG,
now they're
how are you gonna
pressing
defend?
onto
Scouts
their
off in the
base,
top
bro.
lane. He's doing
While
reconnaissance,
Breed
but I think his
split
army needs
pushes
to back a base
in
right now
mid.
because the base is beginning to be broken by Weibo. Inhibitor tower in the bot lane has fallen. Scout,
Look at Yone top.
you're going to join up with your team. The tier 2 in the mid lane's gone down as well, and Weibo continued the advance.
Wait,
Scout,
are we base racing? Are we base racing?
Instructions from your admirals, because right now your Nexus is falling.
Are we
and all you're
base
getting
racing?
is an inhibitor tower. Now Scout TP
Okay,
is the
he's
Nexus
like,
tower,
I
the
can't,
second
I
one.
can't.
The target, Curse of the Sand Mummy onto Sigurd on the back line. He's going to pull the sword as well.
Oh, he missed the ulti. Yone missed the ulti. That's it, guys. That's game. He can't do nothing else.
Coming out. Gala untouched. It's all on Gala alongside Weiwei and Zika to really turn this one around. LNG holding on to hope, but Gala's down to the twofold hex. And Weibo, only Zhao who survives, but they broke
So,
the base open.
when I said that's it, that's game, what I meant was, like, the game will continue. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. I meant, like, that's a game. Like, the game about to go crazy. And by golly, it did go crazy.
There's so much potential, but here's a
That's
look
what I
at
heard
the
anyway.
force.
Yeah,
They
yeah, yeah.
teleport in
No, for
Breed,
sure,
and then
for
Scout,
sure,
as
for
you
sure.
say, is going to teleport on the last
For
Nexus
sure.
turret. Look at how much room Dika creates on
That's
the backside.
crazy.
It's a solo
No, this looked
person
doomed,
Amumu
especially
ultimate.
when
He
Yone
arm
missed his
guards,
ult
jumps back out,
when
and
it
then
should have
goes
hit
to
3
re-engage.
people.
A huge
And then right here,
counter-strike
everybody
for him.
low-key low.
Gets 2 of them.
Dude.
And just chunks down everyone.
Oh
Even though
my
Weiwei actually
gosh.
collects the last
Oh
hits
my
on a lot
gosh.
of these. It is very
Thank
big.
you,
I wanna see
Fishy.
how LNG, how much they can push once
Insane
we get back
game,
alive
dude.
with the
It was a
dragon arriving, the
zoning
mounted
Yone
dragon.
ult. Oh, okay. And what
On the
exactly
map.
was he zoning
Critical
for
defense, though.
Yeah, I
during that
doubted the
team
orders
fight?
from the general, but Scout and
The
him were
soul,
on
they
the
have
same
it.
page. The soul
They have
secured for LNG, as you say.
Oh,
A
LNG got
critical
soul.
defense from the siege of Weibo. Now Mountain Soul in
I'm
the
a little bit
pockets of
cold.
LNG. The gold even. LNG still in an advantage with that soul.
There are good
Weibo
Yones,
broken
like
open the base towards the
Zeus,
bottom side.
and
Inhibitors will
there was one
respawn
other good
30
Yone.
seconds
I forget who it was.
Weibo's will be 30 seconds
But, like,
later.
there's good Yones, and
again,
then there's people who
LNG
just pick Yone
versus
because he's
Weibo
good
delivers.
right now.
We thought that with
For
the Baron
example,
secured, that was game,
who
set,
was
and
it that
match
picked
for
them?
Weibo. They were gonna
I
go
think
to
it
match
was
point, but
Gam.
LNG showcasing
Gam picked Yone,
that they
and
can still
Shao.
punish you for your oversteps. And now with the soul, these
I
fights
know
are
they
gonna
was
get
in that
a lot
huddle
more
talking about
interesting.
how hard could he be?
Sick. We have this
How hard
Baron
could he
fight
be?
where
And so they
Weibo
picked
draw
him.
them in. They win the team fight. They get the
And
Baron,
they
but then
entered.
forcing at the
They sure
Nexus
did.
turrets, and it's LNG that end up with the Dragon Soul, the Mountain Soul, which goes such a long way when dealing with this Amumu and Aurora combination, and so much of this AoE front load
hope I don't
damage.
fall.
Now I
That would
feel
be
like for
embarrassing.
Weibo, it's going to be, the next team fight is going to be significantly more difficult. I think that might have been the key for LNG.
I chuckle because I noticed Xiaohu with the Medjais. 10 stacks with the book. That's how he's going to round out his speed. We're 37 minutes into the game, and he has ambitiously gone himself the Medjais. I mean, we're approaching the final fight soon enough. Baron is spawning in 40 seconds.
I mean, it's actually mega efficient power. With 10 stacks.
Sure,
it's efficient at this point. With the movement speed coming out from it as well as you
I feel like next fight is going to be
probably
who
picked up
wins.
a Dark Seal and was like, hell, why not?
Might
as well. He's looking for that final item. Medjai
no
plays
pause.
that slot well. LNG
Finally.
stepping in to this
They're
red
going to
side
be
jungle.
a
Scout
game
looking for
5.
Can't quite find
Well,
him.
if
The red
Weibo
dot, the first
wins
target,
this
Tarzan's
one
early.
and then wins
Meanwhile,
the
in the
next
bot
one,
side,
no, they'll
Reed is
3-0
fighting off Zika.
I don't think
items
LNG is going to allow
the
themselves to
K'Sante
get
is making
3-0.
hard work for that Jax to work through. With no Baron for LNG,
Welcome
6
back,
seconds
Sunny.
before it spawns, quite hard to actually siege in here. The defense from
Caramel
Weibo strong
vanilla
enough. The
ice
Baron
coffee,
starts up though
a sesame
by
seed
Scout
bagel
and
with cream
Weiwei.
cheese. Yes, mini hash browns.
Facing
Oh my
into
god.
the darkness. Hung is
I'm
there.
coming
He's
over,
spotted.
Sunny.
The Hawk
You
shot
can't
gets
just talk
Weibo
about food
vision.
like that and
Charter
not
Crystalaro
fair.
only onto
You
Hung.
just
Bandage
can't.
toss for the chase.
Okay, we're getting both TPs.
And Hung is almost dead before the fight really begins. Tarzan falling low as well. Between worlds we go. But Zika's found the backline once again. Breed trying to peel for Xiaohu and for Chris. But already
oh my
we
gosh.
see Weibo collapsing. Zika doing so much work. Now it's on Chris. And Xiaohu, Zika will flash away. The reset coming out from Scout because he can TP back into the play. Breed trying to survive for as long as possible. Zika doesn't go back in with the counter strike. Gala's doing everything he can to get Breed down. But he can't
my
quite
gosh.
fell. The K'Sante.
That's going to be Baron, yeah?
Fight, but it's ultimately won by LNG. They have the members to reset back out onto the map. Scout quickly catches bot wave.
What the
and
heck?
LNG will look to secure the Baron. A well-played fight with so many resources invested onto Hung.
It's so back and
Weibo
forth.
couldn't find the fight that they were looking for.
Yeah,
Scout
Mountain Soul.
doing a lot of work there. Coming in on the Yone.
Doing well,
And in
King.
the
How are
end,
you doing?
With the extra power of
Crazy
the
game.
Mountain Soul, it is LNG who win this time around, and they're the ones that get to march on your base wearing purple.
It's not usually that you can see immediately a Soul have an impact like this, but I do agree with you, Kobe. I think the Mountain Soul really spelled the difference.
And it starts out, Weibo, they see this opportunity to get the double Amumu ultimate on Hong and Gala, but then it's all turned around in an instant.
Scout and Zika, the solo laners of LNG, find an angle onto light with no flash.
Crazy game,
and
yeah.
shut him down
Are you cold? I
immediately.
am.
Weibo do what they
I'm
can to try and
pretty
turn it around,
cold.
chasing onto Xiaohu. You're
I like
seeing
to
how
keep my room
dangerous it
cold
really is.
when
But it
I'm
doesn't matter. The
sleeping.
Baron
Oh,
is
he
secured.
lit.
Ultimately, though, I
like to
question whether
keep my
this Baron
room
is
cold
enough.
when
I
I'm sleeping
feel
'cause I
like
get really
we're gonna
hot
go
when
to
I
the
sleep.
Elder, gentlemen, as
Mountain
we
Soul
approach
gives
the 40-minute
you
mark.
resistances. So you get tankier.
I am ready and willing to go to an Elder fight, Vedius.
And it
This
gives you a
one
shield
is a
when you're
banger.
out of
All
combat
right,
for a
4-1
certain
split
amount of
push
time.
here.
As you
With
can
the
see,
added
all of
power
LNG
the
has a
Baron
shield
buff.
right now.
Top inhibitor is exposed, but LNG want
I
to
think Jax needs a
concentrate
ban.
on
I
mid
agree.
Slash bottom here, double cannons buffed up, slowly whittling away at the tower.
Micro
You might as
bites.
well, right? You can
Perfect,
always walk
Sunny.
in
Thank
towards
you
that
for
inhibitor on
sharing.
the top side. You don't need the Baron buff minions to do that right now. LNG pushing in. Light has his flashback up, so can try and defend against Zika. They slowly clearing the wave in the mid lane. Zika's looking to sync up a wave at some point. Now the minions pushing on towards the bot side. Scout diving in. The Enchanted Crystal Arrows going through.
Okay, Ash ulti, miss.
3 points for that, but not much more. The
So
cannon
no
minion
pick
continues
there.
to rain down. Gala's going to use the Void Might spawning
We're
from
getting
the 6
mid
grubs they
tower, we're
secured
getting
earlier
bot
to
tower.
take
Now
up the tower
remember,
for him.
LNG
Zika will
has
take the mid lane
6
and inhibit
void
the tower.
grubs.
The bot lane
So that
inhibitor
means
tower
the tower
very
taking
low
ability
still. Weibo don't really have
is
an easy
easy.
engage without a Mumu's flash and with that arrow down.
Yeah, I mean, I underestimated the siege power of LNG with the poke coming out from Gala and with the grubs as well acting as extra minions to allow more time to hit onto those towers. Good damage was done, and while they don't secure an inhibitor, they still get what they were after. The base is in tatters for the side of Weibo. Inhibitors, though, all intact across the board, and with the Elder spawning in 15 seconds, this will be the fight that decides it.
Yeah, Weibo just going to have to full send on this one. It is difficult because Scout has the QSS.
Elder Dragon, y'all. This is it.
Gala,
this is for it.
With the cleanse very safe on the back line, is able to keep range. So I don't know how Weibo are going to do it this time around, but
when you say map 4 and 5, does that mean like game 4 and 5?
Through the jungle up towards Elder.
Tarzan just walking into the pit. TP coming
like,
in.
what does
Zika
the map
that
mean?
flank has the GA. Xiaohu takes a Mystic Shot and takes a quarter of his health. Breathe is
Yeah,
on the
all of
flank
the
here.
Jaxes
Glacial
build
Prism going on to
Zanyas.
Tarzan. He goes back in with a bandage toss. Zika still flanking, and Tarzan is left to his own devices here. He dashes back. Curse of the Sand Mummy onto Zika, but he's got to stop watching the GA to bring him back
They
to
can't
life.
even
Redemption coming out.
touch
Tarzan having to run away between worlds, though. Zika continues to dive forward, and light is extinguished. LNG continue their advance. Xiaohu and Breathe trying to survive through it all, but Gala.
Ooh, the
just
flash.
not
Wait.
Gala dives in with the arcane shift, and Breathe breathes his last.
I think
Only
that's
on this game, it
it.
was Breathe who came out on top on the Wolves.
I think they
This
end it
time
right
Gala
here.
has his vengeance. Scout will chase down Xiaohu, and Xiaohu might escape for a second.
Or is it the way that they
Zika
chase
and
him?
Hung will chase him down.
Oh,
The
nice.
battlefield has been a bloody affair.
A full
but it is LNG that
ace.
come out on top. A fantastic final
A
fight
full
with an
freaking
incredible
ace.
Zonyas from Zika was enough to cement them the fight.
All right, guys,
cement
we're getting
them
at
game
least
2,
4 games.
and equalize the series.
Banger! We're gonna even it up here, Medic.
Are you not entertained? This is
1-1.
the LPL versus the LPL, and I'm ready for
Wow,
three
wow,
more.
wow.
All right, we get another Yone for Aurora trade. And honestly,
Yeah, I
it was
slick
pretty
didn't have
close
faith
there.
in LNG
Weibo
either. They
had
were
some
literally in their base
really big
attacking
openings,
Nexus
specifically
turrets. Like,
after the first Baron fight,
know.
but the defense was good for LNG on their Nexus, and then they never let him sleep.
I'm just happy that it's close, Kobe. I'm happy it's back and forth. We'll be right back right after this.
back. Yeah, Chris. Yo, King, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you.
Renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away.
I do remember the Secret Lab share from TwitchCon. Renegade, renegade, renegade. What's going on, GT? Hype train. What's going on, Solis? How are you doing, love? I don't like this placement. Ooh, my Spotify playlist, period. I do have some banger playlists, I will admit. I will admit. Hope you've been doing well as well, Fab. Oh, we're back.
Trying to get in with the bandage shots, but he's going to be stunned up with a shield of Daybreak. Tries to flash the Zenith Blade, but can't escape it. First blood to LNG, and they're looking for more. Fizz has no way out. He's put in the dirt by Zika.
Not the dramatic Renata death.
Alongside a dodge, he still gets one with a lamppost. Still chasing him forward. Out towards the top side, Zhao, who's being fought off by Zika. Oh, Breeze, he gets one. The shutdown, but Zika starts to collapse. Away between worlds, though. Zika continues to dive forward, and light is extinguished. Are you not entertained? This is the LPL versus the LPL, and I'm ready for 3 more.
Yo, thank you so much for the gifted subs.
But
how freaking sweet. Thank you so much,
There is a theme here. It is either a master class or a disaster class in economics, depending on the team you are, and it starts from the draft. The trade-off for meme, I could very well be it, because it starts with the Yone and the Aurora, right?
Oh, they have a hype squad there.
So where do we land there?
I mean, I think as we pull up like the full look at the game, I think the big thing is LNG on blue side decide, okay, we are going to end up doing this Yone Aurora trade, right?
I'm looking for dominant performances from LNG for the next 2 games.
Weibo, who have
That's the thing. Like, I definitely don't see Weibo as like one of the strongest teams. So this whole back and forth struggle, like, back and forth within the games, back and forth out of the games, like it being one win, one win.
But the big thing I do want
I'm not confident in either of these teams. Like,
is that LNG were
making it past semis, because
more quickly, and then
if we
they
think
were
about
also
it,
able in a lot of these team fights.
So we have
really
quarterfinals this weekend, right?
To be able to do
so
on this
next weekend will be the top 4 teams,
last year said
and then the 2 that win move on, right? So what are going to be the 4 teams that make it? Genji for sure.
Because they take a big gamble, right? They give an insanely strong top side. And it actually ends up working out. Like, I think they make
out
a
of
couple
these
big early game mistakes
two,
behind. But then
like,
they get the team fight that you drop
regardless, I don't think whoever wins today will win next weekend, is what I'm saying.
With the OTP casters, and okay,
if I don't see a Jax ban, I assume whoever has him will win. Jax and Yone, yeah?
In terms of the trade deal.
so I don't speak French.
He said 15 minutes of split push for this.
BS. Expletive
This is
deleted.
referring to Weibo getting Baron eventually and getting back in this game, chat.
It was. I mean, do we have the actual Baron play? Because I do think it was good for Weibo to actually pull this off. I do see a lot of similarities with the way that actually FlyQuest tried to counter one of these hard engage comps, where they wait until they have their item power spikes, and then they force something. And it was actually really tense because they couldn't burst the Baron down in time, so it's smart for them to peel off, and they're actually able to sync up their ultimates and burst out the Sejuani before this fight. So this actual instance, I think, was very well played by Weibo.
And welcome to the
and I also think you can see the power in this Weibo team composition right here. The R4 Amumu and the R5
that should be
Renata
pretty
coming through
easy.
in the draft. It actually
Over
makes it
2
so
kills
difficult for LNG
sure.
to take 5v5
As a jungler,
fights. That's
he's
why
bound
they
to
should
steal
have been
too.
setting up the split push.
Light
but then
over
they should have
3.5,
leveraged
Zika
that power
over
on the map
2.5.
and
Yeah.
not ended up in this situation.
They were like,
Oh,
let's throw it.
just
I can't
for
believe I'm
4.
saying this, but I feel like the experiment from Weibo to give up the Yone and trade it for Aura, that's valid. The main issue
And
is
we'll at
we
least
need to
hit
get
4 games
Ezreal
for sure.
either of these two teams, because both Light and Gala have had insane games this entire tournament.
Yeah, I think that was a win for the side of LNG in the trade offer, but every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, LNG make the offer of 1 Nexus turret for the Mountain Soul, and eventually the game. So yeah, their gambit paid off the most, I guess.
This was weird to me. As you can see, Weibo trying to trade a neck, because their eyes got huge when they saw that they have Baron and that it wasn't getting perfectly defended.
Okay.
So right here, there is a timer here with Drake coming up, Mountain Soul, in about.
By the way, did you
15
ask
seconds,
Riot? Did I ask Riot for what?
On this push, and they absolutely can't. Tarzan's at half health, and more importantly, they don't have like a good way of defending their backline here from the Yone, because no one can push forward. There's the protection of the Nexus turrets, and then Jax just gets to go to town.
The amount of cooldowns absorbed there by Zika was like absolutely nuts.
I love when they go 2-2, especially when the games are good. Yeah. I love a good game 5 when I like the teams and the gameplay is good, and we get some like fun pocket picks.
And they would have been fine.
Oh, to interview people during finals. I did ask. I haven't heard back.
Classic Weibo.
But I didn't.
What are you gonna do?
It is true. To be fair, I was impressed because
I think that would be so
when you watch
fun.
them in the LPL,
I could have that stadium hype. I could have that stadium hype
right? They will double down. They will triple
Period.
down. They will quadruple down. They actually pulled this game back, I will say.
But
For
they
me,
are
it is
also
blasphemous
in
from
Paris,
LNG to have a
so
perfect setup with the Yone in the side lane and the Jax, and
I
to
don't
give
speak
up that
French.
advantage as they did. I will say that.
Sure.
But I don't know.
I could probably do London better than Paris.
Absolutely.
For sure.
I mean, it turns into a best of 3.
Yeah.
I will say, even though we can look at those really big moments with the Baron fight and the Nexus fight, there were big moments in the early game, too, that could have just made it a stomp either way. Weibo losing the early skirmishes, but then also LNG not stacking Drakes early when their top side is at their strongest point, to me, early on in the game.
Girl, just say
So the fact
we.
that
I'm
it
gonna
got
be
that
like,
long was a
bonjour,
lot of punches and counterpunches
Paris.
from both teams.
Make
and they had
some
the setup with the
noise.
like LNG.
Are there
with
any
the
like
6
French
grubs
speakers in
and,
here? How do you
like,
say
they
make
had
some
this
noise in
insane
Paris?
split push power, right? And another
Or
thing I'm
in
looking at
Paris.
from both of these
In
teams,
French.
I think it's still going to depend
How
heavily
American
on
of
draft and
me.
like what they want to do with that draft. I think
Do they
we've
have
still seen
baguettes?
exactly who these teams are. Where Weibo. No, yes,
Is that
the
real bread?
hatred, not good. But I do think they were a smarter team in forcing LNG to kind of respond to them, and then
to
LNG
Breweet.
Yeah, it feels like a 5-gamer to me. I wonder
Do
if
Breweet.
is sweating already.
It's pretty damn warm in here,
Yep.
Shock, so yes, I am sweating.
Yeah, they
It
would
could also be
probably
cold
kick
and I
me
would also
out.
be
They would
sweating
probably
'cause I'm
kick
just
me
not
out
a
of
sweaty
Paris
man.
if
Benny,
I
it's
went up
Toby,
there
are
and
you
said
guys
that.
sweating?
No, actually, I'm not even remotely. If my body loses any more water,
I'm pretty sure I would get kicked out of
Anyway,
the
let's get into the game.
out of
It's
the country.
third game of Weibo versus LNG. I think,
Not gonna lie.
maybe this is a hot take, but I think that overall Weibo have played the team fights
I've never
better,
taken a
and
French
LNG have
class.
played
I
the map
normally
better.
did
Maybe
Spanish
actually in hindsight it's a very lukewarm
in
take.
school, so
It's
I
as
don't
cold as you
know.
feel right
Yeah,
now, Benny,
that's
with
fair.
no
That's
sweat.
fair. But
I'm
I
not
think
going to
Weibo should stick their
quarterfinals. I'm
strategy
going
of
to
continuing to draft
semifinals
towards
and
team fights.
finals.
I think that they
Courtesy
showcased
of
the
Riot
propensity to finding
Games.
success
Shout
in
out
5 versus
Riot
5.
Games.
I think
They're
that
gonna be
when it comes to
flying
the
me
objective, they found good angles multiple times. And if it
I'm
weren't
so
for that overstep at
excited.
the Nexus,
then we could be looking at a match point situation here. So I think
I believe they might,
way to convert those early game leads into something more substantial in the mid game.
As long as you're not speaking French in a Quebec accent, I don't think they'll kick you out. Oh, do they not like
also had pretty big
Quebec?
In
The T in Bruy, so it'd be Bruy.
For both of the games actually on opposite sides. So we'll keep our eye on the level 1s on those lanes.
Am I playing today? No, I'm not going to play any games. I don't think I could.
Back to business as usual here.
I don't think I would be able to play.
Rumble and Nico banned away as well, alongside the Silence.
I have a meeting
where they went in game
today.
Skana ban though.
So I wouldn't be able to play any games afterwards.
Makes sense. It is Xiaohu's 105th world game. He's passing Death for second place, obviously only behind Faker, as we see the Ash locked in here for Weibo.
Weibo Gaming looking stressed. It's only 1-1.
When they picked the Ash, I got super excited for the possibility.
Are you going to play in semifinals? I will not be playing on stage, no. That would be iconic, though. If any team needs a sub.
So we're bringing the excitement back.
So we're bringing it back, baby.
The Nocturne going to be the instant lock-in for Weiwei. Will we see the Orianna paired alongside it? No, it's actually going to be...
this is what LNG went for in game.
Man, I want Light to win, but I also want Gala to win. Don't you hate that? When you like have a favorite player on both teams?
With the Skana being removed, they're saying you're now losing one of your frontline components. We believe in our ability to gain access onto the backline, but the idea is the same. A lot of dive, a lot of backline threat, potential
I'm going to sub in for one of the teams on finals, and then since I sub in, I'll get a world skin, and I'm going to call it the Turnip Squad skin.
Yep. Well, remember in game 1 we saw the Renekton.
No TikTok today? No, because of like my situation of like where I'm at and what I'm doing, I'm not able to stream on TikTok.
Different, but also in the current meta, I feel like there are very few things that will shut the Nard down. Especially when you think of typical counter picks, you can just lane swap out of.
But you could pick something that's like very strong in the 1v1 because you already have the Nocturne and Ahri like a pick-oriented champion on the side of LNG.
Like a Camille, for example.
Yeah.
It's giving Kamala. Is it really?
Definitely the argument that Breed
okay,
got
can you
like
tell me if
3 kills
the pin in the back is straight? Can y'all be my girlfriends?
Or at least not have him as massively
the pin in the
as
back
he was in game 1. You can shut him down a little bit on the side lane. Alongside that, Braum locked in for Weibo. So they're leaving mid and leaving jungle for their second rotation. Crisp on Braum, very aggressive as we've seen him be so often. Doesn't have the same mobility as something like the Rakan.
Not you fell asleep.
If he does get caught out in the enemy jungle where he likes to be, he's much more likely to die on this Braum.
Y'all are the best.
So will be the I mean, the Jax was so effective last game. The Counter Strike plus the Zhonya stasis.
And see, I would love to serve like these looks at Worlds, but the way it's going to be raining and humid, like I just don't even want to try it.
Benefiting last time around, so we'll see if they can manufacture that sort of lead for the Jax this time around again and have a similar
So we're going to do the braids.
Xiaohu's LeBlanc will be banned away.
The Turtle Squad, no. I call it the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad.
The question is, do they consider Rel to be a problem? I mean,
yeah, I'm going to Worlds.
Things like Rel
Riot has invited me to Worlds,
I'm
so
debating if
they are flying your girl out next
thinking about Poppy,
week.
But then, like, usually
and we're going to semifinals, and then we'll be in London for finals.
Concerned about some potential AD junglers.
Lou.
Do you even like Nidalee?
Like, I can't run into Faker again and not leave an impression.
Especially because Weibo have also really, like you're saying, lean more towards teams fights. And that's why, like, a ban like the brand does make a lot more sense. Because that has been a very successful...
When they invite you to Worlds, do they pay for everything? Yes, they're flying me out, so they're paying for flight, hotel, food, like,
okay, so they're just going to take Gala off of
going
Ezreal.
to and from
I mean,
the hotel.
I think it makes sense when we think about the LPL Ezreal so far at this tournament. They've been
pretty good.
Rather effective.
And if we just think about last game, Gala had so much damage.
But then Gala just gets his Kai'Sa.
Yes, no, like Riot really,
such a
like,
strong pick.
When they're inviting you somewhere, they really do take care of you.
I mean, already so successful.
Hey, yo, can I come with you? Yeah, everybody's coming. Everybody's
good
coming.
Dive already
Everybody
showing. I'm starting to get worried for Weibo.
Matter of fact, they're giving me a private jet just for my chat.
You're just looking for more dive to follow that up. Leona, but Aurel.
Yep.
If they want a little bit more lockdown, they could.
Can I be your girlfriend for the Worlds? Period.
Oriana.
Absolutely.
What we saw in game 1, you talked about it.
Everybody's
earlier,
coming through.
The problem with Oriana is that once that flash is gone, you're
exactly.
You're very susceptible to ganks.
Dude.
Weibo,
the private jet. I think that's like one of my next goals is to.
I was thinking they could run back the Amumu.
Is to go on a private jet. I think that would be so fun.
Here for Weibo, setting up a solid team fight, very strong front line, shifting to the Maokai for the AoE on the ultimate. Very wide range here. That plus a Braum, you can really cover a lot of these jungle corridors. And even the Baron corridor, like we saw last time around, successfully trying to like funnel LNG into small areas.
I don't know why LNG keeps doing the whole nocturne, but not picking the Oriana.
Here, and backed up
like
with
they didn't prioritize Ori at all.
Is not strong early.
Matter of fact, they didn't. They could have picked it. Oriana was picked in the second phase, while Ari was picked in the first phase. Yo, Quan, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, and welcome to the Mother Redacted Tennis Squad. I hope you're having a good day today. Girl, if you get a private jet, come pick me up from Dubai. Dubai. Okay, Dubai.
With a lot of dives. Zico again on the Jax had a great game too on it.
If it hits, I'm gifting a year's worth of subs.
You
know what? And all of a sudden, I'm praying. All of a sudden, I'm on my knees.
Honestly, that was my instinct too, Medic.
A year's worth?
Because of how far ahead Breathe got.
Let me book my hair appointment then real quick. Period.
But once that initial burst is gone,
make sure we
your
are
consistent damage becomes very dependent on light. I will say that Tarzan provides a lot more single target lockdown this time around. But I feel like LNG just have so many options with their composition. Like, true, they could dive.
Oh my gosh, they've got a cow.
Actually provide great poke.
It was Mumu Star or Mumu
so they can just kind of keep you distracted around an objective while the Jax provides pressure on the side lane. But they also have an easy ability to play the 1-3-1. Like, I feel like that LNG's composition just is very well-rounded.
Do they stand the whole game?
I quite like what they're bringing here in Game 3.
I like the look of Weibo's side too, though. I mean, Trinity Force is like the go-to now as well. So I feel like you're kind of, you know, very well-rounded here too. Since you've got Trinity Force Gnar, Oriana scales super nicely and gives that bit of defense
after this game, I'm gonna have to get dressed because we're getting close to leave time.
Options on
I'm glad we got
again. So much has been determined by the openings of these games, though, and the lane swaps giving those advantage, setting them up for success. Now we're seeing the evolution of that. Like, all right, we're gonna stack a defense here if you do come for the invade.
You love a Jat stat, don't you? You work with Jat a lot. Do you want a fun Jat stat between
the
two teams?
See them a lot. I don't know if I love them.
Okay.
Have you watched the Timo video on his changes that Riot released on YouTube? I have not. I've seen Timo in game a couple of times.
Tarzan, flash charm, flash away. Tarzan will escape. So yeah, 3 series against each other in the last 2 months. Guess how many Game 3s Weibo have won out of those 3 series? Obviously not including this one.
I'm gonna say
Zanya, GA. Well, you can't Zanya and GA.
Nope, 0.
You can't buy both of them. You can only Zanyas.
Between the 2 teams.
And that's normally what the Jax is off
Xiaohu
for.
and Scout in the mid lane. Scout's already burned his flash, and LNG have looked for the invade on the top side. Scout was back across towards the red. Weibo have a man advantage right now.
Dude, they're so aggro.
Flash away.
Holy moly, so many flashes, dude. Holy moly, a heal. You can't run from Ashe, dude. Once she gets on you, you're dead.
That was so bad for LNG. They started out by investing mid lane flash for jungler flash, and then wrapping around, and the extra ward here giving the vision.
I don't know why they did that.
Weibo are the ones with Braum. Like, Braum is so insane. And
is it that good?
Fights, the passive, the Q.
I'm gonna go turn off the air because it like keeps coming on and I'm freezing. Give me 1 second.
Massive advantage. Wait, it's not done yet, Vetty. Look.
Zika's on the flank, has that flash. Tarzan hits level 2, hung on his way to join the fight, but doesn't have a flash, and only has that pulverized counter strike. He's gonna go down, and Zika locks up Crisp. Tarzan trying to get the Bramble smash away. Zika flashes forward. Twisted advance will get the slow onto Zika. Cuts and flows as well. It's gonna get the stun. Breathe and Xiaohu walking down towards the bottom side of the charm.
Bro,
it's gonna land onto
Weibo was
and
up, and then they just overstayed being in their jungle, dude.
What is going on? The top laners didn't even go to bot lane. They stayed mid. Breathe level 1, Zika level 1. The only level 2 in that whole exchange was Scout. He set up the charm. LNG find 2 kills in exchange.
No champions in the bottom lane until 2.5 minutes now when the top laners finally go down there. Both teams sticking with the play on top side. And you got to say, well, looking at the results, it was good from LNG because they're able to stick with it. Zika's here closing off the escape from Weibo. They did not expect the full commitment. As you see in the replay, the bottom lane minions are all just fighting each other down there.
I think I'm leaning towards
Well,
the
it's a
first one.
brawl on the continued and extended level 1. Scout comes through, he hits the charm. Tarzan goes down, he had no flash. We were talking in Champ Select.
So I think I really like
the first
that
time
one.
around, the Jax got a really big boost. All
But I
right,
could
well,
also
now they
just
got
do,
2 more
like,
kills.
Yeah.
Zika again should be a monster.
You doubted
But I think I
Scout
wanna do the
flashing to
blue.
get Tarzan's flash
I'll do
out,
the
but
blue.
he had thought 3 minutes ahead as the one-up goes down. Oh, Zika might just die in the 1v1. The flank comes in from Tarzan. Zika trying to get out. Way here as well with the Dustbringer, but there's the slope from the Boomerang, and I'm not sure Zika can escape this precarious situation. Counter-Strike will buy him enough time to get to the safety of his tower.
Counter-Strike is a godsend. I guess the lesson learned here is always stick with the play.
Yep.
Continue the play.
Commit.
So Zika doesn't have teleport, but it's not going to matter too much. I mean, honestly, the wave getting pushed in now, he can run straight back from base and avoided death right there. Just barely, just had the range. Gets away from the possible punish as Tarzan wanted to take advantage of the minion wave.
So
thank you, the Tiger.
Let's take stock.
Oh yeah.
Right.
What is
because
Jax?
a lot has happened.
An abomination.
The bad news for LNG is that their bot lane is in the 2v2 that they wanted to avoid. They're a little bit behind in farm, and they're quite behind in gold.
Nuisance.
On top of that, there's a lot of pressure being put on by Xiaohu in the mid lane because the matchup is still very favorable to Orianna, but Scout is not that far. He's not in too much of a deficit.
Yeah.
The good news for LNG is their Jax is very strong. As you already said, the acceleration of being able to get those early kills is going to get him closer to that Trinity Force spike, and he's only going to get to that monster
Who won the first
stage
game? So
that
Weibo
much
won the
quicker.
first one.
All in
LNG
all,
won the
game is
second
still in a
one, which was the
relatively
one
even
previous
state.
to this one.
It's
And
just a
then
matter of, in
now
terms
we're in
of
this
the
game.
matchups, I think Weibo is happier
And
to
it's
find
kinda
themselves in
been all
standard
over
lane.
the place.
And it's funny because Breathe was the one who got the last hit on the original first blood hit too. So he also got the injection of gold, and now he's getting like the ping pong of the minion wave back towards him. So will be really fun to keep track of this one as we're going to stick with our flip-flopped Australian lanes.
They call them thongs out there, don't they? Flip-flops in Australia.
They do.
LNG.
We got to call up our Australian now.
They do.
Where's Spawn?
Flip-flop lanes. Yeah, we should have got like Spawn or Atlas on the desk.
What I missed so far this
instead.
game?
Weibo
Well,
here. Okay, as you say,
LNG
with these
died
flip-flop
early
lanes,
to
there is a
Light.
slight lead for Light, but it's 5
Well,
CS
actually,
or
he
so,
died to
nothing
the
too
Gnar, but
monumental.
like
Breeze
Light
getting that
was the
first blood
reason why
and
they
meant that
got
the
it.
lead that Zika could have developed in the bottom
But
side of the map hasn't
then
been
they
as substantial as it could have. But Zika
overstayed.
is looking towards the
Weibo
mid lane here.
overstayed
Xiaohu
trying to be
working his
aggressive
way
in
back, just
LNG's
wandering
jungle.
through
So
that
they
lane.
died,
Be back
and
here in time.
then
Grub's up.
Zika almost
Looks
got
like
hot bot,
LNG
but
trying to
he
bring
ended up getting
everyone
out.
to a potential
Those are the
fight
three major
around that
plays
first
that
neutral
happened.
objective.
I do not watch pro
Grub's
play. How come the
priority
bot
is something
laners
we've
are
seen a
top
lot
and
in
vice
this
versa?
series.
Is it a lane
Weibo
sizing
has a
thing?
tendency to try
No,
and fight,
so
but it does look like
sometimes
they're gonna concede.
in
The
pro
pings are coming
play they
down onto the
do
dragon as
something
Breed gets the
called
push
a
and
lane
Tarzan makes his
swap.
way towards it.
And
this ward right here
it's
that they have in that
mainly
little
the
curved
team
brush in the
who
river gives you
believes
so much
that
confidence,
their
you know.
bot
Not only do
lane
they have a good
will
state to set it up,
lose
but they also have
that
vision control of
calls
the only,
for
like,
a lane
surprise
swap.
rush there.
So
and it will
if,
just be the agreement.
let's say
as
Weibo Gaming
don't even try and
has a
contest,
bot lane
move
that they
down
think
to
is
collect their
very
dragon
weak,
instead.
and they know that they will
don't think
lose
either team
that
will be
bot
too
lane
upset
laning
with that
phase,
sequence.
they will
Exactly,
send that
because, again,
ADC
kind of the
and
theme of
support
the
top
series has been
lane.
Weibo investing a lot in
Sometimes
champ
the
select
support
and
will
these
roam
team
around,
fight
but they'll
setups.
send the
And
ADC
so if you
top
get your early
because it's
dragons,
range
you
versus
wanna
melee.
get some way
Normally they
to
can like
kind of force
early
LNG
laning phase
into
can
those
beat
fights where they come at
a
you
top laner,
from
especially if they're
head
doing
on, and you get to
2v1
use
like
the
that.
sturdy power of your front
But they'll
line to
opt
its
for
full
their
extent.
ADC and support to go top so that they can have
Nice
an easier
push
laning phase,
on the top side of the map for
still
Weibo.
get the CS, still
Zika
get the
gonna be
gold,
able to
still get
catch
the
this
XP,
wave.
rather than
So
possibly
we find
losing
ourselves in a
bot lane.
timid early game.
Yeah, we had 3 minutes, 3 kills, and now
You
nothing's
call
happened.
That
level one
is my
timid?
Yeah, but
understanding
I
of
mean
the
that
lane
was chaotic.
swaps.
But
It
now
is
we've had
simply
moments
to
of tranquility,
remedy
peace. as
the
minions
loss
perish on the
of a
river.
lane.
Gold is ransacked from their corpses. First items are the priority for both these teams. Grub spawning in about 3 minutes time. And ultimately, both these teams are going to prioritize farming, setting themselves up nicely for that neutral objective spawning soon. In the previous game, LNG swapped their bottom lane around the map incredibly efficiently, securing so many early objectives and having so much control.
What's crazy is my
This
pickums
time
are
around,
always opposite
the
of
Ashe
yours.
Storm are the
Like, I
terrifying
have
duo to
FlyQuest
be
to
afraid
win.
of.
Hey,
And as Weibo
I
find themselves on the
don't
bot side of the map, once they
think
get that push,
it is
don't be surprised to
impossible.
see them return
I
to
think
the top side
anything's
ready to
possible.
contest Grubs.
Do I think Genji is going to win Worlds? Yes.
All the way up towards his top
So,
arrows coming down, hits
you
onto
know?
Weiwei. Nature's Grasp as well from Tarzan. Breeze flashes away from LNG. No one tanking up the tower as of yet. Chris flashes in. They're looking for more. Twisted advance. Paranoia on the back line of the shockwave. Is absolutely
Huge Orianna ulti.
Way walking away wounded.
Wow, that's so much kill. That's so much gold.
Weibo defending the play, and they're going to
Wow.
take such a huge lead with all of this extra gold.
That was a
mean,
huge
the
Orianna
shockwave from
ulti.
Xiaohu was massive, and they will reap the rewards. Now they can control the rest of the
The
map.
opposing
Light even
team
got
just
paid off of
adjustments
it,
in their bot
taking out the
laners
turret
top.
play
Yes,
here,
they
and
could.
landing his Ash Arrow from downtown.
A
But you
phenomenal
have to like
read from
do it on
Weibo.
certain
4
lane
members
states
on
or
the top
wave
side of the
states.
map, ready
Like
to
just
react
because
to
you
that
see
dive.
Ashe and Braum
The
top
communication was
does
so
not
clear.
mean that you can be like
And I have to wonder what LNG saw
in
on
the middle
map to make
of
them feel
your
confident
CS,
enough
like,
to
okay,
make
Kaisa,
that
go
play
top
happen.
lane. You
They
can't do
did
that
have the stacked
because you'll
wave.
miss out on XP, you'll
I'm gonna
miss
keep
out
my
on
eyes
waves,
on the
you'll miss
minimap.
out on
They had no
CS.
division invested.
So you
They
have
see
to wait
Tarzan
till like
now.
a
They
certain
try to call
place.
the
See,
playoff, but
now
Breed
Kaisa
setting
and
it up, the
Alistar
Ashe
are
arrow
top
onto the
lane.
Nocturne.
So
They get the flash out from
you have to
Gala.
do it
And then watch this
strategically.
commitment here from
That
Chris.
is why
Flashes
a
in,
lot
connects the
of
slow. Nocturne comes in,
teams
and
will
then
try to get like
Xiaohu
early
finds them all
vision
with a
in the
phenomenal
jungle
shockwave.
or like in the lane so that they can see if a lane swap is coming.
On the outside,
That way
even
they
he got
know
pulled
like,
in.
oh,
And then
ADC,
they
go
chase
top.
down the
So
extra
we don't.
kills here. Plus, they got a bunch of turret plate money in the aftermath. If you're the team,
Yo, why
the
is he
reactions are not like
depressed?
the others. I like the dead stare.
Is he good?
I mean, the extra gold
Homeboy
here,
has nothing
plus
but
the early
turmoil
dragon,
and
means that the path
deadness in
forward
his
for
eyes.
Weibo
Oh my gosh.
should be pretty straightforward since
What
they
the
have
heck?
the gold
Thank
to be
you,
able
Dom.
to win the team fight, the composition.
Ori
to be able
8,
to do it,
Ori 8,
and
yeah.
with the dragon already in
Insane
their
ulti.
favor, the ability to try and like draw LNG over towards them. LNG, of course,
His
here, though,
face,
with this
bro.
Nocturne, and these solo laners going
His
to try and make these
face.
sideline plays. Gala was
Okay, but
massive in
true,
the
troll.
previous game.
But
He is
true.
on another one of his
Very
huge picks,
true.
possibly the most signature in the Kaisa, and he's going to have to do a lot
Last
of work
game
this
killed him. He
What a
knows.
shockwave it was.
He knows they can
Xiaohu,
mess it up at any
the
moment.
6th highest killed. Well, no, he's the player with the 6th highest kills of anyone at Worlds, just passing past Showmaker. Has been here so many times. Last year, the first time, obviously, made it past the quarterfinals after leaving RNG, a 3-time MSI champion with RNG as well, but never really been able to translate that to the world stage, so often denied at quarterfinals. Now with Weibo looking to make it back to at least the semifinals. And LNG currently backs against the ropes, at least in this game. And they would be in the series as well. They would
Yo,
go down
Bees,
to
thank you so
2-1.
much for the Twitch Prime.
Trying
And
to,
welcome to
find
the
a bit
Mother
of
Redacted
redemption
Turtle Squad. Thank
for
you so
last
much for
year, where
supporting
they
the
did fall out in
stream.
the quarterfinals to
Oh, I
2-1.
don't have my
What I love about Weibo
my
is
soundboard,
how
so I'll
over
just
the
burr, burr,
last
burr,
2
burr,
years,
burr,
they
burr,
just
burr.
continue to surprise in terms of
Vocally.
expectations. They had to go 2-2
No
in the
thoughts
stage to
behind
be able
that
to
stare.
qualify.
Oh, he's
There
got
was
thoughts.
skepticism
Are they
around
happy
how they were
ones?
gonna
No.
perform, and now here they
No,
are in
they
the
are
first
not.
quarterfinal
What's going on,
of Worlds
Matcha? How are you?
2024 Against
What
an
Jack
opponent that
skin
they
is
faced
that?
many
Let's
times
see.
before this year.
Where is the Jack?
And it's an
Bot
incredibly
lane,
competitive
the
series. You never
Jack.
really know what level you're going to get from Weibo. And here in Game 3, so far, they're looking good.
I mean, it continues to go that way. Coming into the series, they were 8-8 on the year. Now they're 9-9, splitting games even in this individual series. But back to the match at hand here.
Oh, thank you,
It
Beast
is
Mode.
kind of
That's so
on
sweet.
LNG to open up
And
an
thank you
area
for
where they can
being
actually
here.
create one of these plays, and they're actually going to jump on the dragon themselves. I think it should be a response from Weibo, even though you see Tarzan walking from
I think it's too
from
late.
Fountain right now.
Miles away as well.
LNG should be able to just burn it down and smite it easy.
They will get the Drake. LNG
Wow.
secure it. Weiwei with the smite. Light and Crisp will gate them off from walking towards the mid lane easily. Tarzan's here as well to try and help Weibo push through that
Oh my gosh,
mid.
thank you, Matcha.
The only thing for LNG is they don't have anyone who can rotate up to top wave.
So sweet.
Oh, Scout going in, the paranoia as well. They dive onto Breathe, who tries to jump for the safety of the tower, but he can't get there in time. The arrow going wide, Nature's Grass used as well by Tarzan. Xiaohu coming in with a TP, and Zika was caught with a shockwave. Zika diving back forward, he's surviving for so long. In the end, the clockwork wind-up will take him out. Xiaohu now in a 1v3, Light beginning to collapse, hung his first target. Crisp there to join the Barney, way falling low. Xiaohu can't quite get in range, needs another auto command attack, was blocked with the soul shield. Blast cone out.
Is he gonna get away?
No,
Okay.
Indeed. Xiaohu takes the kill.
So we got 2 for 2.
Meanwhile,
we got 2
Scout
for
is getting chased in
3.
by Crisp because
And it looks like LNG Scout is gonna fall as well.
But the Winter's
So it's gonna be
is
2
icy and
for
cold
4.
and puts him in a coffin.
It's 4 kills for Weibo. The initial
Weibo's
dive
looking
well executed from LNG.
good.
That's exactly what their comp wants to do.
Just Weibo
Catch
teams.
you on a side lane, collapse quick before the enemy can respond. But Weibo do respond with lethal force.
Weibo counter, counter, counter. They had been pushing up on topside, and Xiaohu's able to teleport there in with the Orianna and make the biggest difference. Let's take a look at it. Because the setup, they push the wave in topside, and then Nocturne ultimate goes off. But Xiaohu got his teleport up.
Weibo locked in. We need to be saying LNG lock in.
So Xiaohu arrives in time.
Okay, but like who scales harder? Let's look at that. So Orianna already doing
and
big
this Orianna collecting 2
already
more
doing
kills, just getting richer and richer and richer in this. Weibo able to chase down the extra stragglers after
you got
the
Braum,
LNG
you got
play.
Ash. I just think Ash is OP. Like just
You got to be so
purely.
quick when you're playing against a Nocturne.
There's
so much stuff happening all over the map.
Like, they can be collapsing here. Let me be in
That's
position.
really good, like,
to immediately TP in. Scout dives in
focus
the end to
from
Crisp, as you say.
Weibo, I feel
4
like.
kills over to Weibo, 4 kills now on the Orianna as
Oh
well.
no,
A
not the
350
fingernail
gold
biter.
bounty on Xiaohu's head. It's a bounty that's been there through his many years in the LPL.
Oh
and now
man.
a 1.5K
Where's Worlds
lead
taking
for
place?
Weibo.
So
They have
Swiss
strong
stage
top, strong
was
mid,
in
AD carry in a good
Berlin,
spot as well.
and now
Gold
this is
leads
quarterfinals,
mid
and they are
and in
playing
that
in
bot lane
Paris,
role.
and they will be
Alongside Crisp, I'm
playing
always happy to see a support kit
semifinals in
getting
Paris
paid
next
for
weekend
LNG.
as well.
The question becomes, how do you fight back? You can delay a little bit. You've already taken 1 Drake, so Soul Point not too. It's quite a way away before you really have to battle over that.
Yeah, the problem for LNG is usually you're like, okay, well, if you're looking at
Are you
this setup,
in
then maybe
Paris?
they can
I'm not
make
in
a pick,
Paris yet.
you know, with Nocturne
My
Ultimate
flight
coming
is
in
next
and
week.
Kai'Sa flying in
So
with
I
the
will be
Killer
in
Instinct.
Paris
But in a lot of the plays that
next
LNG have tried to
week.
set up, Weibo's countered that.
I will
and then
be
Weibo
flying
comes out with all these
in.
extra kills as they chase
Oh my
them
gosh,
down.
I can't believe it's
So
like in next
really has
week.
been
My flight is in
tough
1,
ask
2, 3, 4,
side of LNG.
5 days to Atlanta
Lane
so that I
Snapchat
can get my
brought to you by Mastercard,
braids,
a
my
1.2K
honey blonde
gold
braids.
Xiaohu
I'm
in
so
the mid lane.
excited.
Has the
And
setups
then
in race completely stacked up.
my flight to Paris
Angel on
is
his shoulder
literally
guarding
next
him. He's
day.
being matched by Scout in the top side right now. Crisp
Yeah,
sometimes goes
we're
on a
about
little bit of
we're
an
about to
adventure
freaking go
around this point in
crazy.
the game
I'm
when you're
so
trying to set
excited.
up 4
I'm
neutral
so excited.
objectives. It's a
Yeah,
minute
I'm in
30 on
Paris
the
in
next
spirit
straight.
right
Maybe
now, for
we'll see
sure.
him stepping a little bit too far.
And crucially,
Will we see you
Crisp
on the big
flash
stage?
back up.
I
Every time
don't
we've seen him with it available,
know.
he has
I don't
used it to
know,
set
if
up
you
a
will.
play
I
for his
hope
team
so.
In this game.
Um,
Often you can
I have
criticize
not
Crisp for his
been
aggression. Sometimes he overstays against Cole, but this
contracted to
game it
be
is
on
working
stage.
to Weibo's benefit. 8-4 is the kill lead that they have. The Dragon spawning in about a minute's time.
Well,
LNG with a
I have
similar
been
situation
told
to
that
Game
I
On, where
can
they're getting
share that
deep push on
Riot
the bot side.
is
Crisp needs
flying
to be
me
careful
out,
here, a little
so that
isolated,
is-
but he has enough vision to walk his way to safety.
That is all that I can
Safety,
say.
also known as the bush
I have
by
been
the
given
enemy red.
permission
Yes,
for
that
that.
too. He's a man that likes to play on the edge.
So shout out
But
Riot.
Weibo happy to just farm up in this situation, wait for those big fights. They have to be very respectful of the potential side lane collapse. You can see even with the lead that Xiaohu has, knowing
Blew
that he could
out.
out-trade
Ah,
Scout, he's not
I
approaching.
just
He's
can't
waiting
believe
for the wave to
it.
come to him, knowing that he can't
I can't
afford that
believe it.
overstep with Dragon so
It's
close.
so insane.
They
I
also
never
want
would have
Tarzan to
thought,
pick up
like,
one more camp.
starting
He's just finishing
streaming
up that
while
blue,
in
just got his
college,
jungle
like
pet
in my
upgraded,
college,
so now
my
his
little
smite
college
does the
apartment
same as
bedroom.
Weiwei's if a 50-50 was
Like,
to
just
occur at
playing
the next
League,
Drake. They still have
and
the rift mode in
now
pocket as well.
League
If Weibo wants to try and use
is
that to
flying
develop
me
some
out
pressure
to
towards the mid lane, but
Worlds. I didn't even know
Arrow
about
went
pro
backwards.
play
He's
back
looking for
then,
the stop
man.
here.
I didn't know about pro play until like 2 years ago.
Hung is the one who's being caught. Crisp
And
chasing
here we are,
in.
bro.
There's the shockwave back. Hung gets a good
here we freaking
unbreakable will off just in time. Tarzan going for the chase on Weiwei. He'll be feared back though. Hung trying to do everything he can to survive here. Does still have the flash, but in the end he will be sacrificed.
This is giving a Weibo win, personally.
As Hung chooses not to flash, knowing there's few places for him to go. Scout cross mapping on the top side, but the Herald dropped as well. Weibo going to get a lot off a single pick.
Yeah, as you say, Light shot the arrow up towards Scout, and Scout just went
Did
right
someone
back
know
to the
when
tower,
T1
so
will play? T1 will
the
play in 2 days. So not today, not tomorrow, but the next day.
Looking for another charge.
Which means Saturday.
Tight little turn there.
That was very
Or are you getting all the kills? I actually should.
You might wonder why
As a girly,
players do this. If
I
you can get the
respect
Riptail
it.
to charge in,
Yeah, for
off
sure,
synergy,
Coco.
you can actually deny some of the XP and gold from the enemy team. The TP behind here by LNG. A Scout looks for the flank. The Riptail helping Weibo out, but more just dawdling through the river right now. LNG going to put their attention down towards Zeka. It's jumped on down towards the bottom side. Light and Breathe able to take him out.
Okay, but are they going to get the dragon though? They're not.
For that flank. The Drake secured by LNG. Their second of the game. Exchanged for a kill in favor of Weibo, but LNG will be very happy that they stopped the soul from sacking
unless that Ash ult from downtown lands and they pick up 2 kills instead of 1. Wow.
Oh, it's Light with the snipe to find the extra kill here. That was such a funny fight to watch, though, because it starts
you
out
mean
with, like,
Jinx
a
too?
kaiju fight of Rift Herald versus
I
Dragon
stand my
in the
fellow
pit.
Jinx memes.
As they drive it into the pit, it's
Okay, but
Dark
look
Dagger
at
on the
Rift.
Dragon, and then Weibo say, all right, we're going to go for the pick on the side here because
He
Jax
did
is
1
alone.
hit,
So we're gonna
and
go
then
for
he
kills,
ran away.
And LNG opt to burn down the Dragon instead and try and steal away the objective while you're killing off Zika. So
Bro,
they do
but
get
look
their
at Rift
kill,
Herald,
but
like
the
just
objective goes away
pressing
of
on.
LNG.
That's
They
crazy.
stop any sort of that dragon stacking that Weibo would go for. It's just that here,
That's
once
probably the
you
first
blow
time
your
Rift Herald
Nocturne
has
spell
ever
shield,
hit
it
Dragon
opens up
or
for
ever
Light, and
seen
he
what
hits
Dragon
those.
is.
The Ash arrows have proven valuable for Weibo as they find another victorious fight. Crucially, though, LNG slowing down those dragons means that
Yeah,
they
no,
can buy themselves
literally.
more time. They're not at risk
Kelly
of the
was
soul
like,
going the way of Weibo anytime
actually,
soon.
your breath
the
is
greater problem is
hot.
the Baron spawning in 10
I'm gonna go take
And
that
the greater
turret.
problem is going to be, how do you ever win a full team fight versus Weibo? That is 6 kills.
Oh,
on
absolutely,
on Orion.
Allie,
Like, he is
absolutely.
going to be massive.
There's
He's gonna have a
no way
Leandries
they make
done
it past next
very
round.
shortly here. Has the safety
Literally, all of the
Seeker's
other
Arm
teams
Guard
could
and
lose.
Light.
Like, ooh,
It's fine.
they could both lose. Like top esports,
bolts,
T1,
forcing Scout's ulti.
BLG,
Weibo just using that
HLE,
developed
Genji.
control around the
And
Baron
honestly,
right
I'd
now.
say
As you say,
FlyQuest
this is
could
where the
beat these
next
teams.
Battle lines will be drawn.
I
The
really
next
do. I really do.
Field of war, but LNG still only allowing
Oh, in the game
superficial
walls? I wonder
forays
if that
into
was
their
on
jungle.
purpose.
Hung and Weiwei doing a good enough job of making sure there aren't any deep wards in here right now. Scout with no ultimate has to play a little bit more cautiously towards the top side. Weiwei's here to shadow him as Tarzan begins to collapse. Crisp goes in, spell shield. There's the charm from Scout. TP coming in from LNG as well as they look to turn this fight around. The paranoia has been popped by Weiwei. Diving onto the backline. Killer Instinct. Light locked up. Gala dives in and they're looking for the damage onto Light. The unbreakable wall.
Light dies.
To stop Gala.
He didn't ult. He didn't ult.
To LNG find 2.
The critical seconds there. Breathe was unable to teleport as the Nocturne ult went off, so he had to wait the whole thing. And LNG, they use those seconds. They jump on Weibo. They jump on Light. They get the kills.
Not
onto
you
the bottom
quit.
line members,
Do you think
and
they're
now
gonna beat top
pressuring.
esports
They're
then,
threatening
Littles?
the Baron, trying to draw Weibo into the darkness.
Yeah, I guess he didn't really have time.
Weibo see the Baron hasn't been started by LNG. They have the shockwave now on Xiaohu.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky.
They don't know. They actually don't know.
They thought it wasn't being done. And now Tarzan's going to walk up, chuck a sapling in there and realize, oh my god, this is 6,000 HP. Xiaohu has a TP. He'll try and join the fight. Green
that's
coming
their
in from the top
Baron,
side as well,
dude.
but the Baron has already been
That's
finished.
their Baron.
Xiaohu comes in. Hung's going to sacrifice himself to make sure his team secures the ultimate prize. The Baron taken by LNG.
Such a
was
crucial
way too
punish
easy.
on the side of LNG. It feels like that has been the story
What's
of
going
this
on,
series.
Bonnie?
A team makes a play, how do you respond? And LNG
Oh,
responded
it's
flawlessly.
definitely going to be a good match.
Early use of the Nocturne
gonna be a
ultimate to bring the
great best of
TP
5.
in, force Weibo to split apart, and Light was left isolated. The dive comp came into fruition from LNG, and removing Light meant a one-team fight.
Zika wailing away on Tarzan, knocks him back with a Bramble Smash. Void Seeker coming in from Gala. Look at the damage onto Tarzan. The paranoia being used as well. Everybody's coming to get you as Tarzan begins to retreat. But the dive in is enough. Tarzan is going timber. And Gala's looking for more. Seeker will take out Light.
Wait, didn't die.
Devices. He's fried by LNG. Xiaohu trying to
Scout's
escape,
gonna have to land this charm.
Holding the charm. Like
he landed it. Is it going to be enough? Zika alone. Wow, perfect W from Gala.
Mega knocked over the wall by Hung. LNG will get the mid-tier one, but not much more.
Another team fight win for LNG.
Did T1 make it through? T1 is in quarterfinals. They're going to be playing against Top Esports on Saturday.
He wasn't present to protect them from the collapsing flank, and Zika once again doing so much work on this Jax.
Oh, they are keeping it interesting here. LNG find them on the map once again, and this was Weibo trying to push back after the play. Zika here on the flank locks up Tarzan and gets so much damage done that they can follow through with yet another Nocturne ultimate. It only gets dicey as they further chase. You know, Gala always can follow up on these plays.
It's so hard playing around your Fed,
Ori. Right in there
honestly,
on the
like, just let Ash get her autos in.
But then they want more. Vedius, they're looking at Xiaohu, and they're looking at this big bounty on his head.
After
they want
got the Baron,
Orianna, but they just can't get him. Breathe comes in, pulls out some heroics, helps out Xiaohu, who remains unkilled on the Ori. There remains a big hope there for Weibo, but
neither of these teams can just have a
even
clean
though,
game,
like, I know
the other
he's
team
not
always has to pull out all the
speaking
stops,
English,
and that's
like,
what makes
I
Weibo
can't
versus
understand
LNG
what he
so
was saying.
exciting.
I
We
can't
already
read his
said it
lips.
before.
You
Every
can
time
tell
these
from the
teams face
emotion
this year, it went
exactly
all the
how
way.
he's feeling.
Every time,
exactly
back
how
and
he's
forth.
feeling.
And
That's
in the
what I
best
love.
of fives,
That's what I
Weibo was
love.
getting the better of LNG up until the World's qualification.
You literally
LNG
know
could
what
shut them down.
he's
and it all
like
comes
feeling.
down to less than a second of reaction time. You know, it's these two different
Are
team
you in
fights
Paris?
went so
Not yet. I'll
differently
be in Paris
based
next
on
week.
the first one where Xiaohu
He
was able to
looks
react to the Nocturne
stressed.
ultimate, and he squeezed it in there and immediately got his
super
teleport in.
stressed.
And then the last one, Breathe got locked out, and LNG were able to take advantage of that little timing, take down Light, take down Crisp, and then knock-on effect of grabbing all those extra kills on the map and chasing them down. Games at Worlds really do come down to these fractions of seconds and playing it nicely.
I mean, they really do. Your tournament life is on the line here as well.
Really?
There is no regional qualifiers after this for you to re-qualify. Let's take a look at where we are.
Why are we in your bathroom?
25 minutes into
I had
jokes
to
apiece.
do a little get
Recently,
ready
it's
with
felt
me
like LNG have the impetus. They have the
because
ability to step forward, but
I
sometimes
have
that
to go
stepping can
somewhere
be a
at
bit
9,
precarious.
which is
Hung almost caught
immediately
there, is
after
able to escape.
Worlds.
I think LNG fans
So,
will
I wanted to make
rejoice
sure
in
I was
seeing
ready.
a lovely, lovely sight, and that is Gala
I think
on
these
3
matches are so
items
close
Kaisa.
because these teams are both
That is a
LPL. They have a lot of
very
matches
scary
against each
AD
other, and
carry
they
right now. So,
probably
wow, you
know a lot of
Xiaohu
their habits.
is
Oh,
this
absolutely.
pillar for
Like, they
Weibo
know how
this
these
game
people
with his
play.
7
They
kills
know
and his
what
big
they
bounty
want to
on his
play.
head.
They know their
LNG
they're,
are just looking to
like,
prey on him.
if they're
Without the outer
aggressive, if they're
towers,
passive.
he is very vulnerable.
For sure,
Orianna
I agree.
is always vulnerable in these side lanes.
Thank
and
you,
so you see
Art.
him having to wait. The little tiger here in the brush, waiting to collect minions.
That's his natural habitat, though, Kobe. He's ready to strike. He's just waiting on enough gold to finish up that Zhonya's, and then he'll be able to step that little bit further forward. The threat, as you say, though, of the Nocturne, of the Ahri, of the Kaisa just diving in on a side lane is
I might
ever
just have
looming.
to listen to Beyonce.
See how well Wei rotates between the two sides, because wherever this Nocturne goes, that's where the big potential play for LNG
My
is.
camera
He's the big gold
might
holder,
die.
and he's the
It
one
looks
with
like
the
it wants to
big
die.
team fight changing ultimate.
Xiao, he should be extremely close to completing the Zhonya's. A very important item for the
Does he
upcoming
get
fight.
it in the next minute, Betty?
He definitely should. Yeah, you can see him recalling now. He caught the top wave, and that should have been enough gold for him to complete it. The reason why I mention it is because on Orianna, you've already talked about the low mobility. It's super important with this Jax and Nocturne and, well, literally everyone on LNG trying to dive on top of you. And crucially, you talked about Weiwei before. This Maokai feels very squishy. Like, that is not much of a front line that LNG have to get through. And with the amount of mobility, the Braum will be the greater problem. And Crisp's positioning is going to be crucial to provide that peel for his carries.
I think the one thing LNG do have to be a little bit careful
What were your
for in
picks?
looking for their next play.
So I picked
is
LNG
funneling
for this
a bit
series.
too much into these
I
jungle
picked
corridors.
HLE
Because while you mentioned
for versus
Tarzan may be pretty far
BLG,
behind on
and
his
I
Falcon,
picked
kind of squishy himself,
T1 over top
still
esports.
fills
I
up
do
an
think that
entire
top
jungle corridor.
esports is
Braum
probably
can
more likely
still
to win,
fill up this entire
but
area. And
you
so Weibo
literally
can try and
cannot
use
make
these
me
big AoE ultis,
root
his
against
zone
T1.
control,
Like,
to try and
you would,
funnel in
like, I don't
to be
even
able to
think
get
I'd,
an advantage there.
I'd accept
LNG,
money to say
already control wards down
T1
on
will
the
lose.
Baron,
Like, there's just
trying to put
no
the
way.
extra vision pressure
And then after
split
that,
push pressure
I picked
onto Weibo.
Gen
You see
G over
Gala there was
FlyQuest.
actually hovering
Because I think
Zika
at a
for
certain point,
while.
we do have to come back to
Zika
reality.
takes the tower in his face. 700 gold for him.
I do. I do.
There's that split push threat.
How long will your
Same
flight
gold that
be?
he had last game.
It's supposed to
He bought
be.
so much time with
It's
that
5
zone.
hours to
There's no arrow
Atlanta,
for light now,
and
so
then
maybe
11
LNG will
hours
see a
to
window where they
Paris.
can look for something. Weibo start to step up towards the Baron, try and regain control of this area of the map. Zika
Yeah.
going in onto Breed.
Like,
He's
you
a
kind of
level
have to
down right now.
respect
Breed gets the
T1,
Gnar
you
back
know?
and forces Zika to just farm up those minions instead. Scout still looking for that flank. A little bit of vision for LNG. Just behind enemy lines here as Chris walks across it to get back towards the river. At some point, someone's got to deal with Zika. Breathe is struggling in that side lane.
He's struggling.
LNG slowly but surely gaining more and more control over the map.
Oh, it's
Zika.
Light. Zika jumps in and Light is here to react. Zika has to flash away.
That's the Baron though. That's the go for Baron. Light is stuck bot lane, and he can TP top.
Breathe can TP
I mean,
as well.
Ash
Gonna
could
go back
stop
to base first, try and get
the
back to full
TP.
HP, but that Baron's already down to 5,000 HP. Nature's Guard's coming out, Hung doing a
They just
wonderful
get
job
Baron again.
of keeping
Wow.
the tree a mile away. The Baron falls in the forest, and LNG damn well heard it. Weibo could get nowhere near, and instead they'll look for a Drake.
So they're going to go Drake, but LNG know this, and with Baron buff, they're actually pushing on top side right now. Are they going to keep Scout pushing all the way towards Inhibitor Tower? They do have a couple
Scout
trailing
and
members there, so it
Gala.
looks like they will commit to that. Weibo destroy this dragon fairly quickly, though. I think they should be able to defend.
Where's Nocturne?
Ash arrow.
Looking for Scout.
Ooh.
Doesn't find Scout. He's moving much forward with the dive immediately onto Breathe. The Gnar into the wall will buy him a second, but it's not enough time. Breathe is down.
The double trailing play for LNG. It's Gala and Weiwei with the ultis to immediately answer. What a bait.
What a reaction
What
time,
a bait
dude.
from LNG.
That hits me, that Ash ult hits me at
Zika.
least
We've
17
already seen him
times.
take these towers
At least
before. He's
17.
going to take another. LNG very quickly asserting their dominance
Oh,
here in game 3.
moly.
That was so sick.
I picked Fly
Scout
over
was
Gen
looking
G,
for it
but
the
I don't
entire
think
time.
Fly
They
will
know
win.
exactly
I'm just
what your play is
supporting.
gonna
No,
be.
like I get that.
Dodges
No, I get
the
it.
Ash arrow, and they
No, I
punish
get it.
immediately now with this Baron buff, taking down the inhibitor turrets quickly.
Inhibitor tower in the top lane already raised to the ground by Scout. Chris trying to respond, but there's no one there to help him out. Instead, they'll put their attentions toward this mid lane wave to clear it out.
Look at bot wave as well, Medic. You've got Zika catching another. The TP into the top lane.
Oh my
Scout
gosh.
never had a chance to
Okay,
base
if
before, but now he has,
FlyQuest
and he
beats
returns
Gen
with a
G,
death cap.
I think
Zhao has to be so
FlyQuest could
careful.
win Worlds. But
If you're
is
Weibo,
there
how do you
a
even jump on
world
side lane here?
that
Because
FlyQuest
Kai'Sa
beats
and
Gen
Nocturne
G?
are always threatening these ultis between multiple
There's probably
lanes to
one
join and
world.
defend. It
There's
is
probably
just so
one galaxy,
relentless, the
one
pressure
realm
with the added Baron buff.
where
Zika.
that
That's a
happens.
stopwatch he'll
Is
use
it this
before
one? No.
Tarzan can get the full engage. Hung trying to come across as well with a Gnar into the wall was done. Zika, he's going to try and get the counter strike off in time. First leave strikes away. The arrow going down as well. It's wide.
Oh, baby,
Zika
what happened to
surviving
them
for a
Ash
hell of a long time.
ultis? They
While
were
Sky
hitting
pushes in the
earlier.
top side. In the end, Zika will fall even through the counter strike.
Is he gonna fall?
To keep him alive. Scout
Holy
should be able to
moly.
get an inhibitor for this and will do exactly that.
Exactly. It buys enough time to
Yeah,
get the
they
objective.
bought
The
a lot of
inhibitor
time for
taken.
Scout to get
That's
top
the price
inhib.
you pay for a single kill, Vedius.
They also get the flash out from
Okay,
Tarzan.
LNG.
Like, that's how difficult he is to kill.
Could you
And it's not
imagine
gonna
Death
get
Ray?
any
Could you
easier in
imagine the
fights
first
to come
NA
as
Worlds
well.
win?
We talked about how in the draft, both teams
I don't
had
even know if they
options,
can even
but
take
one
one
of the
game.
things
I think they can take
Medic, you were
one.
concerned about was would Weibo
I
have enough
think
damage?
they could possibly
They
take
barely had
the
enough damage to
very
kill
first
Zika.
game
What about the rest of
off of
LNG?
Gen
I
G,
feel like that this game
just
is so
off of the
difficult
fact
now
that
for
Gen
Weibo
G
to
is
turn
probably
around.
going to ego
And it all
them
comes off the back of
and
that
like be
single
super
top lane dive.
disrespectful
The way
and
in
like
which LNG
make
was so
very
quickly able to
risky,
punish
like
it,
dumb
convert it into
plays.
Baron, and the way
I
they've
do
played around
think
Baron
that is
since then.
possible.
Incredible stuff from them. And
Do I
a fun
think
fact
that
from you,
Gen
Medic,
G will
may end up ringing
then
true once again.
alter their gameplay, lock
Two
in,
series
sit
in
the
the last
frick
2
up,
months, both
and
times.
make sure that
Weibo have
FlyQuest
lost
never
game 3.
gets a win on them
LNG have
again?
come up the victors.
I do.
The second one, obviously,
I
in
do.
regional, in the regional, gone a little bit trickier for Weibo. They had
you,
just played the day before in the
Lauren.
finals. But here.
Even if they win against Gen G, they won't win against T1 or top esports.
LNG knocking on the door of the Nexus. For them, it's redemption from last year. 0-3 against T1 in the quarterfinals.
I will disagree with that because I think Gen G is the top team in Worlds. So I think if you can beat Gen G, you can beat anyone.
That have never really come to fruition that now
I think finals will likely end up being Gen G and top esports or Gen G and HLE.
Play from them. As they have done with Scouts.
I think FlyQuest could beat T1.
Loving those side lane resources, the trailing play here, and now it becomes so difficult for Weibo to even gain.
Do I think they could beat top
to start their play from? You see LNG.
Do I think they could beat HLE? Well, they proved they couldn't.
Over and over.
Right? We've already
here from this Kaisa. So even
we've already seen the HLE
for Weibo.
matchup
For them to get.
So crucially, Xiaohu is about
never beat Faker though. No, single-handedly.
I think you wait for that amount of gold and let him buy it before you fight.
You think T1 will beat top esports? I am rooting for T1 to beat top esports.
It's such a massive item spike, and
that is my PR answer.
Xiaohu is so paranoid though of a potential Nocturne.
Okay, this match needs to end.
It's only the sapling on the top side. They need to spot out this Nocturne.
It is kind of going on.
Charm wide from Scout.
And look, there's the ping onto the top wave. He's going to it quickly. He knows where Scout is now. He can try and get that gold.
There's so much darkness for Weibo if they do try and
I feel like Ori was very dominant in the early game,
maybe give
but
this one up. Maybe it's not worth it.
Like, haven't seen too much.
Light and Crisp waiting to see if someone oversteps to catch the mid wave.
LNG want the kills. They're just itching to use these ultis.
The game is done. I feel like with these teams, it's never done.
Now who's sitting in
Because Weibo Gaming was literally in their Nexus, and
the death cap comes
there it
through.
is.
LNG turned the game around.
Control ward as well. Zika chunked out to about 2/3 HP. The arrow going in just wide of Zika and Scout, who form a little conga line and avoid the arrow's embrace. Now Drake up 2 seconds.
That's a critical mistiming now for Weibo because that was also Mega Gnar in addition to the Ash Arrow. Now Breathe is going to go mini, and this Dragon, are they going to try and steal it in some way? I mean, it just
I don't think so because it's not Soul.
And no Mega Gnar.
And no flash on Tarzan. There's no way for him to get into the pit.
Yeah.
Baron up in 15 seconds time.
It's not Soul. Whoever gets it next, they'll probably fight. But it's not Soul point. I don't think they should risk it because if they all die there, they lose.
The inevitable fight around the big purple worm.
I mean, we are fully into the late game now. Everyone nearing full builds. This final fight is largely going to come down to execution, but the crucial advantage.
Weibo Gaming had good fights, but LNG has better macro overall.
To the Baron is a
yeah, with their third Baron this
no
game.
Deep vision, no potential flank wards.
Thank you,
Ruthless. Pressure on the side lane. Breathe cannot stop him.
Kai's about to be full build, baby. Don't play with it.
Quickly.
Yeah, this is the fight.
Breathe goes into mini Narp. Will be exhausted for a
while.
Both
top laners have TP.
Again, LNG trying to gain control of mid and
both
this top
mid
side
laners
jungle
have
Scout
TP.
waiting in the wings to see if
so we could see it happen anywhere with this 3v3.
Can work his way up towards that mid lane instead of burning his teleport. He's going to base, but that deception, that darkness that he sits in makes it so difficult for Weibo to know if they can engage or not, because where's Zika? Is he flanking us? The arrow wide again.
Light, baby. What are these ultis?
With them. No
they are
bullseyes
not
yet.
hitting no more.
It feels this game as LNG will back away.
It's difficult because that is really the most guaranteed attempt that they can make.
Where is he aiming, child? He's aiming to the next game.
So slow moving.
That's where he aiming.
Doesn't have extra time to come up and be the one to start it out and look for it. Even though he does
new
have
location
ready,
unlocked.
has to constantly attend to these side lanes because LNG will not relent in their side lane pressure, and so they keep getting the better setup. It's so tense, Betty.
Yeah, it's the few moments before the drop on a roller coaster.
I wonder what this last item from Ash is going to be.
Final calamitous 5v5.
Crucially, the Weibo have found access into the pit. The side lane pressure has disappeared for now. The Baron is started.
All they needed was access to Baron. They're going to start up the Baron as they're trying to pull out the TP from Zika, and there it goes. Weibo stick to the Baron. The arrow goes wide. It hits onto Zika.
Wait, it hit as soon as he TP'd. They get the Baron, but can they win this fight? Kaisa, ADC dead. Weibo
Breen catches LNG out of the air and slams them into the wall. Weibo win the fight, and you have to feel
that's 1 for none, by the way.
A single
Do y'all think they win off of that?
5-0.
50-second death timer, is that it?
They've done it again. Weibo draw.
Dude, did you
LNG
see
into
that
the
ulti? Was that ulti planned? I think that's game, y'all.
30 seconds from anyone for LNG to be back
15
up,
seconds from the
all
support.
All they're gonna do is watch their Nexus fall in grayscale. Curses be damned. Game 3, curse you save Eddie. Apparently, Weibo just don't care. Weibo are 1 game away from semis.
Weibo is 1 game away. Honestly, I just want to point out that Xiaohu did not do
they kite back during the Nocturne ultimate.
Headphone takeoff. No one is touching him. No one is touching him. He had the close-up cam. He had the moment.
To match point.
He had the moment. He did not seize the moment. He did not.
An incredible game, and we've got more right after this break.
I just want to put that out there. All right, it is 7:55. I'm gonna go change real quick, and I'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Crown, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it. I'm back on 100. I'm ready. I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode. God level, cheat code. New age, hero. Good verse, Evo. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day. No one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a
and we are so this is probably gonna be the last game for me because I have to be gone in an hour. So hopefully, okay, fit. Period. Hopefully, Weibo closes it out so we don't miss anything. LNG definitely takes blue side here, 100%. No, I won't be able to play any games after. Oh my god. I won't be able to play any games because I have a itinerary today. Oh my gosh, period. I don't have any water in here. I need to get some water. Let me talk to you about putting on earrings with nails. Y'all are so silly. The fit is giving, period. I have some blue heels that I want to wear with the fit, but I don't think that I can because I haven't gotten a pedicure yet. My nail appointment is on freaking Saturday, I think. So I don't have a fresh pedi. And the toes are looking crispy. Thoughts on Nightbringer Yasuo? Oh, like the new one? I mean, the horns are big. The wind wall looks cool.
Breathe goes 6-0 on Nard this Worlds, and it's Weibo on match point. And Jat, you were just telling me I have watched that last fight over and over and over. What do you want to show us?
It was a banger. Let's pull it up right away because we have one team composition that spends the whole game scaling. Just keep it paused just for a second. So much of it is about Gala and Ari trying to get on Light and Xiaohu, and it's very important for Weibo when they actually get a fight, which is so hard for them to actually create, is that Light and Xiaohu stay apart from each other. Let's roll this fight right now and watch the moment that Gala goes in. It needs to be a one-shot for this fight to work. But when
are we gonna fall victim for the exalted Jinx skin? I think I'm required to obtain it as a Jinx main. I think I'm required.
Off right after that charm, it stalls. Gala falls. Nobody is on Light, so Light can fire free onto Scout, and it ends up being a 5-0.
That arrow as well. The first time they didn't even catch it, but that straight on the teleport meant that they were a member down, and that could have been the difference maker in the damage.
Yeah, and also people might think that the sign I held up as we came, like when in doubt, Baron, ? Was sarcastic.
Let's watch it. Let's keep rolling it again.
Yeah, as we keep rolling the fight over, because I think when you look at these two, when you look at these two compositions and the way that they work, this is so well designed to deal with the dive coming out of the LNG comp, right?
But I feel like the bracelet is too
the
much.
fight does not get split up the way that LNG would have wanted. And yeah, the big Gnar on the backside. But again, every time that they try to go in, Weibo's composition has so many answers for what they want to do. And I know, Chronicler, you were talking as we were watching this backstage. You're like, wow, they're learning what
they're learning how it works.
But they're learning what Maokai does in real time. Because, like, let's take a look at all of the drafts from both of these teams, because I think it's really interesting what each of them have wanted to do, right? So we have the Nocturne and the Ahri, right, with the Jhin for setup. For LNG, again, we have this Jax, Sejuani, Yone combo. And then again, on red side,
Ashe has never looked this sexy. Ashe looked amazing. She did have a couple of miss ultis here and there. But yeah, Light definitely makes her look
like
good.
Like this entire comp, Ori, Maokai, like everything, the ROM was doing so much work.
Period.
And it feels like both of these teams have come out and been like, we have exactly what we want. Now we just want to play it out.
And if it wasn't for that incredible mid-game sequence where LNG did take back control, right? Because that's when they did find the... we have way more global presence. We have the ability to dive on top of you. When Weibo wasn't set up, that could have been the game ender. But instead, I think that we're seeing what we said at top of day, which is specifically... There have been, throughout this tournament, it started out being
camera
very team focused, then we moved to dive. And
all right, we're gonna have to move over to
LNG just keep running into it. And that's the cool thing. Shox mentioned themes about good and bad trade deals. To me, the theme is one team thinks diving is the best way to play. The other team thinks absorbing the dive is the best way to play. And honestly, I don't actually know what the correct answer is because of how close these last few games have been.
The Olympics were last month. You gotta stop diving, okay?
Oh,
it's not too bad. It's a little. It's not as.
Let's talk about
HD,
Xiaohu
but
just
it's
a
alright.
little bit, right?
His
goat. Chat, take a look at this
It's
top lane
alright.
team fight where the goat is blinded,
He is.
but gets his ult off
Thank you,
on,
bestie.
I think, 3 to 4 people. He gets a triple kill. I mean,
Absolutely. It gave them a lot of early momentum in this game. And if you watch this, it was an attempted dive onto a Meganar, which is already a bit questionable. But the biggest thing here is even when Nocturne flies in, Xiaohu just flies out with the ultimate and catches 4 people.
You also see before this fight even starts, as that
I'm gonna
we
plug
see
up my
that
camera so it has a little
the
bit of
Warrior ult goes
battery.
through. They
And
landed the Ash arrow
I gotta make
again.
sure I
Like, you
take
wonder
my
why
extra
they
battery.
keep drafting
Be right back.
this
Yeah, I
Ash.
asked
Light
you.
has been so good with isolating people who want to dive in on top of you.
I think that was the first arrow they hit, and then I think the second arrow, because a lot went flying, the second arrow he hit was the one in the final fight. And guess what? If those 2 are the ones you hit, then who cares?
And the coach reaction was hilarious after that, by the way, from the Weibo camp, because you see there everybody's happy. We were thinking, did they just have a huge discussion of with Xiaohu if he was allowed to get Orianna, if he was going to do good, and he's like, no, he actually did well. Who
That was
knows?
shocking.
Something is causing him to go through it.
Yeah, it's true. Also, about Xiaohu, we just got Liam from our stats team to catch up. He's now 5th in Worlds kills, passing Perks.
Wow.
He is 2nd in MSI plus Worlds kills, passing Caps as well. And he is tied for the 2nd most wins at Worlds with Deft.
And also, Worlds is his worst tournament.
So
He's a
true.
3-time MSI champion in 2 different roles, and historically has been the guy who comes to Worlds and falls flat on his face, and he's definitely trying to change that narrative. Made it all the way to finals last year. Has it, like, this team, they're shaky the whole time.
They are.
They're shaky the whole time, but they're up 2-1.
That's how they get ya.
I think you're also seeing why, right? Like, we talked about that LNG 3-0 in regional qualifier right after Weibo. We're coming out of facing BLG in the finals. This is why, and some of these like responses to what they've had to LNG, what LNG wants to do, this is why a lot of people who watch the LPL were like, you know what? Weibo should be the 3rd seed. Like, they are technically 4th seed, but we've seen them and we think that they could be the 3rd seed. There you see the
LNG, please win. Yeah, honestly, I don't want
the game
my
that LNG
pick'ems
won,
to
Weibo got
kaboom,
that exact trajectory.
but
They just weren't able to close it out in that one, right? We had the worst trade deals that I've seen, at least in this quarterfinals. But if that hadn't happened, we could have actually been looking at a Weibo, which I think is the one thing that coming into today, none of us would have expected.
No, absolutely. Yeah. And look at it from the other side, right? This is an LPL versus LPL match. We talked about the team kills earlier, how the higher seed often loses out in these. But for Scout and LNG, what a blow it would be.
Yeah,
I need this game to take
Scout,
a while. Why?
He made it here. We weren't even sure if he'd be able.
Yes, ma'am, did you get water? No, there's no water bottles in here. I was thinking about ordering room service just so I have a little food in my tummy.
These 2 teams know each other,
but also
so
they
well,
normally.
And we'll see if
I don't
Weibo
know.
can close it out now.
We'll see indeed, or if Scout can bring us to a game 5. What do you guys think?
Oh my gosh, this is the last
I'm
game.
going to be honest. Give me 5 games. It's a quarterfinal. Let's get these quarters kicked off
Roar!
correctly.
We were
Go
talking about it
breathe!
just before we went live, and it's so entertaining to have 2 teams that seem to excel in slightly different ways.
Yeah.
Because it makes them so
way
matched
over
at various
2
points in the game,
kills.
right? And
That's
we've
what you
seen
need this
constant
game.
back and forth. You have to imagine that the relationship.
It's not the
that
last
so
game.
many
We
of
don't know if it's the last
players
game.
have.
If
Talked about it. Former teammates.
If Weibo
the organization's
wins,
history,
it is the last
these
game.
players are so
But if
familiar with
LNG
one another,
wins, we go
you
one
have
more.
to feel like that all of it is now coming out into this series. Let's see if LNG can bring us to game 5.
Or it could just be blue side wins every game.
Could also just be
You know,
that.
Weibo won, LNG won, Weibo won.
Oh,
We'll see if LNG can do the
true.
same, take us
It could just
to
be
silver
who's on
straight.
blue side.
Leicester and Skarner banned away by LNG.
It will
Alongside
not
that,
be the
Rumble
last.
removed by
Not
Weibo.
locking wee wee.
Will we get some?
Not wee wee.
Silence once again, still sticking up there.
Please not
Scout,
wee
of course,
wee.
was quite good with that already early on in the tournament.
Lord have
Okay.
mercy.
No more Gnar though. Breathe has crazy Gnar stats. They flashed it after that game, further improving. So no more Gnar option, at least for him, for side lane.
I gotta put in my contact.
They're willing to take the Yone for Aurora trade. I mean, you mentioned it, Medic. While Scout did not die in his Yone game, I would argue that
who are we rooting for?
Overall wasn't as much
for my pick'ems, LNG,
which makes me
but
wonder if Weibo will look to
so
take
that
the
I don't miss any games, Weibo.
It.
So like,
can be great
really, whoever
want
to win, just win it.
You
know.
Pick.
Where are you going? I am not able to comment
then realize it's never
on
going to be Fiora.
my whereabouts.
It is the Jax to breathe alongside Aurora for Xiaohu.
I mean, people.
But am I going to vlog them so that you'll see later?
Absolutely. People are then cooking up, the lane counters and stuff.
I absolutely will.
Getting excited for stuff like Fiora. But you have to take the Aurora on this side, and then you pair it with the Jax for two very, very strong solo laners for yourselves for the side of Weibo. So honestly, I think that this trade actually looks quite good for them. It is, of course, going to be at the cost of your jungle.
You don't know where I'm at.
Last time, always supplementing the Yone plus the Renekton here, the double melee solo laners, the go-to for skirmishing on the top side of the map.
I want to remind people, Game 2 was very much in Weibo's hands. If they hadn't extended on those Nexus Tower pushes, we could have been at a 3-0. And this top side, once again, very similar from what we saw from LNG in that game.
That is a key takeaway, though.
Yep.
The Ezreal to steal away from Gala, because Gala was the one that did the most damage in that game for LNG. And Light also an exceptional Ezreal player.
And now you can ban away Kai'Sa and Ashe. And as I say that, Kai'Sa's already banned away. Wouldn't be surprised to see LNG ban things like the Braum out. With this melee topside, Braum is the last champion that you want to play up against.
Done and
they
done.
could also consider banning away the Poppy.
You got spoiled on another Insta? Wait,
who? Are hard for you to play melee into, but there are so many of them.
It might be another Amumu
Would you
angle,
like it if they
way,
made it so
like,
that
it
in a
very
3-game series, champions were burned
side.
if they were used?
Hook
Oh,
Crit will gain
absolutely.
a lot of value for sure, but we saw how
So like,
effective Tarzan
that's what they're supposed to be doing next year. They're going to do what's called Fearless Draft. So you're going to not be able to use the champions over again. Also, shout out to the mods. Thank you for doing the prediction.
What's the thing you least want to play against when you're running triple melee topside that's looking to create plays?
I feel like Renata would be quite a good ban here from LNG. Get rid of something that can really stop you going in for those engages. Instead, they'll remove the Leona. And now Weibo can leave support for last, can pick jungle. They already know they're playing into that Sejuani. Or
and they take the Rakan.
That
should have been obvious. They've been so concerned.
This is the only series of the day, so from now on, we're only getting one series because they're best of 5. And we're getting into the nitty-gritty of like finals. So we're in quarterfinals right now, which is the top 8 teams. Next week will be the top 4 teams. And then after that, it's the top 2.
Like that they'll lean more towards the Amumu.
There are a couple of them, yeah. The Jarvan, the Amumu, the Maokai as well still available. A lot of the things though, because you're like you said earlier, you don't want to give them too high value on Merc treads.
The Maokai and the Nautilus locked in for LNG. They have a great team fighting composition. They can assassinate someone.
Oh, I
see.
see.
With the hooks,
I see what you're saying,
the
Jay.
glacial prison from Sejuani. The Maokai, as you say, locked in now for Weibo.
Need not to die 65 times this game. No, like actually,
sacrificing a lot of
just for my pick'ems, please.
With this top side, very potent in the 2v2s, 3v3s, and Tarzan was getting bullied in the previous game. But in terms of team fighting strength, Weibo have a lot of tools.
I know the majority of people probably want to see this push to a game 5, but I do prefer the Weibo draft in this one, especially the change in AD carries. It is a little bit of a change, but stealing away the Ezreal and then Gala back on this
I don't like the Ezreal, if I'm honest.
That one's a little bit risky. People love to
I don't
hate
like
on
the Ezreal.
and the low damage.
Breathe, block in, I beg.
We'll see if they can make it count. It does have the long range. People follow up on a lot of these melee forward-facing plays, and so LNG do have the potential to be explosive. But I kind of believe in the Weibo side.
LNG were knocked out of the quarterfinals last year by T1. Weibo qualified to the semifinals, but everyone thought there's no way they'll beat PLG. There's no way.
Last year, Weibo was some frauds in finals.
Reality.
Not gonna lie.
They're looking to replicate and usurp expectations once again, while LNG are looking to deny them. The trade in junglers, the former teammates, the rivalries, they're all here on the table.
They ain't even put up a fight, my boy. I don't like the Yone. Didn't work on the last game.
And for Weibo, they just got to keep doing what they're doing. Get the mojo,
able to put in some
play
work.
the underdog card, and somehow come out on top again. No one expected them to beat LNG in the playoffs, nor top esports.
I need to put a timer.
Obviously, they lost
for
to BLG in the end, but then they beat JDG in the qualifiers. Everyone thought Weibo wouldn't even make it here to Worlds, and on the back of a player like Xiaohu, who has now tied the second most wins at Worlds alongside Deft, and the second place kills across Worlds and MSI, having passed Cats.
They did not ban Aurora. They did not ban Jax. They did not ban Yone.
Xiaohu because sometimes he can
they
be a
really
bit quiet.
let
In summer he was quiet until the playoffs came around. But this man is a man you doubt at your peril.
I mean, I completely agree. It's crazy to realize the accolades that he does have domestically and internationally. And very rarely do people put him as best mid laner all time alongside that of Faker. Because it's hard to, it's understandable.
Please address him as Fakey Wakey. That's his real name. Thank y'all.
The World Championship. Yep. And so here, this run so incredibly important to Xiaohu because it was
I think it's less about learning and more about the script. Oh, true.
So if they're able to keep this streak alive, these Weibo miracle runs that people have, honestly, you should be getting used to these by now. Last year Worlds, in playoffs like you're mentioning, see if Weibo can keep the magic alive.
Because it truly is magic for them. For LNG, came in to this series as the favorites, were in playoffs as the favorites, and now Zika and Scout trying to get some experience between the two of them to deal with the push that happens from Light and Crisp on the top side.
Xiaohu leveraging his passive beautifully, bullying LNG's solo laners out of this lane, but they get the push. That's what they wanted. Level 2 secured, the TP's gonna come through. LNG, they have 3 members on the bot side.
It's gonna be a dive.
He doesn't have level 3 just yet. No, it's not. The wave is too thin, and they decided to call it off.
Yeah.
Okay, so no 230 man dive bot, and I don't think we're gonna get a 3-minute dive bot. So
they are not
I
going
think
to make
everyone's
the mistake of trying to force the dive here. Just answer on the opposite side with the teleport.
Scout getting caught out here. Xiaohu trying to put the damage down, and once again we see Scout having to burn his flash early in the Yone versus
after the
Aurora
LNG
matchup.
throw last game, I want Weibo Gaming to win.
He's done a good job so far.
You think they don't deserve it? If
situation
LNG loses this game, they go home. Like this is really for all the marbles right now.
Right now. And he also, I mean, he's not
like you literally cannot lose anymore.
Isolated against Light
you can drop a game or two, but once you drop that second game,
comfortable spot here in the early game.
And honestly,
you've lost.
Weibo pretty happy with Light getting solo experience up on this top side, and has a pretty good time up here, constantly shoving in. Meanwhile,
if Weibo wins Worlds, we could finally get a Lux team skin. Oh, you think so? Oh yeah, because they played Lux, didn't they? They played the Caitlyn Lux.
Efficient side path.
They played the Caitlyn Lux bot lane.
So early on. I mean, now he gets kind of.
He's able to cover Light, and that's kind of the important thing here. Zika was looking for something onto Light there, couldn't find it.
Yeah, just slightly down on experience here. So he's 1 level down to the Sejuani. Has to give
but would
over
they
control of the river.
pick that
Just
though?
continually
But
throw
would
out
they
those
pick
saplings,
it?
though.
Maybe it is in the script.
And it looks
Who
like
knows?
Weiwei should be able to path down towards the bottom side to get himself a double scuttle. Tarzan will go back towards his red. Weiwei might be able to gank Xiaohu in the mid lane here. At least burning his flash would be huge. Scout trying to build up that Mortal still. Q3. Knock up on Xiaohu, has to flash away.
Okay, so they got his flash.
Weiwei to, at the very least, get that flash out from him. Scouts being up earlier means that there's potentially a play.
Zika having the back here, it's bad because he doesn't have any
Light, though, keeping
TP.
his pressure on the top side as Weibo's top support combo looks to push out that bot wave Zika with no TP.
The winner can pick any champion they want, or they need to play it in Worlds for choosing. The winner can pick any champion that they have played in Worlds. So the reason why Keria wasn't able to get his Lux skin is because he didn't play it. He didn't play Lux in Worlds last year. So he wasn't able to pick.
Well, he gets the experience from the third. Does Zika? He'll be very happy with Hung's sacrifice of HP to keep his minions around.
Yeah, every little bit of experience really matters once they match back up. If he's going to go toe-to-toe with Breathe once again, you assume that Breathe on the reset will head back down there. Yep. So it should be that. Meanwhile, Tarzan on the Maokai is on bottom half of the map right now as well.
Didn't he say he had to beg for bards?
So much pressure here, though,
I don't know what the T was
Crisp on his reset
behind bards. But he definitely played Bard in Worlds last year, if I remember correctly.
TP earlier once that initial play came through, and then Jahu TP's back with full HP.
Yeah.
So it's just it's a very
One of the skins they released though had an interaction on the recall. Yes. So he wasn't able to pick Lux. So Lux was included in the back. He also, if you stepped over a
but overall, a very quiet early.
The drinks that he puts down, the heal packets, you could see Lux's face on there. So they integrated the the Prestige Battle Academia Lux skin, because Keria wanted to choose that skin the year prior, and he played it, but they lost.
Scout has no teleport, so his recall right now, it was not on Vision, but LNG are still able to
the skin is really dope.
Even though they're on the timer where Scout is recalling and then heading bottom side, because they see that Breathe with no teleport on the Jax is still pushing the wave in.
Yeah, it's like a
invested from Weiwei though. Like so Tarzan should be able to
look at Zika.
He's on the flank, but Xiaohu's going to come across as well. That ultimate from the Aurora is available. They dive in. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Breathe is just farming minions. You can see Light's already got one kill between worlds. Is a second as Zika falls as well. Weibo.
Okay, so Weibo gets
take two grubs as well.
2 grubs.
Confident play there from Weibo as they're able to collapse with numbers first. Weiwei now isolated, trying to sacrifice.
Possibly a third.
And he will get away with it. Nicely done there. But still, Weibo find 2 kills. They
Lux
get 2 grubs.
It looks like
and
this.
Breathe is finding purchase in the bot side as well.
Yeah, Breathe was pushing that whole time. Had to be answered.
Kind of worse for Weibo, kinda, just a little bit. Just a little bit of worse.
Before getting his recall off, and that ward that he just dropped here.
Is it champions they played throughout Worlds or only finals? Worlds.
Allow them to continue
all throughout
tracking
Worlds.
Weiwei after the reset. We'll track Scout though, getting some turret play money at the very least on the bottom side of the map. It is Yone. You have to be worried about this champion always, but here's the setup.
Thank you.
It was just weird from LNG to decide to keep taking this fight, right? Because your AD carry's nowhere near the battle. You know you don't have TP on your top
lane. Now don't say nothing when y'all see this fit again when I'm in Paris, because I will be. I've been testing out fits of what I want to take with me. So y'all might see this one
Jin
again.
can open up the ultimate, but it's so little, so late, and so much damage. There we go.
There's the emotion.
Reactions all series long.
There's the emotion we've been waiting for.
And,
someone said Keria had a few games he could have played Lux too.
It's
probably just didn't work out for
red
comps. But the thing is, the way that T1 3-0'd Weibo, why didn't they just let Keria lock in Lux one time? No, I'm not in Paris yet. The coach's hair is everything. No, like I need the hair routine. I ain't never seen the same outfit twice. Period.
Weibo will be able to get the Drake as well. So this is
you
2
Purity.
grubs,
No,
I
am going to a top
currently sitting about 1.5k their advantage. And really nothing for Weibo so far. They will start scaling up towards first items. You know, Yone on Blade of the Ruin King feels like a much more powerful champ than he does before you get there, but he's still a little bit of a while away. Scout is looking up towards this top side though. Breathe does have flash. He'll walk towards the river to try and get some vision and make sure that he's not being collapsed on.
They're certainly going to have to do something to change the direction of this game.
Yeah. No.
Of course, on next grub spawn, that might be an opportunity. for them to do so. Have to have a much better
Thank y'all.
setup for it, though. I mean, they do have the similar spells to do it. Meanwhile,
thank y'all. Y'all are sweet.
Crisp here trying to get that deep vision. Again, Weibo have been so good.
Gotta represent for the girlies.
Deep vision, allowing them
gotta make sure I show up
to set up these plays. And Light here, the bombardment.
1 + 1 is making 2 now. There you go.
Constantly keeping that up.
Doing it blind as well.
Okay, businesswoman, because I'm about my business, right?
You can't quite see exactly where Hung
if they
is.
didn't know, they better ask
with the true shot barrage. Weibo trying to cover this top side. May look.
A
bit of damage. You can sneak in here. Zika clearing out the minions to make sure that Weiwei can get a little bit further forward.
Come on, Weiwei.
But with Crisp on his way, it may just be cover. Breed goes in with the Grandmaster's Might, and as soon as I say it, Breed goes in for the bite. He flashes away. Quickness coming out from Crisp.
No way.
Just to dissuade any further advances.
No way. He weighed.
But Breed, with his fancy feet, is able to navigate
really
his
made
way
it
out of that
out.
situation. Still able to catch that
Oh,
top
thank
wave
you,
too.
Andy.
So no real damage done aside from losing his flash. Weibo hold on to their lead for now, but a really nice idea there from LNG.
Yeah, the lane gank from Weiwei sneaks in through the side brush with the Sejuani. I mean, this is what they invested their whole draft into. Top 3 picks, Renekton, Sejuani, and Yone. You know, so much synergy there. And yet, unable to get any kills with them.
Isn't Shyvana
with the
supposed to
early
get a visual
skirmishing
update?
power of the Sejuani. You know, the lane swap, of course, going a long way, but now the second
did
pack
she already
of
get
bugs
it?
that we have been
Or was
looking
it Vi?
forward to after the reset here.
It's
They'll
Shyvana,
immediately start
right?
it off again.
Engage going in as they look to try and catch out Hung. He'll only land the dredge line onto Tarzan.
Whoa, Chris with the prediction.
He's going to chase him down towards the bottom side, but LNG won't really care that their support is being chased out by Crisp. The Titans rush for a little shield into the dredge line. Hung still surviving. Crisp has to flash away, and Weiwei's on the chase.
Chris, baby.
In. Chris still finds him. Chris trying to dash back to Xiao, who will escape for the moment. Grubs as well. The prize for Weibo. Scout looking for a little bit more up towards the top side. Weiwei now locked up between 2 worlds.
Weiwei
trying to put the damage down onto Xiaohu, but he can't hit what you can't see. Xiaohu finds another.
Oh my god.
Scout was unable to find anything on the top side, and
Weibo really making it look
and now
easy.
it's just Weibo
Also,
dominance.
why is
They
Weiwei
get to
not
their
on
4 grubs.
Weibo?
They're gonna grab an extra
Like, let's
one.
talk about it.
5 bonus here, and the extra kills.
Shyvana is next. Okay.
Exerts support dominance.
The VGU will be in 2 years,
Tarzan's able to
considering
find the
Skarner took a
initiation
year.
onto
Oh,
Hung.
god
They
dang.
get the early
Are you getting the new
advantage in
$250
play,
Jinx skin?
and
Bessie, I don't want
Weibo
to pay for
now
that.
with control of
I
the
don't want
grubs,
to pay
control
for
of the
that.
dragons,
I told
and
myself,
control of
like,
the
when the
series.
Samira Ultimate skin, I was like,
The
y'all.
way that this game is going, it feels like that it's just a matter of time.
$30,
for
I'd rather
Weibo.
go
They're
get a
playing with
pedicure.
such
And now they want me to
confidence
pay
with clean
250.
execution. Zhao, who a player that was
250?
so
Are you kidding
monumental on the
me?
Orianna in the previous game, now stepping up once more on the Aurora.
That's
But I feel
crazy.
like that you can never afford to underestimate LNG with the direction that the game is going. As long as this Yone
You think
is
it
in
might
the
have broke
game,
LNG?
they still have
Yeah,
angles
same
to turn it
team.
around.
It's good you put me in check, because right now I am underestimating LNG.
They love them skins.
Weibo just seems
Plot
to be
twist, they give you
surging
all the
right
Jinx
now, and they're
skins
trying
at
to
the
play
secret
off
event.
their advantage.
Got a little bit more here. Zika steps a little bit too far.
Way.
Tarzan goes in
If they
with a
did that, that
Bramble
was
Smash,
great.
but doesn't follow up with a Twisted Advance. Gets the Dominus out, and that will time out before Weibo
If
advance
they
for a
did that,
second
that would
dive.
be fantastic.
They get the flash, and that's all they wanted. Maybe play for plates as well.
Weibo really
The
playing
arrival
like there's
of
no
Weiwei is
tomorrow.
crucial
No,
as the
like
ulti
Weibo
comes
looks
through.
like they
Dominus
want
about
it.
to time out here.
LNG
Zika,
looks
Glacial
like
Prison
they trying
hitting,
to play
but
catch up,
Xiao, who was
but
able to
can't
dodge
catch
just
up.
outside of tower range, and now between 2 worlds. Go Weibo
What did I just
once
say?
again. Already Zika down. The rest of Weibo beginning to collapse here as Weibo and Hung look for a little bit more.
Unless-
Dredge line hitting onto Tarzan, but the curtain call is tanked up by Weibo. Gala trying to
Oh
join
my gosh,
the
are
fray
they
here.
gonna form me and
Scout still
dive this
pushing in the
bot
top
lane?
lane. TP coming in by Scout as they look to take the battle underneath the tower.
Okay, Breeze's
locked
gonna
up for
die.
a second. He will fall to the turret. As
Okay,
Weibo
so
have
LNG
found
just
another,
got their
have they
first
overstepped?
kill.
Scout snap back to reality. LNG only got 1.
The party in the bottom lane is actually going to move
going on,
over
L?
to the mid lane. Tarzan
They're gonna
running
give you
for
the
his
new
life
Jinx skin to
towards
promote
his
it.
AD carry, but he
Twisted
gets
advance
snared.
to a minion. He
I
got
hope
snared
so,
just in time. Instead, he goes to
'cause
Tarzan.
otherwise-
And Gala will reload
I
and
can
then put
spin
a
no
shot in the back
250,
of the
y'all.
tree and find another for LNG.
It's 2
You get the super
kills for
expensive one from
LNG,
Orbs and
finally
Chests.
on
I
the
don't
board.
think so.
But the
When is
damage
the
that
closet
was
door
done
dropping? I
was
got you.
still significant.
I do
More
not mind
plates
doing
secured
that.
on the bot side of the map, more kills. And this dive from Weibo, the Aurora ultimate coming through, the Malignant proc finishing off Zika.
Who are we rooting for in this one?
Trying to catch Tarzan isolated.
At this point, I'm rooting for Weibo, but I do want LNG to win
just doesn't have the damage.
The juggling of the tower aggro there, and then they return for the next part of the dive. They do teleport in.
Which
Yone,
RE1 did you get?
Hung actually with a nice pullback there.
Also,
on
what's the difference from Exalted
and yet still, I feel like Xiaohu is
regular
the biggest winner once
gotcha
again
skins.
on this Aurora. Is going to be such a big problem.
Like, what's the
for
difference
LNG to
between
deal
the
with
two?
later, and he continues to get kills, continues to get richer and richer. Malignance done here. Like the ultimates are just going to keep coming.
Xiaohu's just in such a strong spot. He is a 3-0-2 and has been
might have to
Weibo's player of the series. He's definitely up there in terms of the impact he's had in their games.
Exalted has a new animation for Nexus Destruction.
Okay, is
yes,
all red
but like, what's the difference in obtaining it outside of like what you do
this series too.
With?
They start to crack through these tier ones. Scout will answer
like
on the
you know
top
how you
side
get
with one
Commander.
Of his own. LNG will get
El
their first straight,
Capitan,
the second of the game.
Misfortune.
Yeah, they've got a Rift Herald as well for Weibo if they want to continue this advance. Light will take the tower. And for the moment,
believe in
that's
your
all
Weibo
that Weibo
cookies, period. Yeah, I know the Nexus Destruction should be Mythic
Game 3.
They're making a new capsule
so
system.
Much of this
Lord.
Year, playoffs in spring, playoffs in summer, the regular season games.
For the skin itself, Jinx transforms, different skins, in-game like luck.
3-0 Weibo, and the discussion was, well, Weibo
oh my
just came off the
so
back of
Jinx
a
gonna have her
with
own.
Time to prepare, with time to focus on the opponent at hand.
What is that? Elementalist luck.
A level of play
that
we didn't get to
honestly,
see
I still feel like Elementalist Lux
is
one of the best.
We've already talked about LNG are not a team you can afford to underestimate. And this top side is going to be crucial in allowing them to find an angle back into this game.
It's going to be so
I'm gonna take a moment.
It only has 2 variants though.
Shout out Crisp as he is on screen right now. He's
I wonder
done
if
so
they're
much
expecting more players post Arcane Season 2, which is why there's so much skins with varying price tags.
And there's so much
I
talk
think
about
so. They probably saw a huge influx after
Tien returning to Paris. But
and if Arcane
also
Season 2 is as good as
the
first one.
Hung looking for the flank here. They jump onto Tarzan first. They'll lock him up.
What's going on, IO? How are you doing, love?
And that's what's going to happen. Breed tries to dive onto the backline.
Scout fighting back.
Cleanses a moment too early, but gets away from the between world. But Breed slams him in the back of the lamppost, and that's another. Hung trying to do everything he can. Breed's doing so much work on the back here. Scout having to flash away. Breed almost falling, but Chris dances around and shields his top laner.
Okay, he dies.
Zika will get the kill, but Weibo are not done with him. They'll find another light on a killing spree.
In a 4 versus 5. Weibo turned the fight around.
Wow.
Breathe with unparalleled confidence. Dives into the face
if you
of
guys
LNG
do not like Ezreal, I highly recommend
victors
banning him in your games today. I do. I'm so excited for Season 2.
They are taking control of the entire map.
No,
now,
literally fearless.
LNG,
literally.
taking their structures, taking
I may have
Jinx
the ultimate skin, but not to be this expensive. No, like, it's so expensive.
Without that big ulti engage to really follow up on it doesn't. But look at
I mean, I'm a post-Arcane player, but I knew of League way before Arcane. I used to just follow the lore. So was Arcane like the final push that made you like start
like
playing?
This fight has so many highlight reels from the individual players of
My
Weibo
duo plays Ez, so I can't. Bessie, you better make sure you pick him first. And you better ban Ashe. Oh no!
There's something just undeniable about Weibo when they get in a series that matters.
He knows the doom
they always
is
come
coming.
out on top.
Way.
Made their way through the playoffs last year. It was their way through Worlds until they finally met up against T1 and were
my pickles. No, literally.
Here they're trying to make that run again. I don't think anyone would have put them as a team that would make it to the semi-finals, but right now they're on the cusp of it. The Riftel charging forward. Weibo,
if Weibo really does win this, that's it. They go to semis.
LNG just hanging on to anything they can.
And the reason people are so surprised, I mean, Xiaohu may be a legendary player, but this is not a great year for him. But this game
I didn't pick Weibo. I picked LNG.
As well as a light here. 3 kills
I didn't
on
know
the
they were frauds.
The consistent carry for the team. How are you going to get back and put any pressure on that Ezreal as the cleanse? LNG here are going to
I'm only missing 3 of all 7 ultimate skins, to be honest, and I know I only bought 1.
Back the momentum of
oh, so you got them in like
to a game 5.
And what I love about
stuff?
Weibo is when they're on the red side,
Not they going
said,
home.
have your Yone scout. Go on,
come on,
Wei. We have a plan.
Lil Wei.
Ready.
That's
they
Lil Wei.
lost game 2. Then they just ran it back in game 4 and they said, no, have it again. We don't care. We have a plan and we're confident in it. And that plan is paying off. This Aurora from Xiaohu is massive. Breathe on the Jax.
Now they go 3-0 in Swiss. I'm saying they must have had the easiest
this gold lead
lineup in the world. I know they did play Team Liquid,
5K
and then they also played
red side jungle. Wei looking for
He
something.
stole that.
Tarzan did manage to steal away the red and gets the hell out of there.
Oh my, that is way bro energy right there. In the face of 3 members, he steals away the
period,
red buff.
JT.
And Weibo just continuing their dominant presence on the map.
I bought the Samira and got the ultimate Ezreal one.
I think we're
going to
have a moment of calm, and
well,
this
if
dragon
you
does
get
arrive
perfect
on the rift.
pick'ems, you get all of the ultimate skins.
He catches that last wave up on the top side.
All you got to do is be correct
tower.
every day.
Going back to base to purchase his Leandries right now, I would believe.
I remember them saying like something about the 3-0 teams were kind of sad that they went 3-0 because that means that they're not going to be able to play as many games. Like you get more practice. Yeah, they scrim, but like playing on stage is so different.
Looking to try and catch out Breed, does do so. He's a level down though, and I'm not sure that's a fight he really wants to take for too much longer. Weibo setting up around the Baron. It feels like any fight could be the death knell for LNG, and as much as we talk about the might of Weibo, you have to see the other side. LNG were looking for redemption after getting knocked out in quarters last year. Tarzan was on that team. Yeah. They never really lived up to the promise that the team could deliver.
It's crazy that Weibo got both of their last 2 wins being behind on gold. Just some
so
simple
disappointing
throws
for them as a squad. Have to remember the problems that they had at the start of the tournament as well.
0 perfect pick'ems. No one has it now. Really. I guess people really didn't think that FlyQuest would make it to quarter.
Not quite the final hurdle, but the penultimate one at least would be.
Who else is very surprising?
Yeah. I like that you focus on Tarzan. You know, last year's World.
I feel like these 2 teams are the most surprising.
Mid lane versus T1 versus Faker.
Oh yeah.
So much was made of that. But this year, on this new team, so big.
I think it's sad, but also like they said, you can only play the games in front of you.
And now,
them the breaks.
One big game in their sights. They have the advantage.
Wait, I don't think I understand what you mean, JT.
Baron, the extra gold, plenty of split.
What happens to the what happened to the LNG who won the game today? I don't know.
And Light
they just don't look as solid.
On an untouched Ezreal.
The 1 game.
A tense situation as LNG must really feel the pressure with their tournament lives on the line. They're fishing for that play. 2 items finished for Scout. Bear in mind, the farm for Xiaohu has not been great this game, and as a result, there is a healthy experience lead for Scout. In the side lane, he is a threat, but Breathe right now is the one keeping him under control. LNG herded into their topside jungle as Vision is slowly suffocated. Weibo encroaching on that territory.
And as much as Scout being
I feel like the next fight,
in the top lane right now,
they'll be able to get Baron, and then after that, one more fight.
Reminder,
that'll be a wrap,
the static shiv is not going to melt anyone, especially when they're ahead of you. You can see Tarzan.
Yeah, this is the only series today.
Already complete. He can put some damage down. He can get put on the grievous wounds, but really, the fights come down to whether
I wasn't expecting a 3-1 in favor of Weibo. I thought it was going to be probably a 3-1 in favor of LNG. I just really underestimated Weibo. So sad they were sad about being 3-0, right? And not being able to play any more series in the tournament due to going best of 3. Yes.
I just love watching Xiaohu on the split push too, because he's so careful.
I don't understand the full AD teams.
Plenty of disengages.
They're a little sus.
Collects the wave while the rest of the team,
especially when you have people on the enemy team who can just build armor.
The other half of the map, but LNG just made a strong push. They just dropped these wards over by Baron.
What's the score? It is 4-9. Weibo Gaming has 2 games won, while LNG has 1 game won. This is a best of 5, so the first person to 3 wins.
Xiaohu now has the Seeker's arm guard as well for this next fight. So important that he can jump in and then have that
full AD when AP is broken right now, really?
To make sure the rest of Weibo can follow up.
Look at this vision coverage. There's a deep control ward on the top side
when
to allow
AP
LNG
though, they only
access
have
to the
2
river
AP.
at least. But that is a dark river. LNG don't see anything, and Weibo are going to use it once again.
Weibo's Barons have looked odd, but have been exemplary. Scout's going to go in, unbinds his soul, and then jumps back, but Breathe is now going to mark him, and Weibo is still on the Baron as far as we know. Light and Tarzan trying to chip away at it. Light's going to dash back. Crisp going forward as well. Breathe on that front line. Curtains open. Tarzan's in the pit. Breathe gets the stun onto Weiwei. Meanwhile, Zika trying to distract the rest of the team on towards the back. The true shot barrage between worlds. Weiwei has to flash away, but Breathe puts him in his place, and now the dive into the back line by Scout is not enough to take anyone from Weibo down. It's all on Scout and Gala here, you feel, but Weibo aren't giving them a second to breathe. Gala steps in, does nothing with his mortal reminder. Breathe, though, will be taken out by Scout now. Weibo still trying to advance. Chris
and the crowd goes silent. Look at the crowd, bro. They're not hype. The crowd is not hype at all. Everybody was just
Scout will stack up the Q3 on the Grump. The TP coming in from
staring.
Scout is just trying to distract Weibo for as long as possible.
Exactly, Medic. Scout knows that he can win in this skirmish, but he's just being shepherded into Weibo's base. The damage is good enough. The problem for Weibo is they spent a lot of time chasing Scout. The fight, though, we turn our attention to it. Weibo is just drawing LNG in. Kobe's been saying
look around, everybody, y'all.
Zika flashes in with no follow-up. He gets chunked out immediately.
Nobody's
Keep
saying
your eyes on
nothing.
Scout here. He tries to find a good
They're back on Baron.
Onto 2, but a nice sidestep comes out from Light, and we're back on the Baron.
Scout dead for 25 seconds. Doesn't have the TP, but I think LNG might not.
Just imagine winning, and all you hear is the crickets.
Grand entrance. Weiwei going in full.
Nobody cheering.
Does have the Between Worlds back up. He's being chased up towards the top side. Between Worlds coming out as well as Breathe dives in for the enemy jungler. And Weiwei, there's no way he survives this day.
Oh no, no way survives this day.
Beautiful again from Weibo. They return to the Baron. They force again.
Oh
and there's plenty of time to
way.
rotate
They
over to the Dragon. Baron-powered recalls means they can reset and run straight over to put themselves the soul point on top of it.
That's
phenomenal
crazy.
Execution once more from
I'll be in
Weibo.
ATL next week.
They knew they overchased, but they also knew that that meant that Scout would just be
Nah,
isolated
way,
from the
way,
fight. One of the
there's
biggest
no
threats
way,
gone
you
means
will
that there's no way that Weibo wouldn't win another fight. And Malignant's bringing Xiaohu's ultimate back off cooldown, ready for the second fight, was massive, as they now find themselves with a 9,000 gold lead.
Nah, because that was good. He ate that one. I'll give him his.
The light at the end of the tunnel is looking like a
he ate with that.
more
He
than
did.
anything.
He did.
No real escape from them for this situation.
Oh no, Medic, the light at the end of the tunnel is 601 with 3 fully completed items.
That's
and they
true.
do not want to get to the end of that tunnel.
That's way. Oh no!
Nexus falling. They are 9,000 gold ahead now. They have this Red Bull Baron power play for the next minute and 40 seconds. They're going to sync up 2 waves. Top and
please
mid
LNG
are
my
their
points. No, for
objectives.
real. Like, be
Hung
for
will
real.
look for something. Hex flash across the wall. Maybe find Xiaohu. You've got to, but the Zhonya's is going to have enough space for Xiaohu. The depth charge onto Light. He's not got the
I
punch,
don't
but has the
know,
claims, and now here comes
Roxa.
Quicksilver between worlds once again. Glacial Prism will hit Chris, looking for the
I just
quickness on
know
the
it's
backline, but no,
super
Hung and
sad.
Gala are left out
I
to
just know
dry.
it's super
Gala
sad.
trying to do
I
everything
feel
he
like
can,
what's
but
worse
Light
is
just
like
jumps
finding
in.
out about
They
it
call
on
him Light
Twitter.
Yagami for a reason. There's
Because
a
I saw
death
some.
note with your name
Ooh.
on LNG.
Ooh, that was a good ult from Scout.
Around. Somehow, Scout is revived.
Oh my gosh,
and
that
now
was
Breeze
huge from
pushing in the
Scout.
bot side. Xiaohu's going to help him push it out. They'll take the inhibitor, but LNG hold on to hope.
Only solo laners are left alive.
That
Scout
was
comes
huge.
up with a triple here. Still
That
has
was
Yone.
an amazing ult. You gotta give
That
it.
is enough for them to at least get
You have
some
got
gold,
to give it.
but it's at the cost still of the split push. Breathe, finish
Let's
off
watch
the
that
inhibitor.
again.
Let's take
So,
another look at the start.
in this
Tarzan
fight,
is the only one kind of exposing himself as
we've
target.
already
He
wasted
allows Light to arcane
3
shift
ultis.
away, and then you find yourselves in a situation as LNG
the
where you're
Rakan,
really
Nautilus,
heavily committed
Maokai,
towards this
and Aurora
Maokai
go
that
ulted.
peels, and as soon as the rest of Weibo come in, you know, Xiaohu with the ultimate from Aurora, they
And
get
then
the lead in
3
the team
people
fight. It's
group
only
up right here.
that
Weiwei.
That the big turnaround from Scout.
Weiwei
Q3
staying in.
into ultimate. And Zika there for the extra damage.
Wow,
So
1,000 gold onto
Xiaohu's able to
Yone.
get another kill. But my goodness.
Oh my god.
That was not the reaction.
Oh no.
Immediately you turn around and like, oh god.
He was so happy getting up, walking
It was a
away.
similar situation. Weibo were
And then
well
he
in
gotta
the driver's
sit
seat.
the frick back
And
down.
then
That's low-key
LNG
embarrassing.
found one team fight and it all
That's
began
low-key
to swing
embarrassing,
from
I'm not
there.
gonna
All I'll
lie.
say is that 9K gold lead has
I would
gone
be
down.
purely embarrassed.
But, oh, a
Keep it
TP
behind.
flank.
I would be
Scout has
purely
IE
embarrassed.
now.
I'm not
Scout's
gonna
looking for
lie.
flank onto Breed. Tarzan and Chris trying to help out their top laner. Scout jumps
The walking
forward.
away,
Counter-strike
celebrating,
coming
and
out.
then
There's the stun. Nature's
honestly,
Grasp being used
been
as
there.
well for the root, but Scout's able to avoid it. True shot
Been
Frost
there.
coming out. Scout's down to half HP. He'll dodge away with the Q3. Depth charge as well between worlds. Face sealed him to the backline, but Scout's already down on Weibo.
Wait, this is game.
Side. Scout already dead. Gala walking away, but I think Xiaohu will not let him escape. Gala managing to get away for a second. The Mystic shot just wide, but Breed comes in.
5 for none.
And it's all done, but the Nexus falling.
Triple there now for Breathe, and it's Weibo inside the base.
They're just the masters of mojo.
Is that it?
Somehow, whenever you doubt them,
Are they going to
Weibo
secure it?
will
13
come
seconds
out
on
top.
support. Everybody else is
Again,
like 20,
the
30.
underdog run continues
And
as
Weibo
make their
is
way
the
to
first
semis.
team in semi-finals. Not the baguettes.
Defying
Maybe not the
expectations once more.
baguettes. I'm just happy for the coach. I think he's going to have a little heart attack.
Coming in
I'm glad he's
with
okay.
some good prep.
I'm
with
glad
some
he's okay.
Focus on team
My
fighting
pickums are in
and some
shambles,
Barons, Thaddeus.
Hunty.
Oh, the
Shambles.
Barons.
Great Barons from Weibo.
Redemption for
GG's,
Tarzan as
Weibo.
well. We're gonna hand
That's
it over
super
to the
sad,
analysts to break
though.
down that series. And what a
Dang, that's a
series it was.
stage.
Absolutely
That's a
never,
stage.
ever bet against Weibo Gaming. We're going to be sending
Hey,
over
Weibo.
the
I was
interview
not
person,
familiar with your game.
will be spoken to as they get
Yeah, I don't like
Ross
Static
here in the
Shiv
Odessa
on
Arena in
Jin
Paris
anymore. I
because
feel like
they
the only one who
always
really
put
made
on
it
a
work was
show,
Jackie
actually.
Love.
Yeah, and how much it must
baguettes.
mean to Tarzan specifically, right? He was on that team with Scout last year, who failed.
Holy,
like that
you
LNG
did it. Weibo
roster
won.
Goes on to Weibo. We talked about how much
Never
these
bet
two
against Weibo.
teams know each other.
Okay,
as
well,
we
I think
see,
you can bet against them in
LNG taking
semifinals.
their final bow. Congrats to them.
GG's
But yeah, this Weibo
LPL
team goes-
or
I'm sorry.
LNG. I mean,
I'm sorry.
ALPL as
Commiserations,
well.
commiserations.
Yeah. But like, congrats to Weibo. Again, this is why. I'm sorry, Chronicler's laughing at me. This is why
you're good. You're
we
good.
had this team coming out. This is the
I wonder who
sneaky
they're gonna
third
choose for the
seed who
interview.
wasn't right. And it just must mean so much to especially Xiaohu.
When does
and
Fly play?
Tarzan
Fly
going
will
forward
play
in
on
this tournament.
Sunday.
It's yet another reminder
Monday.
that struggle breeds victory,
Oh.
right? Like, how did Weibo look in those series
Let's
against
see.
DK? Like, losing game 1 against Fnatic,
So
losing
tomorrow,
game 1.
HLE versus
And it doesn't
BLG.
matter.
Then we'll
But
have
listen,
Top
Adapt or
Esports versus
persevere.
T1, and then
Adaptability
Sunday
for
we'll
Weibo
have
was so
Genji
strong
versus
in this series, but even
FlyQuest.
through the Swiss stage, they pick counter dive in the first 3 games, nearly
What
get
a
to 3-0,
freaking game,
and then in
man.
game 4 are able to steal
Tarzan
2
for
of
the
the most
interview? Okay,
effective picks
period.
in Gnar and Ezreal, and they're just such a clutch team that I love watching them at Worlds.
I love watching them at Worlds too, and I think we're almost ready for the interview. I'm just waiting for the final cue. We of course need Tarzan to come down, I guess, a little bit after that big victory moment, and there is still the delay. I was just vamping for no reason.
That's completely fine. And listen, this Xiaohu guy,
This guy.
it's going to be a storyline throughout the World
Oh
Championship.
my God! It's like he's kind of taking over. Like Peanut is one of my favorite stories to follow this World, but he's making it. He's taking a claim
I think
for
Peanut
it.
is a
Later
good
on after
story,
the
but I
interview, we're
think
gonna have a
Ben
list
is
of
also a good
milestones that he
story,
passed
no?
just today, but he's
Yeah.
already has the second most world, international.
And
wins
remember,
as a player.
Xiaohu
His
wiped
MSIs have been better than
up.
his worlds.
Xiaohu
He's
got
not
a little,
necessarily the
got a
standout
little
player, but he's very
wifey
solid.
He
His
was-
last 2 games.
I didn't know we was getting
was
wiped
sick
up. I
last
didn't know the league
Yeah, well,
players
so
get
I
wiped
want to talk a little
up.
bit because I have seen this before.
Ben
right?
is a super good
Weibo
story.
just
I
making
agree.
it to semis, LNG getting taken out in a very
I'm sorry,
decisive
who's
best
in a
of 5,
onesie? over there?
I know tomorrow we got to get Hanwha against BLG. If BLG
You
make
trembling?
Oh, definitely. But I want to talk about the fact that if BLG make it here again, Weibo have the opportunities.
Yeah.
One of the funniest things in Worlds possible. Because can you imagine if they do it again?
Oh, it's crazy. I can't even. I mean, you had the right idea. I think that feeling was that Weibo should be stronger, and I feel like we talked about this. How these first 2 games, I was like, is this decision making what we should see in the quarterfinals, right? But I feel like Weibo really redeemed themselves for me.
Yeah, only 23% chose Weibo. Because, like, I mean, you look at the results from Swiss stage, and you would think that
and watch the other teams
LNG would put up a little bit more of a
just like
fight.
it was last year, but Tarzan.
But did they? They sure didn't.
Horizon post-game interview with Lauren Wendy.
Here we go.
Weibo Gaming est la première équipe à rejoindre les demi-finales et j'ai Wendy et Tarzan avec moi pour cette interview post-match. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for being with me. La première question que je vais avoir pour lui, c'est le match-up contre LNG, ils le connaissent par cœur. Ils les ont joués toute l'année en LPL et la dernière fois, c'est LNG qui en sont venus à bout. Quelle était la différence aujourd'hui pour qu'ils arrivent à venir au bout d'LNG? The main difference between today and the past time they faced LNG was the fact that for once and for this time, they came out victorious. What was the difference today, especially in a clutch series like this one?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。其实你们和 LNG 也是交手过非常多次。上一次你们的碰面在冒泡赛，他们是击败了你们，但是这一次结果不同，你们获得了胜利。所以说你可能觉得在如此激烈的一场比赛当中，是什么
I'm taking pictures today, Woogie. I'm just letting you know I'm using that. Thank you.
今天的话，我们其实没有改到很多吧，就我们打好我们自己，然后也之前也是在 APL 的时候打过很多。比赛嘛，所以就没什么。今天就我们打好我们自己，就这样。
So I think maybe for today, there's nothing very special things happened because we're very familiar with each other, and what we need to do is really concentrate and focus on our own stuff. So instead of like having something special, we like to just try our best to showcase ourselves on stage today.
La grande différence et difficulté quand on affronte une équipe qu'on connaît très bien, c'est justement de ne pas se concentrer sur l'adversaire, mais plutôt de se concentrer sur sa propre performance. Et c'est ce qu'ils ont fait aujourd'hui, et c'est pour ça qu'ils ont réussi à venir à bout d'LNG.
They're doing 3 translations on stage.
Mais quand on regarde Weibo, par rapport à la LPL, par rapport au Swiss Stage, c'était une performance bien meilleure et bien plus satisfaisante aujourd'hui qu'ils ont réussi à montrer sur la scène des Worlds. Est-ce qu'il y a une différence dans la façon dont ils ont travaillé? When you look at Weibo in the LPL and in Swiss Stage, considering the fact that they had to fight up until the last moment to get the tickets to quarterfinals, is there anything that they've been working on to be to that level today? And do they feel like they fixed their issues?
其实我们回顾一下 WBG 整个的一个旅程，无论是在 LPL 的比赛当中，还是在瑞士轮，你们都是战至最后一刻才取得了来到这里的门票。所以说也想问一下，可能在整个过程当中，你们有哪些提升和进步，才能够达到今天的高度？你觉得你们有没有改进队伍的一些问题呢？
So I think it only makes sense that they speak in French. Yeah, we can't have everything catered to English.
然后就我们今天也进步到了，
I think they're speaking Mandarin. Because LPL is China.
So I do feel what we did is just to try our best to have a better synergy, and for the whole team, we try to have build an even better teamwork. And also, I must say, from this best of 5, we are still growing. We have learned so many new stuff here. So in the future, WBG will become even more stronger.
Ce n'est que le début pour Weibo, puisqu'ils ont l'intention de devenir plus forts. Ce sur lequel ils ont travaillé aujourd'hui, c'était leur synergie d'équipe, faire en sorte que toute leur stratégie était au point. On a hâte de voir ce que ça va donner pour la suite, étant donné que c'est la première demi-finale de championnat du monde pour Tarzan. It is the first time you reach World Semifinals. How do you feel right now?
Tarzan 选手第一次将要进入到全球总决赛4强的争夺当中，此时此刻有什么样的一些心情吗？
就很开心吧，但是也我的目标还没达到，所以就继续加油，继续冲。
Definitely, I'm super happy to be able to qualify to the semifinals, but my goal hasn't been reached yet. So what I need to do is really try my best and keep it up.
Forcément content d'arriver en demi-finale aujourd'hui. Mais le travail n'est pas fini. L'objectif, c'est la coupe, l'objectif, c'est le championnat du monde. Donc il va continuer de travailler ici. Dernière question, last question for you, Tarzan. You were the first team to play semifinals. You were the first team to play in front of this arena today. How was the experience? How was the atmosphere playing at the center of this stage?
同时也想问到，你们是第一个来这个场馆比赛的战队，所以说也想问一下，整个这场比赛打下来，在这个场馆当中有这么多热情的观众，你们所有见到的一切，你觉得有什么样的一些感受吗？
今天打的时候感受到粉丝们的支持，所以我们也很有感觉打比赛了。
It's very cool.
While we were playing on stage, I can really feel the support and the cheer from all the fans, and really this buffed me up.
Ce qu'il a dit, c'est... Je pense que vous avez très bien compris ce qu'il a dit. Les fans, vous avez fait un boulot colossal aujourd'hui et c'était seulement le premier quart de finale. Du bruit pour Tarzan et Weibo, s'il vous plaît. Wendy, Sheshe, thank you so much, Tarzan, for the interview.
That sounds familiar.
Et messieurs, de retour à vous.
Moi, je suis pas un monsieur, mais ça va aller. Je suis
Hey, call out!
No, it was, of course, a toss to her colleagues over at the OTP stream. Amazing job, by the way, Laure and Wendy, for that. That is difficult to do. We have to do it here in France. And we are so lucky that we have such talented hosts to lead us through those post-game interviews.
Thank you.
About the question about the crowd, I also noticed that when Weibo was walking into the arena, it was Tarzan,
Crypto, that's why you're not a translator. That right there.
Biggest cheers from the audience, and I think a lot has to do with kind of these accolades from Xiaohu.
Maybe also kind of, right?
There was one or two times where EU was on the
When do you add the
you know what I mean? And Tarzan, who has been
is that like
an enigma,
very
right?
much?
A lot of people's jungle goat.
It's
like a big
mind-boggling to me, even after seeing this, that we were one bad trade deal away from Weibo getting a free 0 here today. Like that is because again, Jed actually got the rap prediction. We predicted them. I expected them to win, but I thought it was going to be like, come on, don't call me out when I don't do it. I'm going to feel bad.
It's very much.
But specifically, like it was in
the
playoffs.
I'm going to be
and instead what we got was a completely different series.
Yeah, and I think the most impressive thing was, right, we saw Tarzan, the Maokai was massive in so many of these fights where they're trying to engage on the Maokai, and that doesn't work because you just can't kill him in time.
Don't do it.
And then the rest of the team cleans up. He himself had some really good engages to isolate key members of LNG in some of these fights. And again, I can't understate how much it must mean to him on that LNG team last year, finally being able to make it past quarterfinals, showing up, having a great performance. It's awesome to see.
It's insane. I want to take a look at those coach reactions from Danny.
Yeah,
because
let's go.
That was in the last game, one of the best reactions I've ever seen in my life on a cam.
Yeah, I want to see, is this from the very last game?
I think it's all of them.
Because the one that I can't wait for was when he thought the game was over, then Scout gets a triple kill and he flies back.
Yeah, no, I like seeing him get up,
There's
walk
also
away.
the famous one from Game 3 where everybody was happy.
He gets up, walks away.
This is
lit.
I mean, he ended up actually winning the series, but when he turns around and sees Scout
like,
get 3 kills.
No.
He's like,
he's just,
he's like,
and you don't have to be great at Korean to read
let's read what he just said, but that's okay.
Say
but I love seeing, and he also jumped on stage. I think he tried to lift up Xiaohu, but he didn't in the end.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You could see how much this means, even if it is an LPL team kill.
Of course.
They can feel how
You
close
saying
they
it
are to making
with
it back
like
to this world final now. They're 3 wins from the
intonation.
final.
It's not Korean, sis. I'm trying.
They're actually so close
I'm
they can feel it now.
Yeah, and then we have to return to Xiaohu,
It's not
right?
much
Because
R. It's more like
they kept
G.
opting in on red side to this
Mexi.
Aurora Yone trade, trusting in him to be able to bring out the Aurora when his performances have been up and down, right? But he is so accomplished that we have an entire full screen of the milestones he reached in this series just today.
Like Messi
Second place, and these are just Worlds milestones.
Yeah.
Second place in MSI and Worlds kills, second in Worlds games. first in Worlds losses, but that's just because Fakers won so much, and because Xiaohu has been here so often.
Jared, thank you so much for the
fact that he actually holds that record as
the
well
gifted
just
sub.
lends to his aura.
I'm trying. See, this is why I can't go over there and speak French, because they're gonna be like, "Can you shut up? Can you actually just stop talking?"
So exposed to our own
all right, y'all.
Western social
I have got to go.
And our players that we don't always get the full story, but he's
chauffeur
ridiculously funny. Also, unlike
gonna take off soon. So thank you guys so much for watching with me. I hope you guys enjoyed this
in general. And I think I don't think we can quite grasp kind of, as you say, the
this
aura
undisclosed
of
location.
Because
thank you guys for showing up and chilling with me. I really do hope you guys enjoyed this stream. This was very fun. I will see you guys tomorrow, because we're gonna have to run it back, because I'm gonna still be here. And if you think that I'm missing HLE versus BLG, you're out of your freaking mind. So merci beaucoup. You know what? Hold on. Because I'm not gonna go out sad. I'm not gonna do it. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get this down. Hold on.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. So thank y'all very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, I'll see y'all tomorrow, same time.
Merci beaucoup.
We're gonna be watching HLE versus BLG. I love y'all so much, and until then, I wish you nothing but W's in your games. Bountiful LP and the lowest ping you could ever imagine. Yeah, my alarm going off. Okay, bye guys. Have a good day. Love you. Go be great.